In a world where only the strong survive, one demon lord was born with no strength at all. Dantalian, the 71st demon lord, powerless in a world of destruction. But there's more to power than strength. He doesn't fight with swords or spells. His weapon is the mind. His battlefield is everyone's. Allies are tools, enemies, opportunities. In this world, he bends everything to his will. He will not just survive this world, he will conquer it. The weakest demon lord is the most dangerous of all.
Howdy, please like, subscribe, and leave your valuable feedback in the comments. Now back to the story. The story begins in the distant future, where a mysterious system notification appears on the screen, posing a question. Do you know how this world ends? The scene transitions to a large gathering. Hundreds of people are present, their faces etched with anxiety, while seated high on a throne upon a podium is a figure of commanding presence, Demon Lord Dantalian. His mystic red eyes gleam with a strange, unsettling aura as he methodically plucks the petals from a flower in his hand. His cold voice cuts through the air. I've come here in good faith. There is no warmth in his tone, only the deliberate assertion of control. A woman, kneeling before him, trembles visibly. She dares not meet his gaze, her voice quaking as she expresses her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, she whispers, unable to hide the terror coursing through her. The crowd around her is equally petrified, their wide eyes reflecting fear as they watch the exchange in silence. Demon Lord Dantalian does not acknowledge her thanks immediately, but the air around him feels heavy with impending judgment. He listens as the woman, introduced as Christine, nervously informs him that there are 6 other cities besides hers that have joined the rebellion. It will take time and soldiers to conquer them all, she says, her words cautious, each syllable chosen with care. Dantalian remains impassive for a moment. Then, in a tone as cold as his gaze, he responds, It may indeed take some effort. A pause. How considerate of you to be so thoughtful of my needs. The sarcasm drips from his voice, but Christine, too shaken to catch it, presses on. She introduces herself as a noble with influence in the Empire, offering to convince the rebel armies to surrender, claiming that she could prevent any bloodshed. For a fleeting moment, Christine dares to hope, believing her ploy is working. But that hope is shattered when Dantalian interrupts her. His voice hardens. So you would betray your own people? His words cut through her like a blade. Christine freezes, her confidence crumbling instantly. She stammers, No, that's not what I... Dantalian rises from his throne, his presence looming over her. You cannot bluff me, Christine. You're not trying to protect anyone but yourself, he says with chilling certainty. His voice rises in a sudden sharp command, addressing the gathering. People, did you hear her? Your leader cares more for her own life than yours. She's willing to sacrifice your children, your peace, for her own survival. The crowd is left in stunned silence, but Dantalian's words begin to stir something deep within them. He raises his fist, the authority in his voice unwavering. These leaders lie to you. They cling to their power while you suffer. But he gestures with conviction. I fight on the front lines. I fight for you. Tears well up in the eyes of those listening, the emotion of the moment overwhelming them. Dantalian's voice grows fiercer as he continues, So fight with me. Together, we will bring down the corrupt. We will cleanse this world of its filth. In a wave of emotion, the people erupt into cheers. Dantalian. Dantalian. His name echoes through the air, the people chanting it as though it were a battle cry. Christine watches in disbelief, her plan in ruins as her influence crumbles in real time. Realizing the gravity of her failure, Christine collapses to her knees, begging for mercy. Her cries fill the air as she pleads with Dantalian for her life. But his decision is already made. The punishment is swift and merciless, death. As the execution is carried out before the eyes of the gathered crowd, their chants of Dantalian only grow louder, their faith in him cemented by his display of strength and justice. It is revealed that Dantalian, ranked 71st among the 72 demon lords, is seen as weak by many, Yet this marks the beginning of his rise, the rise of the demon lord who would become the most cunning strategist of them all, commanding loyalty not through brute strength alone, but through a sharp mind that would change the course of history. The story shifts to the present. In the eerie silence of a cold, damp cave, a man stands there, his breathing ragged, panic overtaking him as he whispers to himself, "How in the world did I end up here?" His voice quivers, eyes darting wildly as if trying to make sense of the situation. His thoughts spiral, and soon frustration boils over. "My father," he mutters through clenched teeth. The hate in his voice is unmistakable. His father, he hated him with a passion that had burned for years. How many times had he wished for the man's death? And today it finally happened. The old man had keeled over from a heart attack. Just like that, he was gone. But this wasn't some average dad. Oh no, this man had been a criminal, a notorious womanizer, and greedy to his core. His father was the kind of man you'd cross the street to avoid. Trouble followed him like a dark cloud. For the main character, his father was nothing but a nightmare in human form. Yet, as twisted as life could be, the one good thing his father ever did for him was die. We cut to the man standing in his newly claimed house, the tension gone from his face as he takes a deep breath. Finally done cleaning up the mess, he sighs, glancing out the window. The morning sunlight filters through his curtains, and outside, he sees people rushing off to their jobs, a sight that makes him smirk. And here I am, free. He sips his coffee, relishing the quiet, his gaze lazily tracking the workers outside. For a brief moment, he wonders if his father had known his time was running out. Maybe the old man saw it coming, he muses. But then he shakes his head and laughs. Doesn't matter now. He grins wider as the realization sinks in. He doesn't have to care anymore. As he stands there, enjoying his newfound freedom, a chuckle escapes him. "I'm a NET now," he says with a mix of pride and disbelief. That's right, he's officially not in education, employment, or training. He practically beams at the thought. The old man was a disaster while alive, but look at this, he left me a fortune. $3 million hidden away. The absurdity of it all makes him laugh. I guess Dad was only useful in death, huh? Now, with this unexpected inheritance, he can live the life he always dreamed of. He lists off possibilities, buying a house, a fancy car, maybe even women if he wanted to. But none of those things interest him. His desires are far more modest. Right on cue, the doorbell rings. His eyes light up. "It's here," he says excitedly. Practically running to the door, he grabs the package before the delivery man can even say a word and hauls it inside. He jumps onto his bed, clutching the box with childlike excitement. "Finally, the stuff for my dream bedroom," he exclaims. He's been waiting for this moment. As he starts to unpack, he reminds himself of the 3 solemn vows he's made. Never work, never make friends, and definitely never get married. "Work is a nightmare," he mutters, almost with disdain. He knows it makes him sound like a bad person, but he couldn't care less. Friends? Forget it. They're just a constant competition, a never-ending battle to one-up each other. And marriage? His father had been married 12 times, 12. That alone was enough to turn him off the idea forever. He chuckles darkly. "No thanks, I'll pass on that misery. All he wants is his bed, his games, and the sweet escape from reality. All right, time to conquer the backlog of games," he announces to no one in particular, cracking his knuckles. 2 months later, the camera pans across his once pristine room, now buried under a mountain of trash, snack wrappers, and game cases. On the screen in front of him, the words "Dungeon Attack Completed" flash in victory. He leans back, utterly satisfied. "Another one bites the dust," he says with a grin. But the moment of triumph is interrupted by a notification. A new message? He blinks, confused. Who the hell is messaging me? He hadn't added anyone to his game account. Clicking the message, he's greeted by a surprise. It's from the game developers thanking him for playing. He tilts his head. Weird. He mutters, though slightly impressed. Guess they really care about their players. For a brief moment, he feels a shred of respect for the developers, thinking about how much work they must have put into the game. Then, something odd catches his eye. They're asking him to take a survey. His curiosity piqued, he figures, why not? He clicks on it. The first question pops up. Do you prefer cute girls or mature women? He raises an eyebrow, smirking. What's this got to do with anything? He hesitates for a moment before making his selection, though we're not shown what he chooses. The questions grow stranger as he goes on. Do you get excited by hitting people or being hit? He stares at the screen in disbelief. A what, he mutters, laughing awkwardly, but now a bit creeped out. He pushes forward, but the questions become more and more bizarre, completely unrelated to the game. This is getting freaky, he mumbles, feeling a chill down his spine. Just as he's about to close the survey, another question pops up, one that freezes him in place. Do you know how the world ends? His breath catches in his throat. Well, yeah, of course, he mutters, remembering the game's ending. But then another question follows. Could you change it? That one hit's different. His hands hover over the mouse, and for the first time, he starts to feel genuinely uneasy. Something isn't right. His mind races, trying to make sense of what's happening. Then it dawns on him. Wait, this has got to be some kind of scam, right? He shakes his head, the tension breaking as he leans back in his chair. Any second now, they'll ask for money. He chuckles, but there's a nervous edge to it. Man, you really can't trust anything these days, can you? The scene opens with the camera zooming in on a cockroach crawling across the filthy floor. Our main character spots it, and panic immediately overtakes him. Oh no, 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 he shouts, eyes wide with horror. In his flailing attempt to escape the tiny creature, his hand accidentally presses down on his game controller. Before he realizes it, he's selected yes on the screen. Suddenly, the screen begins to glow, blinding, overwhelming light floods the room. He throws his hands over his eyes, but it's too late. In an instant, he vanishes, leaving behind his musky, chaotic room. The next moment, he's back, gasping for breath, panic settling in once again. His mind races as he looks down at his hands. Except they aren't his hands. Something is terribly wrong. Just then, a sharp, searing pain shoots through his body, and he collapses to his knees. A menacing voice echoes through the cave. Tell us where the treasure is, or we'll make this painful for you, a man growls. Laughter erupts from the others, mocking him, calling him Demon Lord with a cruel sneer. This is how my new, terrible life began, he mutters to himself, gritting his teeth. The words Demon Lord ring in his ears, and confusion floods his mind. Treasure? Demon Lord? He's desperate for answers, wondering if they really mean him. He glances around. 10 men surround him in the cave, their faces twisted with malice. He tries to think, piecing together what little he remembers. I was playing a game, but what was it? His thoughts are foggy, and pain is coursing through his body like fire. His leg, bent and broken, looks like a twisted pretzel. No way I'm walking that off, he groans. The agony is unbearable, but he forces himself to focus. Lock in, lock in. He's determined to survive, no matter what. Wait, he shouts at the men. Why do you keep calling me Demon Lord? One of the men walks up to him, grabs a horn on his head, and yanks it. What, you lose your mind or something? You're Dantalian, the Demon Lord. The name clicks in his head like a light switch. Memories flood back. Dungeon Attack, the RPG where heroes set out to defeat the Demon Lords one by one. It's all coming back now. In the game, his character, Dantalian, was ranked 71st out of 72 Demon Lords. Practically a joke. The weakest, the one who dies first. This can't be real, he thinks. I'm in the game, and I'm the weakest Demon Lord. His heart pounds in his chest as he realizes how grim his situation is. There's no time to think. One of the men yanks on his horn again and punches him hard in the face. Dantalian is sent flying backward, his body skidding across the rocky ground. This is bad. This is really bad, he mutters, blood dripping from his mouth. The man with a scarf tied around his neck, clearly the leader, steps forward. All right, boys, it's time, he says with a sadistic grin. The rest of the men start laughing, hooting like a pack of wolves. Dantalian's chest tightens with fear. He's about to die again. Another punch lands, and the world around him blurs. As he's beaten, his thoughts drift. Damn you, Dad. He curses under his breath. I just started living the good life, and now I'm on the edge of death. As his consciousness starts to fade, a strange vision fills his mind. He sees his father, sitting at a table, laughing at him. The sound of his father's mocking laughter echoes in his ears. I remember this. Dantalian thinks. It's not just a vision, it's a memory. A flash from his childhood, back when he was kidnapped for the 4th time because of his father's enemies. He was calm back then, despite the danger. He recalls how he'd been taken to a warehouse, where the kidnapper tried to break him. The man had pulled out a gun, trying to scare him. "This ain't a toy, kid. I'll shoot you dead." But even as a child, Dantalian had reached his limit. Without flinching, he had dared the man to shoot him. He had grabbed the gun's trigger and stared down the barrel, betting everything on a wild chance. When the kidnapper finally pulled the trigger, nothing happened. The gun had been fake. The kidnapper, shaking with fear, dropped the gun, terrified of this unbreakable child. That day, Dantalian had learned something important. The one with the strongest resolve always survives. The memory jolts him back to the present. The man with the scarf looms over him, his patience wearing thin. "This is your last chance," he says coldly. He steps closer, leaning down. "Where is the treasure?" Dantalian, still dazed, smirks. "I died once already, back in that warehouse," he mutters to himself. The pain, the danger, it all feels familiar. A sick sense of control begins to flood his mind. "I can shape this into whatever I want." The man's face hardens. "Fine. You want to die in silence? Suit yourself." He motions for a large, bald man holding a massive hammer. "Kill him," Scarf orders. The bald man shrugs, lifting his hammer. "You sure about this? How are we going to find the treasure if he's dead?" Scarf rolls his eyes. "We'll find it ourselves. Just finish him off." As the bald man swings the hammer down, Dantalian's eyes narrow. The world slows around him, the hammer descending like it's in slow motion. At the last possible second, Dantalian's lips curl into a wicked smile. "Wait," he says, his voice steady and calm. "I'll tell you where the treasure is." The man halts his swing, and the scarfed leader grins with excitement. Dantalian grits his teeth, forcing himself to stand up, driven purely by his will to survive. "I'll tell you where the treasure is," he mutters, his voice strained but determined. The bald man chuckles, convinced that Dantalian has finally broken. He imagines the moment they'll finish him off right after he hands over the treasure. But Dantalian knows he's in deep trouble. He has no idea where the treasure is. He can't just point in a random direction, or they'll see through the lie and kill him on the spot. Desperately trying to stall, he kneels, adopting a tone of defeat. "It's in the Demon Lord's chamber," he says, struggling to keep the fear out of his voice. "But it's protected by powerful magic, and I'm the only one who can undo the spell." He glances up to gauge their reactions, and is met with the blinding flash of a blade, slashing down inches from his face. The scarfed man smirks, his sword trembling with threat. "If you're lying, I'll kill you where you stand," he warns coldly. Dantalian swallows hard. "I understand," he says, masking his panic. The scarfed leader then turns to his men, hyping them up with loud cheers. The group roars in excitement. Dantalian breathes a sigh of relief. He's bought himself some time. But he knows this is just the beginning. They need me alive for now, he thinks. But once we're in the chamber, they'll have no reason to keep me around. As they continue walking, the scarfed leader grows impatient. "Walk faster," he snaps. Dantalian apologizes, trying to keep up, his mind racing to come up with a plan. But nothing comes. He's still stalling, and he knows it. They're all armed, he thinks, and I have no idea what to do. Frantically, he looks around, hoping for something, anything that could help. "It's my castle, right?" he tells himself. There's got to be a monster still around somewhere. But all he sees are the corpses of fallen monsters, their bodies littering the ground. His heart sinks. I can't rely on anyone else. How much further to the chamber? He wonders aloud, but no one answers. His thoughts drift. If only this were an actual game, he muses. Then, like a bolt of lightning, something clicks in his mind. A smile creeps across his face. "Eyes of Zeus," he whispers. Dantalian remembers. This is the game world, he realizes. I can use the skills from the game. His confidence rises as he activates the Eyes of Zeus, a high-level skill that lets him see everything in the surrounding area. Normally, it's unlocked later in the game, but there's one place where it can be accessed early, a tutorial dungeon, also known as Dantalian Castle, though it feels more like a cave. "I wasted so much time panicking," he mutters to himself, annoyed that he didn't think of this sooner. He scans the mini-map now displayed before him, showing all the information in the area. He quickly realizes there are no living troops left. As if on cue, a status window pops up, reading, "No troops detected. Please hire reinforcements immediately." Dantalian suddenly finds himself in a strange mind dimension. The text reads, contract with Hades. Before him, he can see a list of available monsters to summon. What the? Dantalian had a power like this. He mutters in disbelief. Then his excitement falters. He only has 100 Libra. Are you kidding me? He groans, frustrated. What's he been doing with all his Libra? He realizes with dismay that he can barely afford 8 goblins, but there are 10 adventurers. He wonders briefly if he could summon a golem and ambush them, but they're already close to the chamber. Time is running out. He looks through the available information, scrambling to cook up a plan. Finally, something clicks. The odds are around 60%, he calculates, but that's not good enough. But with no time left to think, he grits his teeth. I have to go with it. They better be ready. First, he knows he has to win their trust. But before he can move forward with his plan, there's something crucial he needs to figure out. Activating another skill, Apostle of Aphrodite, Dantalian appraises the situation. The skill is essentially a glorified appraisal ability, but in this moment, it's his best tool. We see stats flicker above the adventurers' heads, hovering like a visible aura of information. Dantalian can't help but grin. This skill's incredible. I can see it all, he whispers with a dark chuckle. His confidence grows as he takes in every hidden detail about the adventurers surrounding him. But just as he's starting to enjoy his newfound advantage, Scarf turns around, clearly agitated. Quit doing the stanky leg and keep moving, he barks. Dantalian forces a quick apology, though the grin on his face doesn't fade. It only deepens. Inside his head, a master plan begins to take shape. The counterattack starts now. He tells himself, his thoughts racing. Apostle of Aphrodite not only reveals surface stats, but also uncovers hidden elements about everyone. This is the key he needs. Scarfleaf, as his men call him, barks another order, threatening him yet again, almost on cue. Yeah, Dantalian mutters under his breath, his mind still furiously cooking up the next move. He knows he needs to manipulate Leaf to make him lead the group into a trap. It's a gamble, but he has no other choice. As they continue through the dimly lit cave, Dantalian's eyes catch a glimpse of something unusual. A skeleton, draped in the remnants of rusted armor, its skeletal hand still clutching a weapon. The sight sparks an idea. First things first, he suddenly shouts, halting the group. Everyone turns around, confused by his outburst. What now? Leaf asks, his patience clearly wearing thin. I apologize for stopping us, but there's a trap ahead, Dantalian says, voice steady, yet urgent. Leaf's eyes narrow, clearly suspicious. A trap, huh? And how exactly would you know that? Dantalian meets his gaze without flinching. If you continue any further, invisible arrows will rain down on all of you. None of you will make it out unscathed. Allow me to go ahead and disarm it. Leaf scoffs, but his eyes betray a hint of uncertainty. And why should we trust you? One of the adventurers pipes up, glancing nervously ahead. The path looks narrow, and it's dark as hell. We won't see anything coming, he says, clearly spooked by the thought of unseen arrows. Without waiting for Leaf's permission, Dantalian limps toward the passage. Stop trying to run, Leaf shouts, but Dantalian keeps moving, his voice calm. With my leg like this, I'm hardly in a position to run. I'm simply showing respect. You didn't kill me when you could have. That makes you different from the others. His words hit Leaf harder than expected. Dantalian's calm demeanor shakes him, and he hesitates. If you don't believe me, then follow me, Dantalian adds, glancing back over his shoulder. But I can't guarantee your safety. Leaf's eyebrows furrow, caught off guard by this sudden change in attitude. Fine, he mutters. Nobody here is afraid of a little risk. Let's go. But his men hesitate, exchanging nervous glances. Are you sure? One whispers. Remember that first trap? We nearly got skewered. Leaf spins around, frustration boiling over. What's wrong with you lot? Are you even real, men? His voice echoes off the cave walls. But while Leaf argues with his men, Dantalian silently slips further down the narrow passage, his heart pounding in his chest. As he ventures deeper into the tunnel, his mind races. How far do I need to go? He wonders. His eyes scan the darkness ahead, and then his plan clicks into place. Please work, he mutters under his breath. From his belt, he pulls out several arrows he had secretly taken from the skeleton's remains earlier. Now the real performance begins. With a sharp intake of breath, Dantalian grits his teeth and drives one of the arrows into his own leg. Pain surges through him like wildfire, and he lets out an ear-piercing scream, his voice echoing down the cave. Was that Dantalian? One of the adventurers yells, clearly rattled. Leaf, on edge, shouts back, "What's happening?" Dantalian, hunched over in agony, calls back, "Wait, the arrows, they're still firing. Just hold on." The adventurers freeze in place, their minds filled with visions of invisible death. "What do we do now?" One of the masks, turning to Leaf, panic in his voice. Leaf growls, his patience wearing thin. "Get ready. No turning back now, or I'll deal with you myself." Terrified of defying Leaf, the group begins inching forward, tense and unsure. As they move, one of them spots a trail of blood. "Look, blood!" he exclaims. Following the trail deeper into the cave, they finally come upon Dantalian, lying on the ground, an arrow embedded deep in his thigh. His body shakes with pain, sweat pouring down his face. "What happened?" One of the masks, voice trembling. Dantalian groans and slowly lifts himself up, his movements shaky. I must have passed out. But don't worry. I took care of the trap." Relief spreads through the group like wildfire. Leaf, however, steps forward, suspicion etched into his face. "Why help us?" he asks, his voice laced with doubt. "You could have stayed quiet and let us walk into that trap." Dantalian smiles weakly, pulling the arrow from his leg with a wince. "Like I said earlier, you're different. You didn't kill me outright like the others would have. That moved me. So I decided to repay the favor." Leaf looks at him for a moment, clearly weighing his words. Slowly, his expression softens and he nods. "All right," he says gruffly, though there's a hint of respect in his voice. Over his head, a small notification flashes. Likability towards Dantalian has increased. Dantalian hides his satisfaction behind a mask of pain as he slowly stands. "Let's keep moving," he says, trying to sound exhausted, even though inside his mind is racing. The plan is in motion now, and if all goes well, the adventurers won't know what hit them. Dantalian notices a sudden flood of notifications swarming across his vision. The adventurers are starting to like him more, their attitude shifting in his favor. He smirks, thinking, "This is exactly what I needed. Although it isn't enough yet, it's a promising start." "We can proceed," Dantalian says, steadying his voice. Leaf, still clearly cautious, folds his arms. "I don't know what game you're playing, Demon Lord, but I'll make use of you for now," Leaf says with a sly grin. "That injury of yours will only slow us down. You don't have much of a choice." He motions to one of his comrades. "Help him out." One of the adventurers immediately steps forward, offering Dantalian a shoulder to lean on. "Thank you," Dantalian says with a respectful nod. Leaf chuckles, his laugh carrying a mocking edge. "Think of it as payment for clearing the way for us, Demon Lord. Let's keep moving." As they resume their journey, Dantalian's mind races. He knows Leaf still doesn't fully trust him, but he's managed to worm his way in. His lips curl into a subtle grin. Now it's time for Act 2 of this performance, he muses. After what feels like hours, they arrive at the entrance to his castle. Leaf lets out an impressed whistle, raising an eyebrow. "Looks better than I expected," he admits. With a dramatic flourish, he pushes the doors open. "All right, boys, we've made it. Dantalian, show us where this so-called treasure is." Dantalian pauses, lowering his head as a single tear drops to the floor. The adventurers stare at him, bewildered. "Why are you crying?" One of them asks, clearly confused by his reaction. "Please, forgive me," Dantalian says, his voice wavering. "It's just being back here brought up memories of my fallen comrades and my family." Leaf bursts out laughing. "Family? Since when do demon lords have families?" Dantalian nods, his expression somber. "Yes, even someone like me once had people I considered family." His voice cracks slightly as he continues. "That was before they came." A vivid memory flashes in Dantalian's mind. He's sprinting down a long hallway, knights hot on his heels, their bows drawn. Arrows whistle through the air, aiming straight for him. Suddenly, an enormous ogre steps in front of him, taking the full impact of the arrows. Blood drips from the ogre's body, but he stands firm, using himself as a shield. "Are you all right?" The ogre grunts, struggling to hide the pain. "Run!" The ogre urges, his voice strained. "I'll hold them off. Get out of here." Dantalian's eyes fill with tears as more arrows strike the ogre's massive frame. No, I won't leave you behind. The ogre, weakened and bloodied, chuckles faintly. Don't worry about me. Just run now. Tears streaming down his face, Dantalian turns and runs, his heart aching as his loyal companion sacrifices himself. Returning to the present, Dantalian wipes his face, his voice barely a whisper. They all gave their lives for me. The adventurers, even Leaf's hardened group, start to soften. That's terrible, one of them murmurs. Another shakes his head in disbelief. I thought the demon lord was supposed to be pure evil. But after seeing him cry for his comrades, I don't know anymore. Dantalian's convincing performance causes the adventurers' respect for him to skyrocket. Even Leaf, though usually cold-hearted, looks conflicted. This isn't what I expected. I heard the demon lord was a monster with no feelings, he mutters, recalling someone's warning about Dantalian. But seeing the tears now, even Leaf starts to doubt what he had been told. Still, a wicked grin forms on his face. He decides, I'll use him as long as he's useful. Dantalian bows his head slightly, hiding his satisfaction. Thank you all truly, he says, his voice filled with false sincerity, for bringing me back here. You're different from the ones who destroyed my family. Maybe even the dead would forgive you for that. The scene cuts to later as they finally reach Dantalian's chambers. Turning to face the adventurers, he announces, We've arrived. As promised, I will hand over the treasures of this castle. Leaf grins, clearly eager for his reward. Good. Where's the treasure then, demon lord? Dantalian pauses for a moment, gathering himself. The tearful act is gone, replaced by a calm resolve. As I said before, the treasure is hidden by magic. I'll remove the spell now. Please step back. The adventurers, trusting his words, back away toward the entrance of the chamber. Is this far enough? One asks. Yes, that's perfect. Dantalian replies, turning his back to them, allowing a sly grin to spread across his face. Everything is falling into place, he thinks. Now for the final touch. He knows there's no actual treasure hidden here. His status window already confirmed that he only has 100 Libra to his name, but he plans to use that to his advantage. In Dungeon Attack, he recalls, 1 Libra equals 15 silver coins, and any item you discard reappears where it was dropped. That's exactly what I need. With a flourish, he raises his hand, preparing to drop the remaining Libra. I am Dantalian, the 71st demon lord and ruler of this land, he declares, his voice booming throughout the chamber. Brave heroes, in the name of Dantal, I bestow upon you treasure. All eyes were glued to Dantalian, watching his performance with growing anticipation. What started as a tense moment quickly morphed into awe as silver coins began materializing out of thin air, filling the room like a rainstorm of wealth. The adventurers erupted in laughter, their disbelief turning into elation. This must be a dream, one of them exclaimed, shaking their head as they scooped up coins from the floor. Even Leaf, initially reserved, joined in, his laughter growing louder as the silver rained upon them. Leaf, his respect for Dantalian skyrocketing, let out a wild laugh. We've got it. The treasure's ours. His laughter turned almost maniacal as he realized the fortune now in their grasp. His admiration for Dantalian surged by 50 points. Boys, divide the treasure equally, he shouted, his voice echoing off the cavernous walls. The adventurers wasted no time, their hands greedily grabbing at the bounty spread out before them. Leaf, still caught up in the moment, remarked, Dantalian's more valuable than I thought. It'd be a waste to get rid of him now. Dantalian, still standing amidst the chaos, raised his hand. Before we proceed, may I say something? Leaf glanced at him with a bemused grin. What, you got more treasure for us? Let us pick up this pile first. The adventurers were too engrossed in their newfound wealth to care about what Dantalian had to say, but they could sense something was brewing. His likability among them climbed with every passing second, and Dantalian could feel the power of their trust building. I apologize for interrupting, but this is urgent, Dantalian continued, his voice serious. There are roughly 30 adventurers who have just entered the dungeon. The room fell silent, shock settling over the adventurers. Leaf raised an eyebrow. 30 adventurers? How do you know that? Dantalian nodded gravely. I used magic to inform me of any intrusions. I didn't expect this, but it's happening. They're coming. Panic erupted among the group. Some of them began to shout, Others clutched their weapons tighter, eyes darting around. "There's no way we can handle 30 people," one of them cried out. Leaf's confident expression faltered as the reality sank in. "What do we do? There's no way we can fight that many people. Is there another way out?" Dantalian lowered his gaze, speaking softly. "There's only one way out. The same way we came in. Then we're done for," one adventurer exclaimed, his voice filled with dread. "If they get in, they'll clear this place out fast." Voices of worry and fear echoed through the chamber, but Dantalian remained calm. He raised a hand to quiet the group. "Listen, I have a plan. We can't avoid them, but we can fight back strategically." Leaf turned to Dantalian, narrowing his eyes. "What exactly are you suggesting? Do you have a map?" Dantalian asked. Leaf nodded and pulled out a crumpled map from his pack. Dantalian leaned in, inspecting it. "My magic isn't strong enough to tell which route they'll take, but here's what we can do. I'll act as a decoy. They'll sense my presence and chase me. Meanwhile, you and your men can take a different route and escape." Leaf studied the map carefully, his eyes flicking between the routes. "What makes you think you can pull this off?" "Think about it," Dantalian replied. "If there are 30 of them, it's likely a military unit, and they'll have mages who can sense where I am. They'll come after me first. You take a different path, and they won't notice. There are 3 routes out of here. If you choose wisely, you'll make it out." Leaf scratched his chin, pondering Dantalian's words. "So, what, you're just going to sacrifice yourself?" Dantalian shook his head. "No, I'm not running away. I want to help. We don't have much time, so we need to move." Leaf frowned, still uncertain. "And what if you're bluffing about these intruders? What if you're just trying to buy time?" Dantalian leaned in and whispered something into Leaf's ear, his words too quiet for the others to hear. Leaf's expression shifted from suspicion to understanding, and then to a wicked grin. "I see," he said, nodding. "All right, we'll go with your plan. But don't tell the others. They'll freak out." Leaf turned to his men and barked, "Enough with the worrying. Grab the treasure and form up." As the adventurers moved to carry out the orders, Dantalian smirked inwardly. He knew Leaf didn't fully trust him, but the plan was working exactly as he had hoped. Soon, the adventurers were helping Dantalian out of the cave. Leaf's bold for this plan, but it might just work, one of them muttered as they moved forward. Dantalian flashed back to the moment after they gathered the treasure, explaining the strategy to the group. "We're splitting up," he had said. "We'll head for the exit in groups." "Is this guy serious?" one of the adventurers had asked, shaking his head in disbelief. "How does this make sense?" Leaf had silenced them with a sharp bark. "Quiet. We're doing this my way." He held up a map, grinning like a madman. "Look at this. There are 3 routes leading to the exit. They'll probably take just one of them. We split up, and at least one group survives. If we're lucky, both groups will make it out alive." The adventurers had looked at each other, worry etched on their faces. Leaf, noticing their hesitation, had waved off their concerns. "Relax. There's a 100% chance that at least one side will make it. And if we're really lucky, we all get out. I'll be taking the treasure with us, of course." One of them had barked back. "So, you're just going to run off with the treasure? Don't be stupid," Leaf had snarled. "I'm not keeping it all to myself. One group's going with Dantalian, and if they survive, they'll use his bounty to become heroes. The rest of you will come with me and the money. Now, show some guts. Or do you want to die like dogs?" His words had silenced the group, leaving them no choice but to trust in the plan. Dantalian's voice cut through the chaos, cold and sharp. "What about your families back in the village?" he asked, his words biting. "Are you going to keep being cowards while your loved ones are at risk?" The adventurers hesitated, the weight of his words settling over them. He let the silence linger before continuing. "I know you're stronger than this. You're better than this. I want everyone here to make it out alive." The words sparked something in them. Gradually, they began to rally, feeling the surge of determination Dantalian had fed them. Their fear melted away, replaced with resolve. Meanwhile, Leaf observed the scene with a wicked grin, his thoughts running wild. "They're really buying into this," he thought, amazed at how easily he had manipulated them. He hadn't expected them to fall for it so easily, but now that they had, he couldn't stop grinning. His mind flicked back to his earlier conversation with Dantalian. The demon lord had whispered a tempting plan, suggesting Leaf send some of his men along with him, claiming they could watch over him. If Dantalian were telling the truth, some of those men would likely die, reducing the number of people with whom Leaf had to share the treasure. And if he was lying, well, Dantalian wouldn't get far, and Leaf could still keep everything for himself. It's perfect, Leaf thought. I can't lose either way. A chuckle escaped Leaf's lips, his confidence rising. By the end of this, he murmured to himself, I'll be the one who walks away with it all. His twisted grin widened. Unbeknownst to Leaf, Dantalian had predicted his every thought. Everything is unfolding perfectly, Dantalian mused silently. He glanced down at the monster summoning menu, a malicious smile tugging at his lips. Now it's time to put an end to this farce. With a single decisive command, the cave began to tremble violently. The ground quaked beneath their feet as the adventurers looked around in panic. What's happening? One of them shouted, his voice rising with fear. Is it the intruders? The shaking intensified, and a fierce gust of wind tore through the cave, snuffing out the torches in an instant. Darkness fell, thick and suffocating. The adventurers fumbled, dropping their torches, confusion spreading like wildfire. Dantalian! What's going on? One of them yelled, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Dantalian moved quickly, stepping beside one of the adventurers. He covered the man's mouth, leaning in close to whisper, It's best if you keep quiet unless you'd like to suffer more. In one fluid motion, Dantalian unsheathed the man's sword, his eyes cold. I owe you for all your help, he said mockingly before plunging the blade deep into the adventurer's stomach, gutting him without hesitation. The rest of the group remained oblivious, distracted by the growing chaos ahead. Suddenly, a large purple magic circle illuminated the darkness, casting an eerie glow. Rocks from the cave walls lifted into the air, swirling together, forming a towering creature. As the adventurers looked on in horror, the rocks shaped themselves into a massive golem, its roar shaking the very air around them. Fear washed over the adventurers, some feeling a gnawing hunger in the pit of their stomachs as dread overtook them. Chunks of the ceiling began to crumble, crashing down in heavy bursts. Run! One of the adventurers screamed, but it was already too late. The rocks fell like a deadly rain, encasing the room in a thick cloud of dust. As the dust began to settle, one adventurer glanced around, his eyes wide with disbelief. His comrades lay crushed beneath the debris, their bodies lifeless and broken. He turned his gaze just in time to see one of the golem's massive hands gripping another adventurer. Fueled by a sudden burst of bravery, he rushed forward, sword in hand, and struck at the golem with all his strength. His blade shattered on impact, breaking into useless fragments. He stared in shock, having genuinely believed his attack would make a difference. The golem, unfazed, squeezed the life out of the adventurer in its grasp before turning its attention to the brave attacker. With a single crushing blow, it swung at hand, reducing him to nothing more than a smear of blood on the ground. The last remaining adventurer stood frozen, his legs refusing to move as terror gripped his body. He couldn't scream, couldn't speak. His breath came in ragged gasps, eyes wide as he stared at the destruction around him. That's when Dantalian stepped up behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. What's wrong? Dantalian asked, his tone almost conversational. Aren't you going to run? The adventurer's breath caught in his throat, and before he could react, Dantalian drove a blade through his back, piercing his chest. The man gasped, stumbling forward. Why? He choked out, his voice weak as his life drained from him. Dantalian stood over him, wiping the blood from his sword. Isn't it obvious? He replied coolly. I am the demon lord, after all. Meanwhile, Leaf's group felt the tremors from a distance. What's going on over there? One of the adventurers asked, unease creeping into his voice. Is Dantalian fighting the intruders? Leaf, still riding the high of his earlier confidence, shrugged off the concern. Seems like Dantalian was telling the truth. He's handling it, but his smugness evaporated the moment Dantalian appeared before them. The demon lord stood silently, his gaze fixed on Leaf, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Why are you here? Leaf demanded, his earlier bravado faltering. Dantalian's eyes gleamed with a predatory glint. It seems I didn't run into any intruders after all. Leaf's face twisted with confusion and anger. Where are the others? Dantalian slowly unsheathed his bloodied blade. Your comrades? They're dead, he said matter-of-factly. Every last one of them. This isn't funny, Leaf barked, his tone laced with desperation. Stop messing around. Dantalian's expression didn't waver. His voice was cold, calm. I'm not joking. I killed them all, just like you're thinking right now. Leaf's fists clenched in fury. Say that again, he growled, taking a step forward. Dantalian threw his head back, laughter erupting from his chest. Idiots, every last one of them. You should have seen their faces when they died. His grin stretched wide, and the sound of his laugh only grew more sinister. Leaf's expression darkened, his face contorting with fury as the realization hit him. Dantalian had been playing them from the very beginning. Their trust, their hope, had been nothing more than a joke to him. The adventurer's admiration quickly turned to seething hatred. You're all dumber than monkeys, Dantalian sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice. And I'm grateful for it. Go on, get angry. It'll make this even more entertaining. He began to laugh louder, the sound carrying a note of madness. Did you really think a demon lord would ever be on your side? His voice echoed, each word like a dagger plunging into their rage. Leaf's patience snapped. With a guttural scream, he let loose his fury, his voice booming as the remaining adventurers charged forward, weapons brandished. Their steps thundered toward Dantalian, each footfall trembling with anger and desperation. But as they closed in, glowing eyes appeared in the shadows behind Dantalian. The ground shook as the golem emerged from the darkness, raising its massive fist and slamming it into the ground. The shockwave alone killed one adventurer, his body crumpling like paper, while another was thrown violently against the cave wall, reduced to a smear of blood and bones. Screams filled the air, the adventurers desperately trying to scatter. The golem's hand swung in a backhanded strike, and one foolhardy adventurer raised his sword to block the attack. It was a fatal mistake. The blow hit him like a battering ram, splattering him against the cave wall as if he were nothing more than a burst ketchup packet. Leaf stood frozen, watching in horror as one of his men, Baldy, charged the golem. With a powerful swing of his hammer, Baldy struck the golem's head, smashing it into pieces. I did it, he shouted triumphantly, turning toward Leaf. But Leaf's expression hadn't changed. His eyes were still wide with terror. Behind Baldy, Dantalian approached, silent as a shadow. Without warning, Dantalian plunged a blade into Baldy's back. All thanks to you, Leaf, Dantalian said, his tone mocking. Baldy's body slumped to the ground, lifeless. Leaf's eyes darted back to the golem, only to see it begin to reform, the rock swirling back into place. His blood ran cold, and sweat trickled down his brow. Dantalian spoke again, his voice almost conversational. Killing a golem is easy, you just need to destroy the core in its chest. Of course, that requires knowledge, experience, and most importantly, teamwork. If you hadn't been so blinded by fear, you could have won. But now the power dynamic has shifted. So, what are you going to do, Leaf? The smug confidence that had once fueled Leaf vanished, replaced by panic. He was staring at the real demon lord now, not the fool he had once thought he could manipulate. His mind raced, but the weight of Dantalian's words bore down on him like a mountain. I've been in situations like this before, Leaf told himself, trying to suppress his fear. No matter what tricks Dantalian pulls, I can handle this. Desperation took over, and Leaf dropped his weapon. You win, he said, his voice trembling. Just kill me already. Dantalian stepped forward, his gaze cold. I understand, he replied, approaching Leaf with slow, deliberate steps. Inwardly, Leaf was laughing. Just a bit closer. You're not going to kill me, he thought, his hand tightening around a hidden dagger behind his back. I'll strike before he even sees it coming. Dantalian continued walking, his expression unreadable. Leaf's heart pounded in his chest as he began to count the steps. 3, 2, 1. He readied himself to strike, but then Dantalian stopped, his eyes piercing right through Leaf. Leaf, I can see through everything you're doing, Dantalian said, his voice laced with mockery. You think I don't know what you're planning? He raised his blade, pointing it directly at Leaf. Checkmate. Leaf's face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. How dare you mock me? He spat, his voice thick with rage. It's not over yet. In one final act of defiance, Leaf pulled out the dagger and leapt at Dantalian, his scream filled with desperation. But before he could even get close, his body suddenly went limp, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. Confusion gripped him as he tried to move, but something was wrong. His eyes darted downward, and he saw a slime latched onto his leg, sapping his strength. Where did this come from? He muttered, panic rising in his chest. He lifted his head just in time to see Dantalian looming over him, sword gleaming in the dim light. But before Dantalian could strike, the golem reached down, wrapping its massive hand around Leaf's arm. A sickening crunch echoed through the cave, followed by Leaf's agonized screams as the golem crushed him, his body reduced to a mangled wreck. Dantalian looked down at the carnage, wiping his blade clean. Exactly as I thought, he mused, his voice calm. He stepped closer to what was left of Leaf. How does it feel, he asked, his voice dripping with contempt. How does it feel to be utterly defeated by someone you thought was beneath you? How does it feel to have your pride and everything else crushed? Leaf's screams grew weaker, filled with terror and desperation. His thoughts raced. Where did I go wrong? Was it not killing Dantalian sooner? Was it when I got the map from that woman? His mind reeled. No, it was when I decided to challenge a demon lord. That's where I went wrong. I could never win against him. The scene shifts, and Dantalian finds himself surrounded by smoke. Lost in the haze, he suddenly sees his father's face appear before him, a cruel smile plastered across it. Pardon yourself, Dantalian, his father's voice echoed. No matter what choice you make, your life is only going to get worse. Dantalian swung his hand, dismissing the vision. Shut up, he growled. But all he could hear was the haunting sound of his father's laughter echoing in the smoke. A soft, unfamiliar voice broke through the haze. My lord. Dantalian's eyes fluttered open, met by the cool stare of a woman standing over him. You're finally awake, she remarked, her gaze steady, as if she had been waiting for this moment. He shot up, disoriented. What are you doing here? Forgive me, she said, her tone sharp yet controlled. But you weren't waking up. I decided to handle things directly. Without preamble, she pulled out a piece of paper and with an air of impatience said, 2 months ago, I loaned you 100 Libra. With interest, that sum has now reached 196 Libra. I expect repayment. Now, Dantalian blinked, his mind racing. What's with this woman? He thought, trying to piece together her intentions. After a moment of confusion, he finally sighed and muttered, Let me explain. His thoughts drifted to 3 weeks ago, right after he had finished killing Leaf. Collapsing beneath the weight of his golem, Dantalian had thought it was over. The fighting, the danger, it was all done. He let out a deep sigh, relieved. But then a window had appeared before him. Tutorial complete. His level had increased, as well as several skills. But strangely, his Libra still sat at 100. More importantly, he was presented with a choice. Pick one skill. Just one. Now that the tutorial was over, the selected skill would be downgraded to level 1. A harsh realization hit him. This was just the beginning. His gaze fell upon the skills. With no certainty that he'd ever return to his world, he knew the choice was critical. He couldn't afford a mistake. He pondered each one carefully before finally settling on Apostle of Aphrodite, better known for its use as appraisal. Mind reading might sound basic, but knowing the thoughts and stats of those around him could be a game changer. When he chose it, exhaustion gripped him. His body began to shake, drenched in sweat. Feels like I've been up forever, he whispered, struggling to keep his eyes open. He gave his golem a single command. Protect me. I need to rest. And just like that, he passed out. When he awoke, he found himself in a destroyed room, lying in bed. His initial hope that everything had been a dream was crushed when he looked in the mirror. He was still Dantalian, memories intact, and his situation unchanged. With no other option, he steeled himself for the reality ahead. This wasn't just a game anymore. He'd have to live as a demon lord. That's when the woman Lapis had appeared in his room. Her eyes were cold, almost unfeeling, and her presence was suffocating. Dantalian remembered her clearly, her icy gaze still fixed on him. She wasted no time, dragging him into this dead issue. Now, seated on his throne, Dantalian tried his best to remain calm. Like I said, the one who borrowed money wasn't me. Lapis stared at him, clearly unimpressed. I don't see how that matters, she said, her tone unyielding. 2 months ago, it was definitely you who borrowed from me and the Chamber of Commerce. She unfurled the note she had been carrying, holding it up as evidence. Here's the proof. Sweat formed on Dantalian's brow. This wasn't going as he had hoped. For over a week, he had been trying to convince her, but she refused to listen. He had just finished dealing with a group of adventurers, and now he was tangled in this absurd situation. He cursed inwardly, wondering how Dantalian had managed to get into such a mess. Why am I stuck cleaning this up? He thought, fuming silently. Dantalian, you absolute idiot. And Lapis is just as foolish for lending him money. But a thought sparked in his mind, something that might offer a way out. I've got a question, he said, his voice more calculated now. Lapis raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? Dantalian leaned forward. If the money can't be repaid, what happens then? Lapis's answer was swift. In that case, bankruptcy will be declared. And what does that entail? Dantalian pressed. Lapis met his gaze without flinching. The Chamber of Commerce will take ownership of the Demon Lord's castle. Dantalian's eyes flicked to Lapis, amusement dancing in his gaze. So you'll be making a few requests of me, she said, her voice icy. But there's no need to think, just do what you're told. He nodded, his expression calm but something darker bubbling underneath. One last question, though, he said, his voice deceptively casual. What day is it? Lapis raised an eyebrow, confused by the odd question. I don't understand. A sinister aura began to pulse around him. His voice grew colder. What day, month, and year is it? Her composure wavered for the briefest moment. Forgive me, my lord. It is April 17, 1505. Dantalian's eyes widened in realization. The repayment deadline has already passed. The weight of the situation hit him like a freight train. If the interest keeps piling up, I'll be bankrupt in no time. His lips curled into a twisted smile, and he began to chuckle, the sound deep and unnerving. I get it now. He glanced back at Lapis, grinning like he'd just solved the puzzle. Lapis, I have a new proposal for you. I want another loan. This time, I'm asking for 10,000 Libra. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Kunkuska firm, the tension was palpable. Toracle, a goblin with a reputation for being quick on his feet and even quicker with orders, was sprinting through the hallways, barking at everyone in his path. He glanced at the clock and cursed under his breath. I'm late for the emergency meeting. What in the demon world is going on? He burst through the door, panting. Sorry for the delay, he exclaimed, but the room's occupants weren't impressed. Ivar, one of the remaining ancient vampires and the true power behind the Kunkuska firm, glanced at him with mild annoyance. You're late, Toracle. For merchants, time is money, and you've wasted enough. Sit down. Toracle hurried to his seat, bowing his head in apology. This wasn't just any firm. The Kunkuska firm was home to some of the most powerful figures in the demon world, including the 5th-ranked demon lord Marba and the 9th-ranked Paimon. As everyone settled, Ivar motioned toward Lapis, who had been standing quietly behind him. Lapis will explain the reason for this meeting, Ivar said, gesturing for her to step forward. Lapis moved forward, and as she did, murmurs of disgust rippled through the room. The other demons turned their noses up at her, making snide comments under their breath. A hybrid of a succubus and a human? What filth! One of them sneered. Ivar's gaze hardened. Silence. His voice cut through the chatter like a blade. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence, though Lapis remained visibly shaken. Go ahead and explain. Lapis hesitated for a moment before speaking. Dantalian has requested another loan, she said, her voice steady despite the tension. The room exploded into uproar. Toracle, already fuming from being summoned for what he assumed was a trivial matter, stood on his chair, his 2-foot frame trembling with fury. We were called for this. Another loan request? How much this time? Lapis met his gaze. He asked for 10,000 Libra. Gasps echoed around the room. Even the most composed of the demons looked stunned. Toracle, in disbelief, nearly fell off his chair. 10,000. That's enough to fund an entire country. Lapis nodded, and the room fell into stunned silence. She recalled the moment when Dantalian had made the absurd request. Could you repeat that? She had asked him, unable to believe what she had heard. You heard me right, Dantalian had said, his tone casual. I want to borrow 10,000 Libra, but you're already in debt 196 Libra. Why would we lend you more? She had asked, trying to wrap her mind around it. And that's exactly why I need more, Dantalian had replied, his smile unnervingly calm. Lapis had blinked in confusion. I don't understand. Dantalian's expression had shifted, becoming colder. Why did you lend me money in the first place? Everyone knows I'm seen as incompetent. So why? She had hesitated, trying to come up with a reason. No, that's not it, she had said, unsure of her own answer. He had laughed, a sound that sent chills down her spine. Oh, please. You never expected me to pay it back, did you? You wanted me to go bankrupt. To be your firm's little lapdog. That's what this was about, wasn't it? He had stepped closer, eyes gleaming. Am I wrong? Sweat had started to bead on her forehead. That's not the case, she had stammered, unable to maintain her composure. Dantalian had smirked, clearly enjoying her discomfort. Sure it isn't. But here's the deal. Lend me the 10,000 libra, and you'll own me for life. I'll be under your firm's control forever. Sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? Back in the meeting room, Torkel paced furiously, his small frame vibrating with rage. This is insane. We're talking about 10,000 libra here. That's a fortune, enough to buy loyalty from any demon in the world. Why would we give it to him? Ivar remained silent, watching the chaos unfold with an amused gleam in his eye. He finally spoke, his voice calm yet commanding. It seems Dantalian's plan is clear. But the question is, what do we do? Lapis, still feeling the weight of Dantalian's words, collected herself. It's a significant amount, but in return, he would belong to us. Completely. Ivar's eyes flickered with interest. Now, that's a tempting proposition. Lapis stood there, utterly speechless. The realization of what Dantalian was offering washed over her. A demon lord, bound to the firm like a dog? If she could pull this off, her promotion would be guaranteed. She could hardly believe it, and for a moment she remained frozen. Then Dantalian reached out, lifting her chin with a slow, deliberate motion. Well, he asked, his voice smooth and knowing. Will you go along with this? Her hand trembled as she grabbed his wrist and pushed it away from her face. Understood, she muttered, her tone as steady as she could manage. The scene faded back into the present, where Torkel, still red-faced with frustration, barked out. Why would we ever give him 10,000 libra when he can't even repay the 100 he already owes? Ivar, sitting calmly at the head of the table, chuckled. Good point, Torkel. Lapis, enlighten us. Taking a breath, Lapis began to recount Dantalian's bold claim. He said a plague is coming, something that will devastate the world. And he plans to create a cure, not for just anyone, but for the sake of someone dear to him. Torkel scoffed, narrowing his eyes. And who might that be? Lapis didn't flinch. That would be me. I am his mistress, after all. The room exploded into murmurs of disbelief. Eyes widened and shocked exclamations filled the air. What is she talking about? One demon shouted, while others shook their heads in disgust. I did all of this on my own, Lapis stated, trying to regain control of the room, but her words only fueled their anger. The demons sneered at her, hurling insults, their disdain for her mixed blood evident. A hybrid like you, getting this close to a demon lord? Ridiculous. Get out of here. Someone yelled, their words dripping with contempt. But Ivar only laughed, the sound booming through the room. His laughter was deep, rolling, shaking the very walls as he leaned back in his chair, thoroughly entertained. All of this, just to get a demon lord under our thumb. Oh, this is rich. He stood, his gaze sweeping the room. Not only has this so-called hybrid filth managed to insert herself into the largest company in the demon world, but she's defied her own fate too. Now she's the demon lord's mistress. A masterpiece if I've ever seen one. His grin stretched wide, and he gestured to Lapis. This firm runs on merit. Normally, we wouldn't give a single coin to someone like Dantalian. But this is an exception. Go back to the castle and tell him he'll get the 10,000 libra he's asking for. A week later, the city of merchants bustled with life. In the center of it all, Lapis held up a small herb, its green leaves catching the light. The merchant standing before her stared at it, his brow furrowed in confusion. You want us to collect every single one of these across the entire continent? He asked, clearly baffled by the request. That's exactly what I want, Lapis replied flatly, her expression unchanging. Those are Dantalian's orders. Your opinion isn't needed, just get it done. The merchant shook his head in disbelief. You're hiring hundreds of people to gather weeds? His words were laced with doubt, but Lapis didn't even pause as she walked away. She felt the stares of others burning into her, some mocking, others leering. Yet, none of it mattered. Her focus was unwavering. Fast forward to a month later. In Dantalian's castle, Lapis approached him while he sat at a desk, engrossed in a book. The herbs have been gathered, she said, her voice cutting through the quiet. They're secured in a storage facility with guards. Dantalian didn't look up, simply nodding. You've done well. Lapis frowned, clearly unsatisfied with his vague praise. You told me this was to prevent an epidemic. That's why you borrowed so much money. But now 80% of it has been spent on what seems like worthless herbs. What exactly are you planning? Dantalian finally closed the book and leaned back, a grin spreading across his face. Why don't you take a guess? I can't, she replied, exasperated. What is this all for? He shrugged, clearly amused by her frustration. Well, congratulations. You've done your job. I suppose we should celebrate with a toast. I'm not interested, she said, crossing her arms. Why would I? Dantalian's grin didn't falter. Are you really going to refuse? He teased, though his eyes sparkled with something darker. He poured a glass of wine and held it up. A toast to our future. Reluctantly, Lapis raised her glass, pressing it to her lips and taking a sip. Her eyes widened immediately as the taste hit her. What is this? She asked, startled. Dantalian chuckled, leaning forward. It's made from the herbs you've been collecting. Tastes pretty good, right? Lapis's face grew serious. You're not serious, are you? He laughed again, louder this time. Oh, I am. And by now, I'm sure you've convinced the firm that I've completely lost it, trying to make a cure for a plague no one's ever heard of. So it all makes sense, doesn't it? Lapis stared at him, even more confused than before. Wait, what? Dantalian's grin only widened as he raised his glass. Exactly. Dantalian glanced at Lapis with a calm demeanor and asked her for the date. She looked at him, slightly confused. It's June. Why do you need to know? He nodded as though everything made sense now. Good. It's time. Without offering further explanation, he pulled out an old pen and scribbled something onto a piece of paper. You won't need to come around for a while, he remarked, handing her the paper. I want you to go to this place and keep watch. Lapis raised an eyebrow at the note, frowning as she looked at his messy writing. Your handwriting is a disaster. Why send me there? What's this about? Dantalian let out a low chuckle. Just go, and soon enough it will all make sense. Before she could ask more, he added, I know you've been handling a lot. Think of this as a chance to take a break. A few days later, Lapis found herself at a bathhouse, removing her clothes with a frustrated sigh. I don't understand him or his reasons, she muttered under her breath, walking through the curtains into the bath. The whole situation felt off. Why had he sent her here, of all places? What was she supposed to discover? As she eased into the water, her thoughts drifted back to the note Dantalian had left her. It had mentioned symptoms of a plague, but she brushed the thought aside, blowing bubbles in the water. There's no way he's right about something like that, she whispered to herself, although unease started to creep in. Out of nowhere, a scream shattered the calm, making her sit up quickly. She jumped out of the water and rushed toward the noise. What happened? A panicked woman was kneeling by a child who had collapsed. Her voice was shaking as she explained. She just fell over. She's burning up. The child lay on the floor, her face drenched in sweat, her breathing labored. Lapis knelt down, her worry growing. What's hurting you? She asked gently. The girl whimpered. Everything. Lapis reached for her forehead, pulling back in alarm at how feverish she was. You're burning up. I'll take you to the clinic. But as she moved the girl's head, her heart stopped at the sight of a dark bruise forming on the girl's neck. It matched exactly what Dantalian had written in his note. Before she could fully grasp the situation, more screams echoed through the bathhouse. Women began collapsing, clutching themselves in agony. Later, at the clinic, the scene was chaotic. Nurses scrambled to attend to the growing number of patients. Lapis sat quietly, struggling to process everything. She muttered to herself, This can't be happening. No way. A man approached her, looking concerned. Are you feeling all right? You're the only one from the bathhouse who hasn't fallen ill. Lapis looked down, her mind racing. Why am I the only one unharmed? Then it hit her. The drink Dantalian had given her, made from the herbs she had gathered. She clenched her hands in realization. Dantalian had known about the plague. He knew all along. Weeks later, in a busy office, a fairy flew swiftly toward Torkel's room. She knocked nervously before entering and quietly apologized for the interruption. Torkel, deep in a conversation with Lady Paimon, the ninth-ranked demon lord, glared at her. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Paimon, unbothered, waved her hand. Let her speak. It must be important. The fairy quickly handed Torkel a sealed letter. This just arrived from headquarters. He opened the letter, but as he read, his face paled. The color drained from him as he stared at the words. He looked as if the blood had left his body. Paimon noticed immediately. What has happened? Torkel stammered as he tried to respond. There is an epidemic. The mortality rate is 80%. Paimon's eyes gleamed with interest. Let me see. She took the letter, her lips curling into a smile as she read it. Torkel, still shaken, asked, Is everything all right? Paimon stood, her voice filled with curiosity. This is quite fascinating. Meanwhile, the sky above Dantalian's castle rumbled with thunder. He stood by the window, watching the storm roll in. The storm is here, he muttered, watching as lightning illuminated the dark clouds. The door creaked open behind him, and Dantalian didn't need to turn to know who it was. Back so soon, he asked. I thought you would take your time. Did you manage to relax? Lapis stood in the doorway, her face pale and tense. You knew this was coming all along. Dantalian turned, raising an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Don't play games with me, Lapis snapped. An epidemic has broken out in Syracuse, and the herbs you had me collect, they're being used to make the cure. Dantalian looked at her for a moment before laughing, his voice growing louder as thunder roared outside. I have no idea what you mean. Lapis stared at him, her expression a mix of anger and disbelief. You knew, didn't you? Dantalian's laughter echoed through the room as he grinned at her, his eyes gleaming. I told you from the start. You just had to see it play out. She stood there, the realization hitting her like the lightning outside. He had been right all along. Dantalian sat quietly, thinking about what he knew from the game Dungeon Attack. The story in the game began in the year 1515, long after the plague had already swept through the world, leaving it in ruins. That plague had started 10 years earlier, in a bathhouse in Syracuse. It took an entire year before anyone even realized that the black herb could act as a cure, but at the time, no one cared about it. It was treated like worthless trash. In the game, Dantalian had entered during the epidemic year, and as soon as he saw the note from the firm that Lapis had delivered, he knew exactly what to do. It's thanks to her that I got the idea, he muttered to himself. The timing was perfect. He turned to Lapis. What does the firm think of all this? They're in chaos, she replied. They've called an emergency meeting. Dantalian nodded. I see. But why aren't you at the firm? Why did you come here instead? He paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he studied her. Let me guess. You're worried that going back would put you in danger. Her breath hitched. They'll believe that predicting a plague is impossible, so they'll assume someone intentionally spread it. The only question will be who and why, Dantalian continued, a dark smile creeping onto his face. And the only answer they'll find is you. Lapis took a step back, fear creeping into her eyes. Think about it. You've been seducing the demon lord. You told him you'd make me their obedient servant. And then by pure coincidence, you were in the same place the plague started. Not to mention you bought thousands of the special herb used to make the cure. Everything points to you being the mastermind behind this, and you know it. That's why you're here and not with them. His words sliced through her like a cold wind. Lapis began trembling as memories of her past surfaced. She had always been treated poorly for being a hybrid. All her hard work, all her efforts had been to prove a point that she could rise above it all. But now, faced with this reality, she could feel everything crumbling. She looked at Dantalian, her thoughts racing. Who is this man? She wondered. He's nothing like the demon lord I met before. She questioned whether this was the same man she had thought she could control. Dantalian, as if reading her thoughts, gave her one option. Kneel, become my servant, and I will grant you true power. His voice was calm, commanding. I will put you in charge of every transaction related to the cure. Lapis's eyes widened. The offer was unimaginable. Dantalian continued. The plague will ravage the world, and most people will die. Even those who despise you for being a crossbreed will come crawling for help. You, a hybrid who's been looked down on your whole life, will control the fate of hundreds of thousands. You'll hold power over life and death. He stepped closer. What will you do? Lapis's mind screamed at her not to give in, not to take his hand. But her heart pounded so loudly in her chest that she couldn't think straight. Her entire body felt frozen in place. Then a smirk appeared on her lips. Understood, she said, her voice barely above a whisper as she knelt before him. My life belongs to you now. She pressed her lips to his hand, sealing the oath. Dantalian smiled. Since you've given me everything, I will do the same for you. I will grant you the greatest of gifts. The scene cut to a week later. Lapis pushed a cart of food through the halls, her thoughts lingering on the oath she had sworn. It had been a week since she pledged her loyalty to Dantalian. She approached his chambers and knocked gently. I brought your meal, she called out, but there was no response. Slowly, she opened the door, only to find Dantalian passed out, drunk again. He had a habit of drinking himself to sleep. Lapis sighed as she looked at him. All he does is read, drink, and sleep. I still have no idea what's going on inside that head of his. The story shifted back to half a year ago, revealing what Dantalian had been like when Lapis first approached him with her own ambitions. He had been a far different man then, but something had clearly changed since those early days. Lapis stood before Dantalian, explaining that she was here on behalf of the firm. As she began to introduce herself, he cut her off with a sharp wave of his hand. Shut up. I couldn't care less about the name of a filthy mongrel like you. I'm Buse. She gritted her teeth, thinking how much of a scumbag he was. The way his eyes lit up at the mere mention of money disgusted her. That's when she began feeding adventurers like Leaf the idea that there was treasure hidden in the castle. She wanted Dantalian to suffer, to struggle until he came crawling to her for help. But what happened next went far beyond anything she had imagined. Now he held the fate of half the continent in his hands, yet there he was, sleeping like a baby. Already, letters had arrived from multiple countries, all desperate to negotiate the sale of medicine. So far, the firm had stayed quiet, not daring to make any sudden moves. The scene cut to Torkel, standing outside Ivor's room, nervously knocking. Is he inside? He asked. Ivor's voice came from within. Come in, Torukel. The goblin entered the room, immediately feeling uneasy at the strange assortment of items scattered everywhere. Ivar gestured to a seat. Sit, he commanded, eyes fixed on the goblin. Torkel sat, fidgeting slightly. What's the situation? Ivar asked, his tone cold. It's bad, Torkel began, struggling to keep calm. The plague is spreading fast. It's only a matter of time before it reaches the entire continent. Ivar remained unfazed. Our analysis suggests 30% of the population will die. Torkel's eyes widened. You can't be serious, he exclaimed. Surely that's a mistake. Ivar looked at him, his face completely void of humor. Have you ever known me to joke? Trading between all the lords and the firm has already been suspended as of today. The news shocked Torkel. His frustration boiled over, and he slammed his fist on the table. It's that mongrel's fault, he shouted. What happened to her? Have we found her yet? Ivar shook his head. No contact. It's safe to assume she's betraying the firm. According to reports, she was at the bathhouse where the plague began. She's been buying up all the herbs used for the cure. They'll think it was no coincidence. A low chuckle escaped Ivar's lips. They'll conclude the plague wasn't predicted. It was created. Torkel's eyes narrowed. You mean someone spread it on purpose? Ivar leaned back. Exactly. The question is who? Torkel rubbed his temples, trying to think it through. It can't be Lapis. She doesn't have that kind of power. He paused. Could it be Dantalian? Ivar shook his head. No. If Dantalian had that much power, he wouldn't have ended up in debt. Both he and Lapis are being used. Torkel's voice trembled slightly. Then who would have the ability to create and spread a disease like this? Ivar's expression darkened. There's only one being I know capable of such a thing. Torkel's entire body stiffened. You don't mean... Ivar nodded. Yes, the god of black magic and disease. The 8th-ranked demon lord, Barbados. Torkel's eyes widened with fear. It makes sense. Barbados has always hated humans. He started countless wars, and if the plague spreads, the humans will suffer far more than the demons. If things get bad enough, the human race might even go extinct. Ivar let out a sinister chuckle. That's a demon lord's true nature, after all. Torkel was still processing the gravity of the situation. If Barbados is behind this, what do we do? The firm has always had good relations with the demon lords. If we're going to confront him, we'll need solid proof. Ivar gave a wicked smile. Oh, we'll have more than enough evidence. Lapis and Dantalian will tell us everything we need to know. I already have plans in motion. They'll regret ever standing against us. Torkel looked shocked. Just then, a woman entered the room, calling out for Ivar. He glanced at the letter she held and began to laugh, the sound cold and menacing. "It's already happening," he muttered, opening the letter and laughing again once he read its contents. "Torkel, go to Paimon and tell her everything. She's the only one capable of standing against Barbados." Torkel nodded. "I understand. Paimon and Barbados have been enemies for ages. She'll want to help." Ivar's laughter grew louder. "Those fools dared to challenge me," he said, disappearing from his chair in an instant. He appeared behind the girl who had delivered the letter, biting into her neck with a cruel smile. "Lapis will make a perfect addition to my collection of living dolls." Back in Dantalian's castle, Lapis shook him awake, her voice urgent. "You need to wake up. We've been summoned." Dantalian groaned, rubbing his eyes. "What's the hurry?" he asked sleepily. "They've sent us summons," she repeated, her voice steady but filled with tension. Dantalian was thrown off balance by the suddenness of the summons, and Lapis wasn't much different. It wasn't common for something like this to happen out of nowhere. "Of Walpurgis night, for all the demon lords," she muttered, unable to hide her surprise. The scene shifted to lively festival music filling the air, as a group of witches flew through the night sky, their robes billowing behind them. Their voices rang out cheerfully as they sang. Dantalian's next on the list. One of them chimed with excitement. "I heard he's smitten with a hybrid." "So romantic." Another witch giggled. "A demon lord in love. Can you believe it? Bet he's a real sweetheart." The third witch, keeping her focus on her task, rolled her eyes. "Stop gossiping. We're almost there. Eyes forward, will you?" Back at the castle, Lapis stood impatiently, urging Dantalian. "We need to go now." "Hurry." Dantalian, unfazed by her urgency, gave a lazy glance. "Why the rush? Why should I bother going? And what's this Walpurgis night supposed to be anyway?" Lapis stared at him, her patience clearly wearing thin. "How can you not know? Haven't you ever been to one before?" Dantalian shook his head. "Not once." She let out a heavy sigh, realizing how out of touch he truly was. "It's a gathering where all demon lords and their followers meet to discuss world-altering matters. There's no fixed time for it, but almost every lord attends when it's called. It's how they maintain some form of balance in the world." Dantalian frowned slightly. "Sounds like a waste of time if you ask me." Lapis gave him a hard look. "This time, they'll be discussing the plague. The meeting is in Niflheim, at the firm's headquarters, no less. You hold the monopoly on the cure. If you don't attend, they'll have all the justification they need to move against you." Dantalian groaned in frustration, running a hand through his hair. He could already feel the weight of another problem on his shoulders. Fine, I'll go. If they're all gathering to talk, maybe we can figure something out." His eyes narrowed as he considered his next move. "This is why I invested so heavily in the cure, after all." He glanced at Lapis. "But how are we getting there? The firm doesn't want me around. They'll probably set up something to stop me along the way." Lapis nodded, already anticipating his concerns. "That's why I've taken precautions. Our transportation should be arriving any moment now." As if on cue, the lively music from earlier returned, filling the air as the witches from before descended gracefully from the sky. Their broomsticks hovered in perfect formation as they touched down in front of the castle, singing a welcoming tune. One of the witches stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for choosing our services, Lord Dantalian. We are the Burberry sisters, here to escort you safely to Niflheim." Dantalian looked at the witches, his eyebrows raising slightly. Aren't they a bit too young for this kind of task? Can they handle it? Lapis smiled faintly, as if she had expected the question. "Don't be fooled by their appearance. Witches who form contracts with demon lords stop aging. The fact that they still look so young is proof of their exceptional skill." Dantalian nodded in understanding, realizing his mistake. "All right, I see. I apologize for the misunderstanding." He turned to the witches, his tone formal now. "Thank you for accepting this task. I'm grateful for your assistance." The witches blushed at his words, clearly taken aback by the formality. Meanwhile, Lapis stood to the side, watching them carefully, her gaze colder than usual. Dantalian noticed her tension. "What's bothering you?" "It's nothing. Lapis replied quickly, though her eyes remained fixed on the witches. One of the Burberry sisters interrupted, creating a magical symbol in the air. A floating chair appeared beside a broomstick, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. "Your seat, Lord Dantalian." "We're ready to depart." Dantalian eyed the magical chair, his skepticism obvious, but there was no time for hesitation. He took the seat, and with that, the witches launched into the sky, their singing filling the night once more. "Thank you for flying with the Burberry sisters," they chorused as they soared higher, their voices bright and merry. The journey stretched on for hours. Soon, the grand city of Niflheim appeared beneath them, illuminated by the moon. The witches descended toward Hermes Square, where a massive statue stood watch over the bustling square below. One of the sisters turned to Dantalian as they landed. "It was a long trip, 6 hours in the air. I hope you're doing all right after the ride, Lord Dantalian." As the witches landed, Dantalian stretched his arms and looked toward them. "It must have been a rough trip for you all too," he said casually. "How about joining us for dinner?" Our way of saying thanks. The witches, clearly excited by the offer, almost jumped in unison. "We'd be honored," one of them exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "We know of a great spot nearby." "Lead the way," Dantalian responded with a slight smile, falling into step behind them. Lapis, however, was still tense. She leaned in and whispered, "What exactly are you doing? I'm tired and could use a drink," Dantalian replied, brushing off her concern. Seeing the worry still etched across her face, he added, "Don't worry. The firm wouldn't try anything in the middle of the city. They're not reckless enough for that." Lapis wasn't fully convinced but finally relented, nodding reluctantly. "All right, but stay sharp," she murmured. As they followed the Burberry sisters down the lively streets, laughter and conversation filled the air. Dantalian began to relax, taking in the cheerful atmosphere. "We're almost there," one of the witches called back as they neared their destination. Suddenly, a man's agonizing scream tore through the crowd. Dantalian's head snapped toward the sound, and his eyes narrowed at the sight before him. A man lay on the ground, being violently kicked by another. "This place is garbage," the attacker roared, his voice full of contempt. "Why bother with this pathetic business? Just disappear already." The man on the ground whimpered, apologizing repeatedly through labored breaths. Dantalian turned to Lapis, his eyebrow raised. "Who's the trash causing a scene in front of me?" Lapis sighed heavily. "That's Andromalius, the 72nd ranked demon lord. He's even lower ranked than you." Dantalian smirked at the revelation. "So that's Andromalius, huh? Interesting." Without warning, he snatched a random drink from a bystander, took a slow sip, and then raised the glass high. Without a word, he dropped it, letting it shatter on the ground. Lapis gasped, her voice sharp. "What are you doing?" Dantalian's eyes gleamed with mischief. "I think this trip is about to get a lot more entertaining." The backstory of the game flooded into view. The protagonist, once a child whose village was destroyed by a demon lord, had grown up to be a hero, determined to rid the world of demon lords. Andromalius, the very same demon lord now kicking the man in the street, was the one who had destroyed the protagonist's village. Dantalian chuckled inwardly, knowing that Andromalius still had time before that fateful event. "I'll enjoy this," he thought darkly. The sound of the shattering glass caught Andromalius's attention. He turned, glaring in Dantalian's direction. "What are you looking at?" he growled, his eyes narrowing with hostility. Dantalian smirked, amused by the situation. His silence only infuriated Andromalius further, who began storming toward him, fists clenched. "Think you're funny," he spat. "You won't be laughing for long." "Does he have any forces protecting him?" Dantalian asked, glancing briefly at Lapis. "Not that I'm aware of," she responded cautiously. "He spends most of his time in the casino, bullying anyone in sight. Even among demon lords, he's considered a disgrace." "Good to know," Dantalian muttered, his smirk widening. Andromalius approached, his steps heavy with rage. His ridiculous outfit only made the scene more absurd, though his size was certainly intimidating. As he noticed Lapis standing beside Dantalian, his eyes glinted with recognition. "So this must be the one everyone's been talking about," he sneered, his gaze lingering on her. Lapis stepped closer to Dantalian, her voice lowered to a whisper. "Don't do anything reckless. Conflicts between demon lords are complicated." "What do you mean?" Dantalian asked, still focused on Andromalius. Demon lords follow common law, Lapis explained quickly. There are only 72 of you, so instead of codified law, demon lords are bound by a different set of rules to keep peace. Common law forbids fights between demon lords. If you start something, you'll be punished. Dantalian nodded thoughtfully. I understand. As Andromalius stood before Dantalian, his size towering over him, he sneered down at him. Who the hell are you? Dantalian's response was instant and calm. Who I am doesn't matter. Watching you throw your weight around like this disgusts me. Why don't you just walk away before you embarrass yourself further? Andromalius's eyes widened in fury, his fist tightening. You want to die, don't you? Dantalian's smirk remained, calm and unwavering. I'd love to see you try. Fueled by rage, Andromalius pulled back his fist, ready to strike. Lapis, seeing what was about to unfold, rushed forward, intending to stop it. However, Dantalian raised his hand, signaling her to stay back. This is good, he said calmly, his eyes focused on Andromalius. All I need now is for him to throw the punch. Andromalius swung his fist but stopped just inches from Dantalian's face, a mocking grin spreading across his lips. Dantalian's expression darkened with annoyance as Andromalius laughed. I've been hearing whispers, Andromalius sneered, about a noble mingling with commoners and mongrels. I didn't expect to find that idiot right here in front of me. You sure do keep interesting company, Dantalian. Dantalian raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised at the display of awareness from the brute. And so what if I do? Close call. Andromalius chuckled. I nearly broke the law. You were trying to provoke me, weren't you? If I hadn't realized who you were, I might have hit you. But too bad I didn't fall for it. His laughter echoed in the street, full of smugness. Can't trick me that easily. Dantalian stayed silent, his eyes narrowing slightly. Satisfied with himself, Andromalius turned his attention to Lapis, his leer growing even more sinister. So this must be the mongrel who's managed to seduce a demon lord, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. She's got a pretty face, but she reeks of filth. He moved closer, his hand reaching out to grab her breast as she recoiled in disgust. How did a low-class creature like you manage to wrap him around your finger? Lapis gritted her teeth. Stop, she demanded, her voice steady despite her fear. Andromalius's face twisted into an ugly sneer as he touched her stomach, ignoring her completely. Maybe I'll try you out for myself, he said, his tone lewd. Just once, to see what all the fuss is about. Dantalian remained where he was, his expression unreadable as Andromalius taunted her. The brute then turned back to Dantalian, grinning wickedly. The common law only applies between demon lords, I can do whatever I want to this little mongrel. Before anyone could react, Andromalius threw his fist into Lapis's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Gasps rippled through the crowd as Andromalius roared with laughter. See? I can hit anyone who isn't a demon lord, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Lapis lay on the ground dazed as Andromalius continued laughing, his voice growing more manic with every second. I'll beat her senseless, use her however I want, and give her back to you when I'm done. Filthy as she is, I'll still take good care of her. Dantalian stood motionless, his eyes fixed on Andromalius but saying nothing. Andromalius reveled in the silence, turning to the crowd. Look at me. It doesn't matter if it's a woman or a child. Equal rights, equal fights. His voice boomed through the street. Bow down and kneel before me, or end up like this mongrel. The crowd was frozen in fear, no one daring to speak. Andromalius, feeding off the silence, sneered at Lapis, who lay motionless on the ground. He lifted his foot and began stomping her mercilessly. She screamed in pain as the brutal kicks landed. This is great. Andromalius howled, grinning as he continued to beat her. He glanced over at Dantalian. How's it feel, watching your little pet get torn apart right in front of you? You can't lift a finger, can you? He roared with laughter again, turning back to the crowd. Say my name. I'm the one who stands at the top of the world. Andromalius continued his grandstanding until Dantalian began to chuckle softly. The sudden sound silenced Andromalius, who turned back, glaring. What's so funny? He growled. Dantalian met his eyes, still smirking. It's amusing listening to you go on about how powerful you are. But I'm curious, how many of these people actually follow you willingly? Andromalius snarled in confusion. What kind of pathetic question is that? If they don't follow me, I'll make them. Dantalian tilted his head slightly, his smirk growing. "Tell me, has there ever been anyone you've truly overpowered with force alone?" Andromalius opened his mouth to retort, but his eyes flickered to Lapis, who was now standing back on her feet. She was bruised but unharmed, her eyes burning with a cold fury as she glared at him. Enraged, Andromalius bared his teeth. "You should have stayed down and enjoyed the beating," he roared. "Do you want to die that badly?" He swung his arm, aiming to strike her again, but Lapis didn't flinch. His fist connected with her cheek, but she remained standing, unmoved. Shock crossed Andromalius's face, but it quickly turned to fury. "What are you glaring at, you filthy mongrel?" He raised his hand to backhand her, but she still didn't fall. "Don't get cocky," he screamed, hitting her again and again, frustration mounting with each blow. But Dantalian remained calm, a slight chuckle escaping him as he watched. "You don't understand, do you?" he said softly. "Lapis grew up in the slums, beaten and abused every day. Your fists are nothing to her." Andromalius's rage peaked as he continued to pummel Lapis, but it was no use. She didn't flinch. She didn't fall. She simply stared back at him, a defiant fire burning in her eyes. "I'm the king of this world," Andromalius shrieked, throwing punch after punch. Dantalian sighed lightly, his expression unreadable. "Sorry about this." He grabbed a nearby knife, holding it up with a glint in his eye. "But I'll be borrowing this for a moment." Lapis remained standing, defiant, despite Andromalius's relentless blows. He couldn't comprehend it. How was she still on her feet? The way she kept glaring at him sent him into a rage. His thoughts spiraled, and he decided in that moment she had to die. Right here. Right now. Before he could make a move, Dantalian's voice rang out, sharp and clear. Andromalius turned to face him, but it was already too late. A flash of steel cut across his face, slicing right over his eyes. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Andromalius as he clutched his face and collapsed to his knees, howling in agony. Dantalian's voice was calm, yet cold. "What use are your eyes if you can't even see the strength of the person you're picking a fight with?" Lapis, still in shock, stared at him. "Do you realize what you've done?" she asked, her voice filled with worry. Dantalian wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. "You did well," he whispered. His voice softened as he hugged her tightly. "Thank you truly, from the bottom of my heart." He gently pulled back and raised her hand. "Hold out your left hand," he said softly. "I wanted to give this to you on a more fitting occasion, but right now you're shining brighter than anyone else." Lapis, taken aback, watched in awe as he slid a ring onto her finger. "What is this?" she whispered. "Don't say anything yet," Dantalian replied. "Just watch." He raised her hand high, turning to the crowd. "People of Niflheim," his voice boomed. "I am Dantalian, the 71st ranked demon lord. And the person standing next to me is the one I love. Though we may come from different statuses, and even though it may be forbidden, I love her." And this man, he gestured toward Andromalius, who was writhing on the ground, "hurt the one I love." The crowd watched, stunned into silence as Dantalian's words echoed through the square. Can such an injustice be forgiven? Dantalian's voice grew heavier with emotion. "I cannot forgive it. Not even as a demon lord." The people were shocked. He had just openly admitted to breaking the common law for the sake of his lover. "Lapis," he said softly, "step back. This is where things get interesting." As Lapis retreated, Dantalian addressed the crowd again. "How long will you allow yourselves to be ruled by an unreasonable demon lord? How long will you submit to him? Is this what you truly want? If justice exists in this world, then surely Andromalius must face judgment." Andromalius, still clutching his face, growled through his pain. "Shut up and listen," he snarled, trying to regain control. "You're one rank above me, nothing more. Just a small fry, getting carried away." His laugh was bitter and twisted. "You're the one who broke the law. They'll come for you. And if they don't, I will kill every last one of them." He glared through the blood seeping from his eyes. "You have no right to judge me." Dantalian chuckled, a low mocking sound. "Oh, Andromalius," he said, shaking his head. "You're so very wrong." The crowd fell silent again as Dantalian turned his gaze to them. "In the name of the demon lords, I will pass judgment on this man." He paused, letting his words sink in. "But I leave the verdict to you, the people. It is you who will decide." The crowd, stunned by his words, remained speechless. He continued, his tone growing more powerful. The reason demon lords survive is because of the people. Andromalius was simply born into power, without understanding what it truly means. Instead of fulfilling his duties, he spends his time drinking, gambling, and abusing the weak. Is this what a demon lord should be? The crowd began to murmur, unsure. Dantalian pressed on. The world doesn't exist for the likes of him. It exists for you, the people, for this land, for your future. Does a man like him truly deserve to live? Now is the time for the true heroes of Niflheim to rise. Andromalius, struggling to stay conscious, growled again. "Shut up," he bellowed, his voice cracking with desperation. "Didn't you hear me? Get him. Capture him now, you worthless fools." But no one moved. Dantalian's eyes gleamed as he watched Andromalius flail. "Why so panicked, Andromalius? You're acting desperate." His voice was calm but taunting. "Could it be because of the small wound I gave you? It terrifies you, doesn't it? You can't see them. That's why you're so afraid." Andromalius screamed again, his voice raw. "Shut up! Shut up!" he cried, but the panic in his voice was unmistakable. Dantalian stood over Andromalius, watching as his body trembled in fear. "You know what this means, right?" Dantalian's voice dripped with mockery. "If someone were to kill you now, you wouldn't even know who did it." Andromalius, his rage boiling over, shouted, "Shut up!" But his voice wavered, a pitiful echo of his former arrogance. He kept repeating himself like a broken record until suddenly his body jerked. A knife had found its mark, sinking into his back. He spun around, blind and desperate. Who's there?" he cried out, but of course he couldn't see a thing. Dantalian stepped forward, placing a hand on Andromalius's shoulder. His voice was calm, but with a dangerous edge. "Everything's gone exactly as I planned," he whispered, leaning in closer. "Consider this your final lesson in humility." Andromalius's breathing grew ragged. What do you mean?" he stammered, his fear palpable. The sound of footsteps began to echo in the square. The villagers, their anger simmering, were closing in. Andromalius, realizing his peril, screamed at them, "Kill Dantalian! Kill him now!" But the villagers ignored his pleas. They gathered behind him, the same people he had once tormented, now ready to exact their revenge. Andromalius's voice cracked as he tried to reason with them. "Stop. Think about what you're doing," he begged, but his words fell on deaf ears. Dantalian turned back to Lapis and the Berberis sisters. "He reaps what he sows," Dantalian said coldly, brushing off the moment. "It's karma, pure and simple. His end is well-deserved." He cast a final glance over his shoulder. "Let's go. It's over." As they walked away, they glanced back one last time to witness Andromalius's fate. The villagers swarmed him, and his screams echoed through the square until they faded into nothing. After a brief silence, Dantalian sighed. "I'm exhausted," he muttered. "Dinner will have to wait for another time." The sisters, though clearly disappointed, nodded in understanding. "That's all right," one of them said softly. "You should rest, Lord Dantalian." As they began walking again, Dantalian's sharp gaze caught something amiss. "Wait," he said, pausing. "Is one of you missing?" One of the sisters sighed and rolled her eyes. "It's Beat Rick again. She's wandered off as usual." Dantalian narrowed his eyes for a moment, but then shook his head. "Never mind. It's fine," he said dismissively, though there was something calculating in his tone. "But I do have an important question for you all." Before they could respond, the scene shifted to Beat Rick, now alone and laughing to herself in the shadows. "That was quite a spectacle," she murmured, a gleam of mischief in her eyes. "Next time, it'll be even bigger," at the firm. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, Torkel hurried down a dimly lit hallway. His expression was tense, his mind clearly elsewhere. "Walpurgis night is tomorrow, and I still haven't been able to reach Ivar for over a week," he muttered under his breath. Reaching the door to Ivar's chamber, he knocked, but there was no response. Frustrated, he pushed the door open. "Ivar, have you returned?" he called out into the empty room. But there was no sign of Ivar. Torkel frowned, growing more anxious. Where could he be? Just then, soft laughter echoed from the corner of the room. Torkel spun around, startled, and spotted Beat Rick sitting by the window, a sly smile playing on her lips. Her voice, however, was not her own, it was Ivar's. "Had you been keeping an eye on the firm, Torkel?" Ivar's voice emerged from her lips, sending a chill through the room. Torkel's heart raced as Ivar himself suddenly appeared from the shadows. landing with a graceful leap in front of a coffin. I took the liberty of observing Dantalian and Lapis personally, Ivar said smoothly, his tone unreadable. What I saw was quite enlightening. Torkel, regaining his composure, asked, "Did you find anything out?" Ivar chuckled darkly. "They never spoke directly about it," he admitted, "but I did learn something of value in Hermes Square." Torkel, now curious, pressed further. "And what did you learn?" "I underestimated Dantalian," Ivar said with a sinister grin. "But his weakness is clear. It's Lapis. He's lost in the struggle of love, and that makes him vulnerable." Ivar turned, running his hand along the surface of the coffin. "Now, give me an update on Paimon," he ordered casually. "She will support us as much as she can," Torkel replied, his tone steady. "Good," Ivar said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. He climbed into the coffin, letting a swirling purple aura envelop him. "It's been centuries since I've looked forward to something this much," he murmured as he transformed and came out. The next day, Walpurgis night arrived. The tension in the air was thick as knights stood guard in a grand plaza, the towering palace looming over them. The first of the demon lords had arrived. A lavish carriage came to a halt, and as its door opened, servants bowed low. "Thank you for the warm welcome." Paimon's voice flowed like silk as she gracefully stepped onto the red carpet, her presence commanding. Her appearance turned heads. She was captivating, exuding both beauty and authority. With a calm, regal smile, she turned to one of her servants. "Have the arrangements with Ivar been completed?" "Yes, my lady," the servant replied, bowing deeply. Everything went as planned. Paimon scanning the scene as though something immediately rubbed her the wrong way. "Too early. No one worth looking at," she muttered, her gaze sharp. As she adjusted her posture, the ground beneath her rumbled violently. Suddenly, a servant cautioned everyone as Barbados' Courage arrived. Wild-eyed horses charged in, dragging a carriage that screeched to a halt, kicking up dust. The doors slammed open, and Barbados stormed out, rubbing her back. Sitting that long kills me." Her eyes immediately locked onto Paimon, and her lip curled. "I knew it. There's a stench of filth around here." Paimon glanced over without missing a beat, her eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. "Barbados, still as sharp-tongued as ever, I see." Barbados' eyes darkened, her voice seething. "And I hear you're still as loose as ever, Paimon." Paimon raised her chin, unbothered. "Maybe try acting your age, though I suppose being trapped in a child's body forever makes that difficult." Barbados' fist clenched, her patience nearing its end. "I'm ready to settle this now." Just as the tension built, another carriage rolled in, pulling focus from their heated exchange. Inside Dantalian's carriage, Lapis sat with her hands resting tightly in her lap, her anxiety unmistakable. "I don't think I can go in," she admitted quietly, her usual confidence fading. Dantalian, leaning back, regarded her with a sigh. "You? Nervous? That's not like you." His voice was soft but carried a teasing undertone. "There's a ball before the meeting. If you don't go with me, I'll be standing there like an idiot." "Is that what you want?" Lapis didn't respond immediately, her gaze fixed on the window, the weight of her thoughts making her silent. "Is this about what I said yesterday?" Dantalian asked, watching her closely. "You know, I didn't have much of a choice." A faint blush crept across Lapis's face, but she remained quiet. Leaning forward slightly, Dantalian continued, his voice more reassuring. "Look, tonight's event is for demon lords and high-ranking demons, yes, but you're my fiancée now. You belong here, just like anyone else. And besides, we're the talk of the realm right now." His grin returned, filled with light-hearted confidence. "Don't want to disappoint the crowd, do you?" Lapis's cheeks grew warmer, but her mind was still tangled with thoughts of everything that had happened recently. Yesterday's events, the looming discussions about the plague, the potential for war. How could Dantalian remain so calm, so in control, while the world around them seemed ready to unravel? As the carriage came to a halt, Dantalian straightened up, offering his hand. "Looks like we're here." Before she could think, Lapis quickly moved to get out first. "Let me go ahead," she insisted. Dantalian waved her off with a slight chuckle, extending his hand again. "Let's make an entrance." "You ready?" Hesitating briefly, Lapis stepped out beside him. She kept her distance at first, but his casual demeanor made her fall into step with him. Cold as usual, Dantalian teased, his smile playful as they walked. Lapis glanced around nervously. "There are other lords here," she murmured, feeling the weight of their eyes on her. No, Dantalian replied without missing a beat. His gaze had already found two figures standing ahead of them, Paimon and Barbados. Without hesitation, he led Lapis toward them, bowing with an air of grace. "It's a pleasure to meet you both." Barbados scowled, her contempt clear. "Spare me. Don't talk to me, trash." Dantalian's expression didn't change, his smile never faltering. "Apologies if I've offended you. I'm still new to all this, and meeting such powerful figures is overwhelming." Barbados snarled slightly, but stormed off, muttering under her breath, "It's no big deal." Lapis watched in disbelief. Barbados never walked away so easily. Something about Dantalian's calm demeanor had thrown her off, but what? As Barbados strode away, she couldn't suppress a grin. Not even a flicker of fear, she thought, amused. "So, this is Dantalian." Paimon, observing the exchange, finally turned to Dantalian, her smile far more genuine than Barbados' sneer. "I've heard quite a lot about you," she said, her gaze drifting briefly toward Lapis. "And this must be your fiancé." Lapis, immediately lowering herself into a respectful kneel, replied softly, "It's an honor." Paimon chuckled, waving off the gesture. "No need to be so formal, Lapis. You're fine." Lapis glanced up at Paimon, who had her fan placed delicately under her chin. "Your face is quite beautiful," Paimon teased, her laughter soft but cutting. Dantalian, ever quick on his feet, sensed an opportunity. "No one could ever compare to Lady Paimon's beauty," he said smoothly, adding a playful grin. Paimon's eyes twinkled as she folded her fan, leaning closer. "Such a sweet thing to say." "You're quite handsome yourself," she whispered, her voice low enough for only him to hear. "We'll have to find time to chat later." She shot him a knowing smile before striding off, leaving Dantalian chuckling. "Well, that was entertaining," Dantalian murmured, watching Paimon disappear into the crowd. He then glanced over at Lapis, who looked visibly pale. "What's wrong?" he asked, concerned. Inside the grand palace, the halls were filled with demons draped in fine suits and elegant gowns. Dantalian took it all in, smiling at the lavishness. "This is impressive," he remarked. "But have you noticed, Lapis?" She nodded, her voice uneasy. "Yes." "They all seem indifferent at first glance, but they're watching us." Her eyes scanned the room nervously. "We're being observed." Dantalian grinned inwardly, amused by the attention. "Feels like we're caged animals, doesn't it?" he whispered to himself. The way everyone stared at them, as if they were rare creatures on display, made him feel the tension thickening. Like predators sizing up prey, he mused, his eyes glinting with calculated amusement. "Are all these people tied to the firm?" he asked Lapis, keeping his tone casual despite the pressure in the air. "I don't know," she admitted. "Only the upper management and the boss would have that information. But from what I've seen, about 40% are aligned with Lady Paimon, and another 40% with Barbados. The remaining 20% are either loyal to Lord Marba or unaffiliated." Dantalian processed the information, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "I see. Makes me wonder how many of them are playing the firm's game." Suddenly, the lights cut out, plunging the room into total darkness. Panicked voices filled the air, demons shouting that they couldn't see. Amidst the confusion, Dantalian's sharp eyes caught sight of something. Blue flames, small but numerous, floating eerily above the guests. He turned toward the sound of approaching footsteps. The voice that followed cut through the chaos like a blade. "Welcome, everyone," Ivor's smooth, authoritative tone rang out. "It is an honor to preside over this meeting tonight." Dantalian's grin grew wider as he finally laid eyes on Ivor. "So this is him," Dantalian thought, confirming his identity with Lapis. "That's Ivar, isn't it?" Lapis nodded, her expression unreadable. "Yes, that's him. The richest demon in the world, and an ancient vampire. Because of you, I had to betray him, my former employer." Dantalian's eyes sparkled with mischief as he chuckled under his breath. So the boss himself has made his entrance." His amusement only deepened as Ivor's gaze fell upon Lapis. Despite being a mongrel, Ivor's voice dripped with venom. "You've managed to outsmart me and become the lover of a demon lord. What a dreadful woman you are." His eyes darkened. "But this is where it ends. I will enjoy watching your downfall." Ivar then raised his voice, declaring, "Let the Walpurgis night begin." Barbados, clearly unimpressed, cut him off with a loud belch, slamming her drink onto the table. "Enough with the speech, old man. I just had a long trip, and I need more drinks if you expect me to sit through this." Dantalian couldn't help but laugh quietly at her antics. Barbados never changes. Ivar, trying to maintain his composure, bowed slightly. "I understand how you feel, Lady Barbados. Are you challenging me?" Barbados interrupted, her eyes narrowing, daring him to continue. Ivar wisely backed down, his gaze flicking toward Paimon for support. Paimon stepped forward with a look of mild disdain. "Barbados, you need to know your place. It's shameful that we're of the same race." Her voice was sharp, and her words hung in the air like a reprimand. Barbados sneered, grabbing another bottle and taking a swig before hurling it toward Paimon. The bottle shattered at her feet, glass scattering across the polished floor. "Go home and play with your centaur, Paimon," Barbados spat, clearly enjoying herself. Paimon's fan snapped open with a flick of her wrist. "You're acting like a child, Barbados. Your mind hasn't outgrown your body." Her voice was cool and collected. "Adults understand etiquette. Perhaps that's why you never will." The room grew tense as the demons around them waited for Barbados's next move. Barbados's face contorted in anger as she glared at Paimon. "That's it. Time to settle this," she growled, her fists clenched, magical energy beginning to surge around her. Paimon chuckled, unfazed. "Getting angry now, are we?" Barbados's expression darkened, and the two began releasing their powers, the air thickening with tension. Just as the heat between them reached its peak, a voice rang out. "Enough. Both of you should calm down for a moment." They turned, their irritation evident, to see who had interrupted. Standing there was Marbus, the fifth-ranked demon lord, his presence commanding. Both Barbados and Paimon clicked their tongues in unison and reluctantly backed down. "Let Ivar continue," Marbus said firmly. Ivar, watching the exchange, gave a nod of respect, as expected of Lord Marbus. "Now, with all the key players here, we can proceed." He grinned slightly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Dantalian's hand began to tremble slightly. Lapis, noticing his unease, whispered, "What's wrong?" Dantalian, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, smiled. "This is the real power of the high-ranking demon lords. If I make even one mistake, they'll tear me apart." His voice carried a hint of excitement, a dangerous edge. He glanced around the room, eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. "If I were Ivar, I'd have these high-ranking lords all wrapped around my finger," he thought, picturing his opponents cornered. But despite the excitement, something gnawed at him. Something about this whole setup felt off. Ivar scanned the room, a smirk playing on his lips. Paimon seemed to notice it too, and she spoke up. "Before we dive into tonight's agenda, there's something important everyone should know." Ivar's grin widened as he gestured for Paimon to continue. "Go ahead, Paimon. Tell them." Paimon's eyes flicked to Dantalian before she addressed the room. "I'm sure everyone's aware by now. This morning, Andromalius was found dead, brutally mutilated." The room murmured in shock, although some of the reactions seemed unnecessary. Paimon, unfazed, continued. "It wasn't an accident. Andromalius was murdered." The gasps grew louder, though Dantalian found the display slightly amusing. Obviously, he thought, a body with 40 weapons sticking out of it? Did they think it was a misunderstanding? Lapis and Dantalian watched closely, wondering if they were about to be singled out. Marbus's expression turned serious as he asked, "Are you certain of this?" Paimon nodded. "Yes, there is solid evidence." "And do you know who the culprit is?" Marbus pressed. Paimon's voice was clear. "It was the people of Niflheim." The room shifted, a ripple of surprise moving through the crowd, but Paimon didn't stop. "There's more. They were incited to do it by someone who's here in this room with us right now." Lapis tensed, her heart racing. Dantalian leaned in slightly, whispering to her, "Don't worry. Paimon's trying to crush me, but she's stretching it too far. Ivar and Paimon are in this together. They know what happened yesterday. They've been watching us." As Dantalian's thoughts spun, a realization dawned on him. How long have they been watching? His mind raced through the possibilities. From the moment we left the castle. He glanced at Paimon, his grin returning. Now it makes sense. Ivar, breaking the tension, turned to Paimon. "So tell us, who incited the people to kill Andromalius?" Paimon tapped her fan against her palm, her eyes gleaming as she turned toward Dantalian. It was none other than the 71st ranked demon lord, Dantalian. The room collectively turned to look at him. Some stared in disbelief, Others murmured among themselves. A demon lord killing one of their own? That's unheard of. Ivar raised a hand, silencing the room. Quiet. His tone left no room for argument. Marbus, his face grave, stepped forward. I want this confirmed. If what Paimon says is true, this could shake the entire demon world. He locked eyes with Paimon. Are you swearing upon the truth? Paimon nodded solemnly. I swear upon it all. I hereby accuse Dantalian of this crime. Propose we hold a hearing to decide his fate. Ivar grinned, clearly enjoying the show. I've already prepared the witnesses. There's no way Dantalian can escape now. Dantalian, standing firm under the weight of the accusations, remained silent, but his eyes glinted with something unspoken. He knew they were playing a dangerous game, and he had no intention of being devoured easily. Marbus looked directly at Dantalian, his voice calm but authoritative. Do you have any objections to what has been said? Ivar, still grinning with satisfaction, shifted his gaze to Lapis, his stare lingering far too long, making her visibly uneasy. Dantalian, however, didn't flinch. No objections, he said smoothly, his voice calm yet laced with a hidden edge. Everything Paimon said is true. The room collectively froze in shock. Paimon and Ivar exchanged quick, puzzled glances. This wasn't the reaction they had expected. Paimon stepped forward, narrowing her eyes. Excuse me? Did you just admit to orchestrating Andromalius's murder? Dantalian remained unfazed, offering a slight nod. Yes, exactly as you said. Confusion swept across the room, but for Dantalian, everything was suddenly falling into place. The puzzle pieces that had been scattered in his mind clicked together. His smile broadened ever so slightly. I see now, he thought. Ivar's plan isn't just about Andromalius. It's about something much bigger. He quickly pieced together what was happening. Ivar and Paimon were working together, using Andromalius's death as a pretext. The real goal? To dismantle him, Dantalian, and seize the cure for the plague. They knew what had transpired yesterday, but what they couldn't have predicted was his sudden encounter with Andromalius. They were watching from the very beginning, he realized, and the key was Beatrick from the Burberry sisters. She disappeared right when things got interesting, didn't she? But even knowing they had been watching him, another question gnawed at him. Why go through all of this effort? If they had Paimon's backing, a direct attack would have been the obvious move. It wasn't adding up. And then it hit him. It wasn't about what they could do. It was about what they couldn't do. His eyes darted around the room. From the moment they arrived, people had been staring at him, but now he understood. It wasn't because of him. They thought he was connected to something, or rather, someone. Barbados, he thought, grinning inwardly. They think Barbados, the god of black magic and disease, is the one behind all of this, and they assume I'm her puppet. He let out a small chuckle. It all made sense now. They hadn't attacked directly because they feared provoking Barbados, which could lead to a war. By setting up this elaborate charade, they hoped to push him into a corner, forcing him to confess or implicate himself. If he denied it, they'd pin the plague on him anyway, execute him, and seize the cure for themselves. If he admitted it, they'd make him out to be Barbados's lackey and have the entire demon world against him. Quite the cunning plan, Dantalian whispered, his respect for Ivar growing, if only slightly. He's smarter than most of the others I've dealt with. But there was something else to consider. If Barbados wasn't on their side, what about Marbus? He quickly dismissed the idea. Marbus was far too powerful and direct to bother with such scheming. If he suspected Barbados, he would have confronted her outright. That meant it was only Ivar and Paimon orchestrating this. They think just the two of them are enough to bring me down, Dantalian thought, his grin turning almost predatory. They're going to learn the hard way that they're out of their league. Ivar, still relishing the moment, spoke up again, making sure to clarify the situation. So, just to be certain, you're agreeing with everything Paimon has said? Dantalian's gaze turned cold, his voice sharp. Are you hard of hearing? I've already confirmed it twice. Should I start worrying about your memory, or is your age finally catching up to you? Ivar blinked, caught off guard by Dantalian's biting tone. A slip of the tongue, I assure you, he replied, though internally he was reeling. What is this fool up to? Dantalian smiled to himself. He knew exactly what they were thinking, but their attempts to outsmart him were about to unravel in front of everyone. Dantalian stood tall, his expression calm but calculating. I have my reasons for everything I've done. Let's proceed with the hearing as planned, and I'll explain everything. He glanced at Ivar, who nodded with a feigned sense of understanding. But Dantalian wasn't fooled. There's one more thing, Dantalian continued, his voice sharp. You're pretending this is a fair process, but we all know you've got the upper hand, sitting comfortably in your special seats. It's time to level the playing field. Dantalian called out to Marbus, addressing him directly. This is a dispute between demon lords, and it only makes sense that another demon lord should act as the judge. I respectfully request that you take on this role. Marbus, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and turned to Ivar. Do you think this situation is too complex for you to handle? If so, I'll be taking over as host. Is that acceptable? Ivar's smile faltered slightly, but he bowed. Of course, he replied, though internally he was seething. This wasn't going as he had planned. Marbus then addressed Paimon, who gave a dismissive wave. I don't mind, she said, her voice indifferent. Stepping forward, Marbus declared, I will take on a role of judge. Dantalian, as the accused, you will have the chance to prove your innocence. Step forward. Dantalian nodded, his confidence unshaken. He glanced at Lapis. Is everything I asked for prepared? She nodded. Yes, it's ready. Good. Watch closely when I give the signal, Dantalian said, his smile widening. Lapis couldn't help but wonder why he was grinning in such a situation. Dantalian's eyes locked on Paimon. Let's see how this little game of wits unfolds, he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. Paimon smirked. I'm glad you're ready to face this hearing, she said, her tone almost mocking. Nothing to worry about, Dantalian replied casually. After all, I've been wanting to have a good long conversation with you. To Dantalian, this felt like a medieval duel, one where they would risk everything until only one remained standing. Marbus's voice broke through his thoughts. The hearing will now begin. After hearing both sides, the decision will be made by a majority vote. Dantalian chuckled under his breath. Sounds like something they'd come up with, he muttered, surveying the room. He could see the bias clearly, especially among those loyal to Paimon. About 40% of the attendees were aligned with her. But that's irrelevant, he thought. Strength isn't my game. Strategy is. In terms of raw power, Dantalian knew he was no match for Paimon. She could crush him without breaking a sweat. But he had something far more dangerous, his intellect. And that's where my advantage lies, he mused, his thoughts turning to the game, Dungeon Attack. He recalled using his appraisal skill back during the tutorial, when it was maxed out. It had allowed him to read minds, to know everything about his opponents. Now, at level 1, it was far more limited, showing only how much people liked him. But that was more than enough to turn the situation in his favor. Marbus gestured toward Paimon. You may begin the questioning. Paimon nodded, her gaze sharp. Yesterday, you were at Hermes Square, and despite knowing that Andromalius was a demon lord, you convinced the people to kill him. Is that correct? Dantalian smirked. You're right, but let me be a little more precise. Before the people killed him, I personally slashed Andromalius's eyes, blinding him. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Marbus's surprise was visible, and whispers spread quickly among the demon lords. Someone muttered, has he forgotten the common law? Dantalian's voice cut through the murmurs like a knife. Whether they killed him or not, it doesn't matter. Demon lord or not, I would have ripped that trash's heart out and cut off his head myself. The room fell silent, shocked by his brutal admission. Even Lapis looked visibly worried. Paimon's confident demeanor faltered for a moment, and Ivar let out a low chuckle. You've lost it completely, haven't you? Ivar taunted, his laughter echoing in the hall. The atmosphere shifted, and Dantalian could feel his favorability dropping. He wasn't here to win their admiration. He was here to dismantle them. Paimon, though disturbed, managed to regain her composure. Calling another demon lord trash isn't exactly appropriate, Dantalian. You should choose your words more carefully. Dantalian sneered. I don't plan on being careful. Andromalius was trash, and I'll call him that over and over again. Trash like him deserved nothing less than death. The gasps returned, louder this time, as more demons began to turn against him. The whispers grew into murmurs of disbelief. He's lost his mind, someone exclaimed. Paimon's eyes narrowed. You're going too far. Andromalius, for all his faults, was still one of us. Dantalian's gaze darkened, locking onto Paimon's. Andromalius was nothing but a disgrace. Even dead, he wasn't punished enough. I hope the demons in hell are ripping him apart, bit by bit. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence, but Dantalian wasn't finished. And you, Paimon, you specifically protected that piece of filth. Why? What was your reason? Paimon's calm facade shattered. She clenched her fists, but before she could respond, Dantalian's words cut deeper. You shielded him. You defended Trash. And for what? Favorability dropped even further. Whispers of insanity and madness filled the room as Dantalian's reputation plummeted. But Dantalian wasn't concerned. He knew what he was doing. This wasn't a battle for favor, it was a game of survival. And he was going to win. Paimon's voice cut through the tension. Dantalian, you need to change your tone immediately, just like last time. Her reprimand was sharp, and the room's favorability toward him plummeted again, with hundreds of windows popping up, reflecting the negative shift. Dantalian, unfazed, remained still. But even Marbus stepped forward, looking displeased. This is a noble gathering, Marbus said sternly. Paimon is right. Watch your mouth, Dantalian. Do you understand? Dantalian's lips curled into a smirk, and he bowed slightly, his tone almost mocking. I'm truly sorry. I couldn't control my emotions. More disapproving murmurs echoed through the hall as Dantalian's favorability tanked even further. But in his mind, this was exactly what he wanted. His eyes flickered toward Barbados, whose favorability toward him had actually increased. That was his target all along. He knew Paimon held sway over 40% of the room, while Marbus controlled 20%. The other 40%, they were all under Barbados's influence. If he could secure Barbados's support, he could win this hearing. The plan was simple. Piss off Paimon, throw the room into chaos, and align with Barbados. Barbados probably wants to take a shot at Paimon anyway, Dantalian thought. But instead, I'll be the one to crush her. With his plan firmly in motion, Dantalian straightened up, putting on an air of humility. I offer my deepest apologies, Paimon. And not just to you. I extend that apology to everyone here tonight. The room fell silent, confused by his sudden change in tone. Dantalian, reading the mood perfectly, continued, I mean no disrespect. I'm young, immature, and I lack self-control. I'm just the 71st ranked demon lord. I have no titles, no grand achievements. I'm nobody. Marbus crossed his arms, clearly irritated but also intrigued. What was Dantalian playing at? I would never dare raise a hand against the elderly or harm a child simply because they didn't greet me properly, Dantalian added, throwing a cryptic remark that left everyone puzzled. Marbus frowned. What are you talking about? Dantalian's eyes darkened. It seems you don't know. The number of people Andromalius killed, 54 innocent souls. Among them were 12 children. He forced a 10-year-old to drink until he collapsed, then whipped him to death. A mother cried out when Andro tickled her daughter. They found her body later in the sewer. The room froze, the weight of his words crashing down like a storm. Even Paimon's composure cracked. Dantalian continued, his voice growing colder. If you include the injured, there are 330 victims, all documented. These are just the cases we know of. He paused, his gaze turning to Marbus. If you doubt me, ask my vassal, Lapis. I had her investigated this morning. Paimon's eyes widened in shock. Marbus, ever the cautious one, leaned in. Is this true? He asked, his voice low. Yes, Dantalian replied smoothly. Andromalius was a monster in every sense of the word. Frankly, I'm glad he's dead. He grinned inwardly, knowing he'd exaggerated the details. But hey, dead men tell no tales. He wasn't done yet. Yesterday, I heard an old man scream in pain. I turned and met Andromalius's gaze. He approached me, asking if I wanted to fight. I didn't even know he was a demon lord at that point. But when he found out who I was, he attacked. Not me, but the one I loved. Dantalian's voice took on a darker tone. He stomped on her stomach over and over. And when she stood up, he punched her in the face. Again and again. He turned to Paimon, his eyes locking onto hers like a predator cornering prey. Tell me, Paimon, what should I have done? Should I have stood by and watched her get beaten? Would that have been the noble thing to do? Paimon was at a loss for words, her mouth slightly open, but no words escaping. The room shifted uncomfortably. Dantalian's grin widened. Unlike the other demon lords, Paymon's always been especially soft-hearted when it comes to humans. I get that. She believes Barbados and I are the culprits behind this plague. And in her mind, that makes us unforgivable. He paused, letting the silence hang in the air before continuing. Her sense of justice, it's admirable. But it's also her greatest weakness. The tension in the room was palpable now. Every word felt like a blow, and Dantalian was delivering them one by one, calculated and precise. Justice is a double-edged sword for her. And tonight, it's going to be the very thing that brings her down. He turned to the crowd, his voice rising. That bastard Andromalius had no right to be called a demon lord. If he had lived, the number of victims would have only grown. What we should be focusing on are the innocent lives lost. So, I ask you all, was I wrong to lead the charge against him? The room remained eerily silent as Dantalian pressed on, his voice steady but cutting. Tell me, Paimon, do you still believe Andromalius was one of you? Do you really want to stand here and defend him, knowing everything I've just revealed? Paimon, beads of sweat forming on her brow, tried to maintain her composure, but was slipping fast. This isn't how it's supposed to go, she stammered. I would never associate with such a man. She tripped over her words, and her voice faltered. Before she could regain control, Barbados's laughter erupted, echoing through the room. He's right. Well said, 71st, she cackled, standing up. Finally, someone got rid of that piece of trash. Thank you, Dantalian. The room, frozen in place, watched as Barbados laughed without restraint. Come on, surely the rest of you agree with me, right? She goaded, her eyes scanning the crowd. No one dared to say a word, but Barbados wasn't finished. What? Too scared to speak? Don't tell me you're all going to defend Andromalius's actions now, are you? Her tone was sharp, mocking them. In a panic, the room slowly began to clap, following Barbados's lead. She grinned, her laughter booming again. Now that's more like it. Today's a blessed day. Can you imagine the scandal if anyone found out you were defending that slime on Walpurgis night? The other demon lords would never stop laughing at you. Ivar, drenched in nervous sweat, glanced around as the clapping grew louder. Lapis stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in the room. Dantalian, however, glanced calmly at Paimon, studying her reaction closely. Barbados continued, enjoying every second. I wanted to kill Andromalius myself, but he was too much of a coward to face me. But now that he's gone, I have to thank you again, Dantalian. She clapped loudly, her hands ringing out across the hall. Still, no one dared to say a word against her. She grinned devilishly. What's wrong with all of you? Surely you aren't going to defend him after hearing all this, are you? More clapping followed, and the tension in the room swelled to a fever pitch. Come on, don't act like you didn't see the writing on the wall. If the rest of the world knew you were sticking up for Andromalius, they'd laugh you out of existence. Her words cut deep, and the crowd, unwilling to be associated with the disgraced demon lord, kept clapping in unison. Even Ivar's confidence began to waver as the mood turned against them. Barbados leaned back, still laughing. You see, they're praising Dantalian now. In Niflheim, they're probably calling him a hero, a demon lord who broke the law to protect his loved one and rid the world of trash. It's almost poetic, don't you think? The irony wasn't lost on anyone. Dantalian, a lowly demon lord, was being hailed as a hero, something no one in the room expected. Barbados turned to Paimon, her grin wide. Isn't that right, Paimon? I bet you think it's brilliant too. Paimon's expression twisted as the clapping grew louder. Her thoughts spiraled. He broke the common law. It shouldn't be like this. But the crowd wasn't stopping, and even Marbus began to look more annoyed by the second. Enough! Marbus finally roared, his voice cutting through the applause. This is a hearing, not a circus. The clapping was clearly a tactic to disrupt the proceedings. Don't let it happen again. Barbados shrugged, still amused. Fair enough. But let's be clear, I'm genuinely impressed. She leaned back, eyeing Dantalian. It's rare to find anyone useful among the lower-ranking demon lords. Most are trash. It's been a while since I've seen someone worth something. I didn't mean to disrupt the hearing. Marbus, slightly appeased, nodded. Fine then. Let's continue. He turned back to Paimon. It's time to wrap this up. What else is there to discuss? Paimon, flustered and desperate, took a step forward. Wait, I'm not finished with my questioning yet. Marbus's patience was clearly thinning. Paimon, I've known you for 500 years. Normally, you would have never defended someone like Andromalius. What's gotten into you? Realization hit Paimon like a wave. She glanced at Barbados, who sat with a wicked grin plastered on her face. What are you laughing at? Paimon muttered, her voice trembling. You and Dantalian, you're both the real villains here, aren't you? Her confidence shattered. Paimon dropped to her knees, bowing before Marbus. Please, give me one more chance. Just one more. Marbus, seeing her desperation, hesitated. After a long pause, he relented. Fine. One last chance. Dantalian smirked to himself, knowing the trap had already been set. He turned to Lapis, giving her a subtle thumbs up. She recognized the signal immediately and started walking toward the exit, weaving through the crowd without drawing attention. Dantalian's smirk remained firmly in place as Paimon stepped forward, her voice taking on a weight that drew every eye in the room. She had them where she wanted them, at least she thought so. There's more you all need to know, she said, her tone ominous, casting a shadow over the assembly. Marbus raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to explain further. Paimon's words were like daggers in the silence. The plague didn't just appear on its own. It was spread deliberately. A wave of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Nervous whispers echoed in the chamber as the waiter claim settled in. The idea that the plague, which had devastated the continent, was orchestrated by someone seemed unthinkable. Yet, Paimon's expression showed no hesitation. The one responsible is here among us, she continued, her voice sharpened by conviction. It's Dantalian. The air thickened as her accusation struck. A stunned silence followed. Dantalian, far from fazed, allowed his grin to widen as he already anticipated what was coming his way. So this is their play, he thought, the strategy becoming clear in his mind. The Andromalius debacle was just a warm-up. Now they've brought out the real showstopper. His eyes flicked toward Ivar, who was clearly struggling to keep his composure. They think this is checkmate, but the game isn't over yet. Marbus's deep voice broke through the murmurs. You're making a serious claim, Paimon. Do you have the proof to back it? Paimon nodded, her confidence unwavering. I do. Her fingers rhythmically tapped her fan as she laid out her evidence. The black herb, the cure for the plague, you're all aware of it. But what you might not know is that Dantalian bought up every last bit of it before the plague even struck. The tension in the room grew palpable. Gasps and murmurs filled the space as the pieces of her accusation started falling into place in the mind of the listeners. How could he have known? Not only did he foresee the plague, Paimon pressed on, her voice biting into the crowd's growing unease. He knew exactly how to cure it, long before anyone even knew it existed. Her gaze turned sharp, pinning Dantalian in place. The only explanation is that he orchestrated the whole thing. He created the plague. A murmur of disbelief swept through the room, yet there were some who now looked at Dantalian with suspicion. It was a heavy claim, and the silence that followed was telling. Doubt was beginning to take root. And how do I know this? Paimon asked rhetorically. Because Dantalian used the Concuska firm to purchase all the black herb, long before anyone knew what could do. Ivar here can confirm that, can't you? Marbus's gaze turned to Ivar. Is this true? He demanded, his voice cold. Ivar, visibly trembling, found himself the center of attention. His words stumbled over themselves as he tried to answer. I don't know what's truth or lie in such matters, but if you order it, I will present the evidence. Marbus's eyes narrowed. Present it then, now. Dantalian's smirk widened into a knowing smile as he watched Ivar squirm. The trap is set, he thought. Perfect timing. Ivar, trying to regain his composure, made a show of confidence, puffing his chest. Dantalian can't escape this, he declared, his voice ringing out, desperate for reassurance. But just as he spoke, the doors burst open. My apologies, but I bring urgent news. A figure hurried into the chamber, breathless from the effort. Marbus, visibly irritated, turned sharply. What could possibly be more important than this hearing? The messenger dropped to one knee. The Concuska firm has been attacked, my lord. A ripple of shock swept through the assembly. Dantalian's grin only deepened, the situation playing out exactly as he had anticipated. Ivar, on the other hand, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. What did you say? Marbus asked, his voice low and dangerous. The top floor of the firm. It's on fire. There's been an explosion. Ivar's face went pale. No, my collection. His voice cracked as panic took over. I need to leave at once, he begged, his earlier bravado completely shattered. Marbus, ever composed, gave him a slight nod. You have 15 minutes, Ivar. I would not normally permit an interruption of this sacred meeting, but given the circumstances, Ivar bolted from the room, his earlier confidence now in tatters, sweat dripping from his brow as he scrambled for the exit. Meanwhile, Dantalian watched the spectacle unfold with amusement, his full smile now undisguised. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Ivar quickly stood up, his expression frantic as he pushed his way through the crowd, urging them to move aside. Barbados, ever the chaotic observer, let out a laugh. Look at him scurrying like a rat in a trap, she mocked, clearly enjoying the panic. Paimon, however, was less amused, her gaze darkening as she watched Dantalian slip away from the scene. Where do you think you're going? She snapped, trying to keep control over the situation. Dantalian didn't even break stride. With a casual wave, he answered, just stepping out for some fresh air. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. His tone was laced with confidence, as though the entire night was playing out exactly as he intended. As he made his way through the hall, he accidentally bumped into a girl who let out a startled scream. Without much concern, he told her to move, his eyes focused elsewhere. Meanwhile, Paimon's anger only grew. Elsewhere, Ivar rushed toward the observation deck, his mind racing. What in the world is happening? He muttered to himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The night was falling apart, and on Walpurgis night of all times, a night where security was supposed to be at its highest. He barked orders at Torquil, telling him to send every available servant and soldier to the headquarters. What's your plan? Torquil asked, concern lacing his words. I'm heading up to assess the situation myself, Ivar replied, his voice strained with growing panic. If my collection is damaged, no, I will not forgive whoever is behind this. His words were almost a growl as he made his way to the top, catching sight of the smoke billowing from the firm. His heart sank at the sight. It's true, the firm is under attack. Just then, he heard a low laugh, the kind that made the hair on his neck stand on end. Turning slowly, he spotted Dantalian standing near the edge, casually looking out over the scene. I knew you'd come up here, Ivar, Dantalian said, not even bothering to turn around fully. He gazed out at the firm, his expression unreadable in the moonlight. From here, you can see everything, can't you? Your precious collection, harder operations. Ivar's pulse quickened. What is he doing here? The question echoed in his mind as the pieces began to fall into place. His mind flashed back to 10 minutes earlier, to the Berbera sisters hovering above the firm, hesitant but determined. Dantalian's words from earlier rang in their minds. I have one final request for you, he had said. Their shocked reactions still echoed as they screamed in disbelief, asking if he was serious about attacking the headquarters. He had simply looked at them, deadpan, and replied, I'm not joking. It's necessary. Beatrix's absence had been noted by Dantalian, and that had been the tipping point for the sisters. After hearing his reasoning, they reluctantly agreed. After all, a request from a demon lord, even the 71st ranked, was not something easily refused. And with the signal shot by Lapis, the time for hesitation was over. They spread their magic across the sky, casting it into a glowing circle, signaling the start of their assault. The flashback ended as the present snapped back into focus. Ivar and Dantalian locked in a tense standoff under the moonlit sky. Realization washed over Ivar like a cold wave. It was all Dantalian's plan from the start. Could Barbados be involved too? Ivar's thoughts raced, but he forced himself to remain calm. Surely, even they wouldn't be foolish enough to pull something like this in the middle of a gathering like Walpurgis night. Not with all the demon lords watching. Dantalian, sensing Ivar's internal struggle, broke the silence. Why so nervous, he asked, his voice dripping with mock innocence. There's no one else here. Just the two of us, all alone on this rooftop. I thought we could have an honest conversation. Ivar's grip tightened on his staff, his knuckles turning white. What is he planning? Did you attack the firm? Ivar finally blurted out, his voice shaking slightly. Dantalian's smile widened. Of course. Who else could it be? His nonchalant tone sent a shiver down Ivar's spine. But don't worry, Dantalian continued, almost soothingly. I didn't do it to destroy your precious firm. I just needed a way to ensure we could speak in private, without any prying eyes. Ivar gritted his teeth, anger bubbling up beneath the surface. "You rat," he muttered, fury starting to take hold as the full weight of Dantalian's manipulation sank in. Ivar's mind was reeling. He thought it was over. Dantalian should have been finished by now. Yet here he was, standing before him, still smirking. Ivar vowed to destroy him, no matter the cost. As frustration boiled over, he barked, "There's nothing more to discuss. I'm only following Lord Marbus's orders." Dantalian's smirk widened. It's unfortunate our first meeting had to be this way." Feigning regret, Ivar bowed slightly. "Yes, truly unfortunate." But Dantalian's eyes gleamed with something more mischief. "Regrettable, huh? I'm sure you understand perfectly well what I'm feeling right now." Confusion flickered across Ivar's face. "What are you talking about?" His hands rose, falsely humble. "I'm afraid this old man can't quite follow." Dantalian chuckled, his gaze piercing. "Well then, let's not dance around it. How would you like to become my subordinate?" The words hit like a slap. Ivar blinked in disbelief. Subordinate? To Dantalian, the 71st rank demon lord? He scoffed, incredulous. "You're serious? There's no way you expect me to." His voice cracked with disbelief. "Submit to you?" Dantalian's grin only grew. "Oh, I'm dead serious. I'll even ask again, formally. Will you submit?" Ivar's confusion turned into laughter, wild mocking laughter that echoed off the firm's walls. But Dantalian wasn't fazed. He joined in, both of them laughing maniacally under the moonlight. What had started as mere chuckling turned darker, more twisted, until both men seemed almost possessed by the insanity of the moment. Then suddenly, Ivar's laughter stopped. Rage replaced amusement. "You've lost your mind." Dantalian's smirk never wavered. "I see your true face now." Ivar's aura crackled, a violent purple light surrounding him. "Enough. I'm done with your jokes." Dantalian's expression remained calm as he motioned behind him. "Come out." From the shadows, Lapis emerged. Ivar's eyes darkened with fury as soon as he saw her. "Lapis," he roared, his voice shaking with pent-up hatred. "Traitors pay in blood. You know the rules." But Lapis stood firm, meeting his rage head-on. "You taught me to use any means necessary to achieve my goals. And Dantalian has promised me something you never could, a view from the top. I don't regret betraying the firm, not for a second." Dantalian chuckled softly at her words, his eyes flicking toward Ivar's clenched fists. "How does it feel, Ivar? Seeing her now?" Ivar's grip on his cane tightened until the wood creaked under the pressure. "You'll both lose everything by the time I'm done with you." He raged, spit flying from his lips. "All I need is proof of the Black Herb scandal, and you're finished." But Dantalian merely smirked, pulling something from his pocket, a golden thread. He held it up, letting the moonlight catch its gleam. "Do you recognize this?" Ivar froze, his cane slipping from his hand. His face drained of all color as he stared at the thread. "Not worried about that old body of yours, are you?" Dantalian's grin grew wicked. "What you should be worried about is far north, hidden deep in an icy cave. Your real body. I imagine it's quite cold up there." Lapis' eyes widened in surprise, but Ivar, he was trembling. His voice came out in a whisper. How do you know?" Dantalian dangled the thread before him like bait. "I'm from Dungeon Attack, Ivar. Of course, I know your secret." The revelation hit like a hammer. The great Ivar, whose real body lay hidden, using only dolls to carry out his will, was now completely exposed. "I knew something was off the moment I saw you," Dantalian continued, his laughter growing darker. "You were so different from how you were in the game. But now it makes sense." Ivar, barely able to form words, whispered again. You knew all along." Dantalian's smile was merciless. "Of course. The game showed me everything I needed to know." Dantalian's voice dripped with mock concern as he mused aloud. "I wonder, Ivar, what would happen if a young lady's limbs were torn off by vicious monsters, or worse, if you were to give a signal and disaster struck her. What a shame that would be, wouldn't it?" Panic flashed across Ivar's face. She stammered, her eyes wide. "No one knows about my real body." "How could you know?" "That hair, it can't be mine." Dantalian chuckled darkly, holding up the strand of hair. "Oh, but it is. Such beautiful hair. I bumped into a lovely girl earlier, you see. That's why she screamed." His smirk widened, sensing how off guard he had caught Ivar. Now, one last push should do it. Lapis stood there, watching Dantalian, completely puzzled. She didn't understand the full scope of what was happening, but Ivar's terror told her it was true. Dantalian leaned closer, his tone suddenly serious. "I'll ask one more time. Will you serve me?" Ivar, almost paralyzed with fear, stumbled backward. "Why? Why is this happening?" Her voice trembled, barely a whisper. "This can't be real. I won't. I can't serve someone like you." A thick, ominous purple mist began to form around Ivar, swirling with malevolent energy. Her scream tore through the air as the miasma twisted into a monstrous shape, headed straight for Dantalian and Lapis. Dantalian tensed, ready for the attack, until Ivar snarled. Not one step. She had Lapis by the throat, nails digging dangerously close to her skin. One wrong move, and she dies, Ivar hissed, her breath ragged. Dantalian glared, his mind racing. Ivar's voice cut through the tension. "Release my main body now, and Lapis will be spared." Ivar smirked, confident that she had one. She believed she had found Dantalian's weakness, his love for Lapis, the woman for whom he had killed a demon lord. She had him cornered, or so she thought. In her mind, she was already victorious. Once her body was free, she'd kill him with ease. But right now, her magic reserves were nearly depleted, and this was all she had left. "You'd better hurry and release my body," she urged, already tasting her victory. Dantalian nodded. "Understood." Ivar's smile grew, believing the deal was sealed. But then Dantalian added, "If you want to kill Lapis, go ahead. Do it." Ivar froze, her eyes wide in disbelief. What did you just say?" "I don't care what happens to Lapis," Dantalian said coldly. "Kill her if you like." Panic surged through Ivar. Is this guy serious? She thought to herself, trying to comprehend what kind of maniac she was dealing with. "You must be insane," she blurted out. Dantalian laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the night. The deal, Ivar, only works when both parties are on equal footing or if one side holds a decisive advantage. You of all people should know this, given your status at the Konkuska firm. Ivar gritted her teeth. "I'll kill her. I swear I'll do it." "Then go ahead," Dantalian barked, his eyes blazing. "Just do it already." "Lapis, are you fine with that?" Lapis, understanding the unspoken message, met Dantalian's gaze and responded with unwavering resolve. "Yes," she said, her voice calm. "I would gladly give my life for Dantalian's sake." Ivar's control wavered, her grip loosening on Lapis as she stepped back. You're both insane," she stammered. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Dantalian laughed. "You've had it all wrong from the start, Ivar. The plague? Barbados? Lapis? You thought I was just a pawn in all of this, didn't you?" Ivar's heart raced as the truth sank in. "No, that's not possible," she muttered. Dantalian leaned in, his voice low and menacing. "Wrong again. I've been pulling the strings all along, and you've been dancing right into my hands." Ivar's grip on Lapis completely faltered as she collapsed to the ground, defeated. Who are you?" she whispered, broken. Dantalian crouched beside her, his tone almost sympathetic. "Just a simple demon lord, doing what I do best, winning." He stood up, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "Now keep doing what you've been doing, just make sure you follow my orders." With a swift motion, he tore the golden thread in half. "You know what happens if you don't." Ivar trembled, realizing she had lost completely. "I'll follow you," she said, barely managing the words. "Good," Dantalian replied, stepping over her. "Now let's return." Inside the grand hall, Marbus was growing impatient. "Where is Ivar? We don't have time for this." As if on cue, Ivar returned, but something was off. She looked smaller, more vulnerable, a shadow of her former self. Barbados raised an eyebrow, unimpressed, while Paimon seethed at the sight of Dantalian walking in behind her, smirking. "Now that everyone's here," Marbus said, "we can resume the Walpurgis night." Paimon, barely containing her anger, pointed at Dantalian. "You didn't run away. Good. Let's end this now. Show the evidence, Ivar." But Ivar stood silent. "Ivar, show the evidence," Paimon demanded, her voice filled with fury. Ivar's voice wavered. "There is no evidence." The room fell into stunned silence. Even Marbus seemed taken aback. Barbados, however, laughed heartily. "Oh, this is good," she said, thoroughly entertained. Paymon's face twisted in disbelief. What did you just say? I said there's no evidence, Ivar repeated. Paymon's magic flared, anger seeping from every word. You're lying. This is treason. Marbus stomped his foot, sending a gust of wind through the hall. Enough, he roared. This is a sacred meeting. Paimon, control yourself, or you'll be removed. Paimon clenched her fist, stepping back. Fine. Summon Torikal now. Torikal, Paymon's personal consultant, stepped forward, scanning the room. He locked eyes with Ivar, quickly noticing she wouldn't meet his gaze. His face tightened, understanding something was off. Ivar, he began, his voice low. Is everything Paimon said true? Ivar hesitated, but Torikal already knew the answer. No, he said calmly. It's all a lie. The tension skyrocketed as Paymon's plan unraveled. Barbados laughed louder, while Dantalian's smirk only grew wider. This game of wits was his victory. Paimon, desperate, says she's known him for a long time, not just as an employer but as a friend. She asks him to tell the truth. Torikal glances at her, his expression heavy. It was all me, he says, finally breaking the silence. I wanted to get my hands on the black herb Dantalian had, but of course, I couldn't do it alone. I used both you, a demon lord, and Ivar, the owner of the firm. His smile is forced awkward. Dantalian narrows his eyes. There's no way. Suddenly, Marbus explodes in anger, his voice booming across the hall. You admit to using a demon lord? Do you even understand the weight of that crime? Torikal nods solemnly, accepting his fate. I do, Lord Marbus. Now that my plans have failed, it's over. The only fault Paimon bears is trusting someone like me. His voice falters, but then, with swift resolve, he pulls out a dagger. I trust Ivar, and this is the last thing I can do to make things right. In a flash, before anyone can react, Torikal presses the dagger to his own throat. I'll pay for my sins with my life, he declares. Gasps fill the room. Dantalian's eyes widen in shock, and even Lapis stands frozen in disbelief. Ivar's face pales. Paimon remains silent, her mind blank as she watches, helpless and horrified. Then, with a swift motion, Torikal slits his throat. His green, lifeless body collapses to the floor, leaving a heavy silence hanging in the air. Paimon drops to her knees, tears welling up in her eyes. No, this can't be real, she mutters, her voice cracking as she struggles to breathe. I didn't call him here for this. I didn't want this. Her subordinates rush to her side, trying to console her, but she's inconsolable, her sobs echoing throughout the hall. Marbus, his face etched with anger and disgust, barks. Take her out of my sight. His voice carries the weight of judgment, but before anything more could be said, Barbados breaks into laughter. Well, well. Seems like she got what she deserved, Barbados jeers. Maybe she should take that goblin corpse for a ride. Shut up, Barbados. Marbus snaps, his patience thin. Dantalian watches the scene unfold, still processing what just happened. He actually did it. He took his life for Ivar's and Paymon's sins. Now, they're nothing more than victims in this game, he mutters. Admirable, really. Ivar hides her face, barely holding her emotions in check. Dantalian, with a hint of irony, gives a mock salute to the fallen goblin, a true testament to his resolve. F in the chat for the goblin bro. Marbus, trying to regain control, addresses Dantalian. I'll personally ensure Paimon pays for what happened. But I have a request. No need, Dantalian interrupts, surprising everyone with his calm demeanor. Even though his forehead is veined with anger, his tone remains measured. Barbados watches with interest, her usual chaotic energy replaced by a curious glint in her eye. Lapis, still processing everything, stands silently by. Paimon was merely a pawn. Now that Torikal is gone, no one else can be held responsible for this, Dantalian continues. Marbus sighs, impressed. Your mercy is commendable, he admits. His likability toward Dantalian rises by 20. I respect you for the benevolence you've shown tonight. It will not be forgotten. There's no need for a majority vote anymore. The Walpurgis night is officially concluded. Finally, the tense atmosphere in the hall begins to lift. Barbados, ever the rowdy one, shouts, If you're being so generous, Marbus, then bring me all the alcohol you've got. She turns to Dantalian, grinning. Hey, Dantalian, get over here and share a drink with me. Dantalian sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. She's going to be a handful, he mutters, already feeling the weight of the night. But the atmosphere shifts, transforming from a courtroom to an actual banquet. As the night continues, the mood lightens. Demon lords, once tense and on edge, now relax, enjoying drinks and food. The hall buzzes with laughter and conversation, but in a quiet corner, Ivar holds Torkiel's lifeless body, her expression sorrowful. "I'm sorry, old friend," she whispers, "but I'll repay this debt one day." Outside, Dantalian leans against the balcony railing, staring out at the town below. The cool night air helps clear his head as he reflects on everything that happened, from his reincarnation to the events of this night. Barbados had forced him to drink earlier, and though he's still a little buzzed, he's alert enough to piece together his next steps. A faint smile crosses his lips. "I wonder, is my father watching all of this?" he muses, chuckling softly. If he is, he's probably still disappointed. Oh well. Dantalian's laughter fades into the still night as he leans against the cold stone, the weight of everything pressing down on him. His gaze sweeps over the dimly lit town, but the satisfaction in his eyes remains unshaken. "I'm having the time of my life," he says quietly, more to himself than to the night. Lapis appears, her footsteps purposeful. "I finally found you," she says, her voice edged with frustration. Without looking at her, Dantalian smirks. "Of course you did. My fiancé knows me better than anyone." But her expression remains serious, her eyes searching his for something deeper. "What you did tonight was reckless," she says, her tone steady, though there's a trace of urgency beneath. "You forgave Paimon. Do you really think it's wise to leave things so unresolved?" He sighs, his amusement fading as he glances over at her. "Why are you bringing this up now?" His voice is weary, as though the weight of everything is finally catching up to him. "I just want to relax, Lapis. Paimon is nothing. She's not a threat to us. She doesn't flinch. That's not the point. Why did you let her off so easily? Is this truly how you want to handle things?" Dantalian's gaze hardens, but his tone softens as he steps closer. "You don't understand, Lapis. There's nothing to worry about. My plans, they're far beyond what anyone in this world can comprehend. I promised you, didn't I? I'll show you a view no one else has ever seen. Trust me." The conviction in his words makes her hesitate. Her expression wavers, and for a brief moment, she lets the tension between them dissipate. "I understand," she whispers, though doubt lingers in her eyes. He watches her closely, his brow furrowing. "Why are you being so compliant now?" His voice is quieter, more probing. "You're usually far more difficult." Without warning, Lapis steps forward, her hand gripping his collar tightly. Before he can react, she presses her lips to his, the kiss filled with a raw intensity that leaves him momentarily stunned. When she pulls away, his breath is uneven, and his heart pounds with something unfamiliar. "What were you doing?" he stammers, struggling to maintain the control he always prides himself on. Lapis meets his gaze, her voice steady but filled with an emotion he's not used to hearing. "I know the real you, Dantalian." He falters, searching her face for some sign of mockery, but there is none. "What are you talking about? This engagement is for the plan, nothing more. You know that better than anyone. You could have died today, and I wouldn't have." "I know," she interrupts softly, her eyes unwavering. "But I believe in you. Completely." Her words strike him harder than any accusation ever has. He feels a strange tightening in his chest, a sensation he's never let himself indulge in before. He doesn't know how to respond, doesn't know if he even can. All he can do is stand there, staring into her eyes, feeling something inside him shift. "Believe in me," he repeats, almost as if testing the words on his own lips. Lapis doesn't waver. Her conviction remains unshaken. "Yes," she says quietly, and for the first time since he's known her, a small, genuine smile graces her lips. For a moment, Dantalian is left speechless, caught off guard by the sincerity of it all. Then, with a gentleness that surprises even him, he pulls her closer. Their lips meet again, slower this time, deliberate, as if sealing a vow neither of them fully understands yet. When they finally part, the world around them feels distant, as if only the two of them exist under the moon's quiet gaze. He looks at her, no longer seeing just a tool for his grand designs, but something more. In the silence, the weight of unspoken words lingers, but neither of them moves to break it. The night stretches on, but in this moment, everything else fades away. The scene shifts to a haunting memory from Dantalian's past, where the weight of events long out of his control still lingers. In his mind, he recalls the sight of a woman, wild-eyed and deranged, wielding a knife, her voice piercing the air as she screamed threats at her own daughters. The girls were a mess of bruises and fear, trembling as the elder sister huddled protectively over the younger, shielding her from their mother's vicious wrath. The mother's threats rang out, as if poised to strike them down at any moment. On one side, the woman's madness consumed the room, but on the other, Dantalian stood frozen next to his father, clutching his hand in desperation. "Please, father, leave her," Dantalian begged, his voice cracking with fear. "She'll kill them." But his pleas fell on deaf ears. His father's face remained cold and unyielding. With a chilling detachment, he said, "Don't you dare call her that, woman. She's your mother now." Dantalian's heart sank, disbelief washing over him like a tide. "How can I call her my mother? She's going to kill her own children just because they're not hers," he cried, his voice quivering with a mix of rage and fear. "If we let this go on, she'll eventually do the unthinkable." But his father showed no remorse. "She's your mother," he repeated, his words laced with a twisted loyalty to the woman. Dantalian's eyes filled with tears, but his father's expression only darkened further. With a manic smile spreading across his face, his father's words were like daggers. "I'll love her no matter what." Dantalian's heart clenched as he stared at the man who once protected him, now defending a monster. His father's next words felt like a final betrayal. "Why are you always so negative about her? Try being positive for once." Tears streamed down Dantalian's face, his hands trembling with anger and heartbreak. In that moment, his resolve hardened. "I'll never forgive you for this," he thought, rage boiling beneath the surface. The memory fades, replaced by a more recent scene, one just as shocking. Lapis, her expression filled with fury, delivered a sharp slap to Dantalian's face in front of a crowd. The spectators gasped, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. A mere servant had struck a demon lord, act punishable by death. Yet here she stood, eyes blazing with defiance. How could His Highness be so blind? Lapis snapped, her voice trembling with anger. Dantalian, holding his cheek, stared at her in disbelief, a dark frown forming on his face. His pride wounded, he roared, "How dare you lay a hand on a demon lord? Do you have any idea what you've done? You'll pay for this." His voice echoed through the stunned silence. Lapis didn't flinch. Her voice was ice cold as she replied, "I know exactly what I've done." Dantalian's eyes narrowed with fury. "I see. Then there's no other choice." His voice rose with authority as he declared, "From this moment, I dismiss you from all your duties. Never show your face to me again." The scene shifts once more, now inside Dantalian's castle 2 hours later. He sat slumped in his throne, his hands still resting on the cheek that Lapis had struck. "So that's why we ended up here," he muttered. His brooding thoughts were interrupted as Barbados entered, a wicked smile playing on her lips as she casually sipped from a glass of wine. "The hottest couple in the demon world just broke up," she teased, raising her glass. "I had to see for myself." Dantalian's voice was sharp, dismissive. "It's only been 2 hours and the rumors are already spreading? I'm not in the mood for gossip, Barbados." "Leave." But Barbados only chuckled, a playful gleam in her eye. "So rude, Dantalian," she said with a smirk. "I came all this way to help my dear Junior, to hear what's got you so rattled. You know, normally just touching a demon lord could get someone killed. But Lapis didn't just touch you, she slapped you. In front of everyone." Her words were laced with amusement. "What did you do to deserve that?" Dantalian's voice snapped with frustration. "Barbados, you have no reason to stick your nose into other people's lives." "Leave?" "No." But Barbados, completely unfazed, chuckled softly. "Oh, Dantalian," she purred, her tone laced with mock amusement. "No need to be so harsh. I've taken quite a liking to you, and as your senior, I have a duty to keep you in line." Her eyes glinted mischievously as she added, "Besides, you're taking all of this far too seriously. There's an entire world filled with women, and soon enough, everyone will forget that you and Lapis were ever a thing." Dantalian's brow furrowed, his gaze icy, but he held his tongue, his annoyance palpable. Barbados, however, wasn't finished. She leaned in closer, her smile growing. "I've been around for over 500 years, you know. If there's one thing I understand better than most, it's love. Follow my advice, and even the high elves would grovel at your feet without a second thought. Dantalian's demeanor shifted slightly, and with a faint grin, he muttered, "Interesting." Barbados's eyes gleamed as she saw him soften, even if just a little. "Good, listen to me. Now, I need to hear everything that happened. Spill it, Dantalian. Don't leave out a single detail." With a heavy sigh, Dantalian began his recount. "About half a month ago, an old woman came to me claiming to be Lapis's mother." Barbados raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Lapis's mother? Interesting. I was suspicious," Dantalian continued. "I'd heard Lapis had been orphaned at birth. So naturally, I asked the woman why she had abandoned Lapis. The woman's voice had trembled as she answered, explaining how she'd been cast out of her village the moment Lapis was born. "Not a single day has passed without me thinking of her," she had said. Her eyes filled with regret, and she spoke of how she had searched for years, only to hear rumors of her daughter being with a demon lord. Dantalian's patience had worn thin by that point. Enough, he had cut her off abruptly. "I'll let you see Lapis." The woman had wept, thanking him profusely. "You're as kind as I've heard," she had sobbed, bowing deeply. "It's an honor." At that very moment, Lapis had entered the room, carrying a letter. "This just arrived," she had said, presenting it to Dantalian. "You've come at the perfect time," Dantalian had said, gesturing toward the old woman. "Do you know who she is?" As the woman had approached Lapis, her voice shaky as she called her name, Dantalian had noticed a shift in Lapis. Her entire aura had darkened. Her fist clenched, and fury blazed in her eyes. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut. Sensing the hostility, Dantalian had turned to the woman, his voice cold. "Are you sure you're her mother? If you're lying to me, you'll die where you stand. So, tell me once more, is Lapis truly your daughter?" The old woman trembled as Dantalian's voice grew darker, his presence suffocating. "Yes, she is Lapis's mother," she stammered, barely able to meet his gaze. Dantalian's eyes narrowed, the menace in his voice undeniable as he stepped closer. "Why now?" he hissed. "Why wait all these years?" Her voice broke as she tried to explain. "I wanted to," but her words died in her throat as Dantalian loomed over her. "Don't tell me you were too busy to care for your own daughter." His voice was sharp, cutting through her excuses like a blade. Shaking with fear, she stammered. "Lapis was a child back then. There were misunderstandings, but we can talk now. We can move forward, leave the past behind and focus on a better future." But Dantalian's fury was far from calmed. In an instant, his fist smashed into the old woman's face, sending her reeling backward. "You think you can just brush the past aside?" he snarled. "Do you know what Lapis has been through because of you?" His rage flared again, and without hesitation, he struck her again, the force of the blow knocking her to the ground. Standing over her, Dantalian's disgust deepened. "You only returned because you know she's important now. You thought you could enjoy the rewards of her success." His gaze shifted toward the sword mounted on the wall, his voice growing cold. "But Lapis, she's mine." Without another word, he moved toward the sword, his hand reaching out to grab the hilt. But before he could unsheath it, Lapis's voice pierced the tension in the room. "Stop," she shouted, desperation clear in her tone. Dantalian paused, ignoring her plea as he grasped the sword. His eyes burned with anger. "You hate her just as much as I do," he said, his voice low. "She's only back now because you've become someone of value, and she plans to leech off of you." The old woman screamed in terror, but Lapis stepped between them, her eyes locking onto Dantalian's. "Enough," she demanded. Confusion flickered across Dantalian's face as he hesitated. "Why are you protecting her?" The old woman took the opportunity to flee, limping toward the door. "She doesn't care about you, Lapis. She ruined your life." His frustration mounted as he watched her retreat. Lapis stood firm, her voice steady. A demon lord shouldn't stain his hands for someone like her. Dantalian's patience snapped. "Then hire someone to kill her," he barked, his voice dripping with fury. Lapis turned, her voice rising. "You don't know a thing about me," she snapped, her anger palpable. In that moment, her feelings toward Dantalian soured dramatically. Dantalian stood frozen, confusion washing over him. Everything he did was for her. Yet before he could speak, she had already stormed out of the room, leaving him behind in stunned silence. Back in the present, Barbados eyed him with disapproval, her face hardened. "Have you lost your mind?" she asked, her voice sharp. Do you even realize what you've done? Dantalian, still defensive, tried to reason with her. Lapis's tormentor was right there. I was being perfectly reasonable. But Barbados shook her head in disappointment. Reasonable? You're insane, she said coldly. I expected more from you, Dantalian. You tried to kill her mother right in front of her, and you wonder why Lapis is angry. Dantalian frowned, his confusion deepening. If someone deserves to die, then they should die. Barbados cut him off, her voice sharp, her usual playful smile nowhere to be found. You know, I almost feel bad for Lapis, she muttered. If you weren't a demon lord, I'd have made sure you paid for that. Then, almost immediately, her wicked grin returned. But that's enough chit-chat. Let's hear the rest. Dantalian sighed heavily, handing her the letter. Lapis gave this to me the other day, he said, his tone colder now. Barbados quickly scanned the letter's contents, her eyes narrowing. You're being targeted. In 10 days, 2,000 soldiers will storm your castle, she read aloud. She took a slow sip of her wine, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. A threat? No, Dantalian replied, his stare cutting through the air. More of a warning. Barbados chuckled, amused by his precision. A warning? A threat? What difference does it make? She asked, swirling her drink. Dantalian leaned forward slightly, holding the letter between his fingers. Look closer, he said in a darker tone. This isn't just a simple threat. There's more beneath the surface. Barbados raised a brow, intrigued but skeptical. What are you getting at? Dantalian's voice grew calculating, his eyes narrowing. The first sentence, you are being targeted. It's not the words of an enemy. It's too measured, too carefully worded. There's something hidden in that. Barbados smirked, but her amusement faded as she realized he wasn't revealing everything. Enough games. You know something more, don't you? Dantalian's smile turned icy. That's all I'll say for now. I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. Barbados's eyes flashed, her patience thinning. Stop teasing me, Dantalian. She leaned back, her wicked smile creeping back onto her face. But if what you're saying is true, then this letter was likely sent by a merchant, yes? Dantalian nodded, his gaze still sharp. That's a possibility. Barbados grinned, pleased with herself. Then let's find out for sure. Without a word, she summoned a bat from the shadows with a wave of her hand. My little friend will get us the answers we need. Dantalian watched, intrigued, as the windows blew open and the bat darted into the night. This is new, he murmured. Barbados turned to him, her expression playful again. You owe me for this one, she purred. Dantalian's smirk returned. Of course. Everyone knows how incredible you are, Barbados, he replied smoothly, but there was a hint of mischief in his tone. But how fast will your bat return? Surely, it'll be quick since it's you. He leaned back, his expression thoughtful. Still, I already have an idea who might be behind this. I know one merchant in particular. Someone close. The scene shifted to a recent memory. Ivar stood before Dantalian, who lounged casually on a luxurious couch, a knowing look in his eyes. Ivar's voice trembled, betraying the fear he desperately tried to mask. I haven't written a letter in years, he stammered, sweat already beading on his forehead. Dantalian stood unmoved, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. You think that excuses your history, Ivar? His voice was cutting, reminding Ivar of the attacks he had led in the past. Desperately, Ivar bowed low, hoping to quell the growing tension. My lord, I swear I have no intention of defying you, he muttered, feeling the weight of Dantalian's cold eyes on him. Dantalian's lips curled into a slow, menacing smile. Power you might have, he said softly, but trust? That's another thing entirely. The words struck Ivar like a blow, his throat tightening as the demon lord's voice deepened. I've watched you long enough to know trust must be earned, not begged for. Ivar's knees nearly buckled under the pressure, his breath shallow. What must I do? He asked in a trembling voice, already dreading the answer. Dantalian folded his arms, his expression dark and amused. Favors, Ivar. I want you to do me a few favors. Sweat now dripped from Ivar's brow, his mind racing. Favors? He whispered, barely able to form the word. What kind of favors? Dantalian's tone turned razor sharp. You're going to hire mercenaries, he said coldly. Not just any mercenaries, 3,000 of the best. And you'll do it in 2 days. Ivar's heart pounded in his chest. 3,000? In 2 days? His voice cracked as the impossibility of the task set in. The room seemed to close in on him as he felt the weight of the command sink deeper. Dantalian's smile remained, but his eyes glinted with dark amusement. I don't repeat myself, Ivar. The silence that followed was suffocating. Ivar struggled for words, his thoughts scattered. My lord, gathering 3,000 elite mercenaries. It could take weeks, he managed, his voice shaking as he tried to explain the difficulty. Perhaps months. Dantalian cut him off with a mocking laugh. Weeks? Months? What nonsense are you babbling about? His tone was ice cold, his smile never fading. There are plenty of mercenaries nearby. Confusion crossed Ivar's face. Nearby, he repeated, his mind racing to grasp the implications. Dantalian leaned in, his voice almost playful. Nibelheim, he said, his tone light but full of menace. The city has 4,000 soldiers, and as its leader, you can borrow them for a while. Can't you? The blood drained from Ivar's face. His hands trembled as the realization dawned on him. But, my lord, Nibelheim is vital to the demon world's economy. If its defenses are weakened, his voice faltered. Other nations might attack. Dantalian chuckled, a dark, cruel sound. That's your problem to solve, Ivar. Ivar's voice trembled as he tried to reason with the demon lord. In a time like this, when the plague is still rampant, weakening the city's defenses would be a massive risk. Dantalian's eyes darkened, his expression icy. Ivar, he said, his voice dripping with malice. That's your problem, not mine. A dark aura began to swirl around him, sending a shiver through the air. Ivar could only stand frozen, unable to form a response. Dantalian's presence grew more menacing as he slowly stepped forward. Or have you forgotten, Dantalian continued, his voice dropping lower, that your true form is in my hands? Ivar's heart pounded in his chest, fear gripping him tighter. His voice faltered. Why are you saying this, my lord? He asked, trembling. Didn't I defy Demon Lord Paimon, as you asked? Didn't I protect you, even at the cost of sacrificing the firm's executive? Dantalian chuckled darkly, the sound chilling the room. Don't get the wrong idea, he said coldly. You think that makes you loyal? That was simply following orders. The tension in the room grew as Dantalian's eyes glowed with a bloodlust. Now get on the floor and kneel, he commanded, his voice a sinister growl. Terrified and unable to resist, Ivar collapsed to his knees, his body trembling as he knelt before the demon lord. The air around Dantalian grew heavier, his aura pulsing with wicked intent. Put your hands on the ground. Bow your head, Dantalian ordered. Ivar, fully aware of the consequences of defiance, obeyed without hesitation. He pressed his hands to the cold ground and lowered his head in total submission. Dantalian stepped forward, placing his boot on top of Ivar's bowed head, his expression filled with cruel satisfaction. You understand our relationship, don't you? Dantalian asked, his voice low and menacing. Yes, my lord, Ivar whispered. Good, Dantalian continued, his smirk growing. You will be absolutely obedient to me. Ivar's body was a mixture of frustration and fear, but he dared not speak. Dantalian's gaze bored into him, unyielding. Now, tell me, the demon lord said, will you have the 3,000 soldiers ready for me in exactly 2 days? Ivar's voice was barely audible. Yes, as my lord commands, he answered. Dantalian let out a wicked laugh. Now you're talking like a good boy, he sneered. His smile twisted with amusement as he continued. There's one more thing I'll need from you. Ivar's eyes lifted slightly, full of question but void of words. I want you to find someone for me, Dantalian said, his tone cold and deliberate. And report back when you do. The scene shifted to the present, where Barbados threw her head back in laughter. You're such a sadist, Dantalian, she grinned. I can already picture Ivar's face, all twisted up. She paused, suddenly remembering something. What about the person who wrote the letter? She asked, her tone filled with curiosity. Dantalian chuckled again, this time with a mischievous wink. Don't be in such a rush, he said. We still have some time before the attack. I'll tell you later. He leaned back, his tone becoming more casual. I suppose you're wondering what happened with Lapis, right? Barbados's grin widened as she nodded, her eyes gleaming with wicked amusement. The scene shifts back to a few days earlier. Dantalian lay lazily in his grand chambers, his eyes half open as the muffled sounds from outside stirred him. He grumbled, rolling over. What's with all this noise? Who dares ruin my morning nap? Beside him, Lapis was already up, fully dressed, holding a letter. Without turning to look at him, she calmly replied, "It's not morning anymore." She glanced at the letter, stamped with Ivor's seal. It wasn't just the noise that hinted their night had been eventful. Dantalian's lips curled into a mischievous smirk as he leaned back on the bed. "That letter from Ivar?" he asked, his voice thick with amusement. Lapis nodded, fastening the last button on her shirt. "The information appears genuine. 13 slave markets in the Kingdom of Sardinia, for specialized and nobles." Her words were matter of fact, but there was something in her tone that hinted at deeper thoughts. "The slave you're searching for," she continued, "was registered at the market in Pavia." Dantalian's smirk widened. "So far, so good," he mused, clearly satisfied with the news. Turning to him, Lapis's gaze sharpened. "Laura de Farnese," she began, her tone curious yet steady. "Born the illegitimate daughter of Marquis Farnese and a servant. She was nothing to them. Not even her blood acknowledged her existence." Dantalian's smile remained, but his eyes gleamed with intrigue. Lapis continued, her voice growing darker. "She was locked away, forgotten by her family, and spent her childhood in a dungeon. Now a slave." Her expression hardened. "What is it about this human child that interests you, my lord?" Dantalian chuckled, eyes narrowing playfully. "What's this? Is someone feeling jealous?" He stretched his arms behind his head, clearly enjoying the turn of conversation. Lapis's expression didn't waver, not a single flicker of emotion crossing her face. "I never imagined you'd be into young girls," she deadpanned. Dantalian froze mid-stretch, his smirk vanishing instantly. "Whoa." He nearly leapt out of bed, flustered. "That's not Lapis. You've got it completely wrong." His hands shot up defensively as if he were facing down a firing squad. Lapis raised a brow, unimpressed, letting the silence hang just long enough for Dantalian to sweat. He finally sighed, running a hand through his hair in defeat. "No interest in children whatsoever." "I swear," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. But Lapis's stare didn't let up. Her quiet, stoic demeanor was far more dangerous than any words. Dantalian gave in with a huff. "All right, fine. The reason I'm interested in the girl isn't what you think. She's useful. Extremely so. Because she hates humans more than anyone else alive." Lapis blinked, her curiosity piqued. "Hates them the most?" Dantalian's sly grin returned, more sinister this time. "Think about it. Her family didn't just abandon her, they locked her away. She was tortured, treated worse than a dog, and now? The mighty Farnese name is in ruins, and she's nothing but a piece of property to be sold." He leaned closer, his voice lowering to a dark whisper. "What do you think she's feeling right now? That kind of rage, that burning desire for revenge?" Lapis remained silent, watching him closely as Dantalian's smirk deepened. His voice dripped with malice. "There's only one thing she wants." The image of the girl gripping a sword flashed in his mind. Revenge. Pure, cold-blooded revenge. She wants every human to burn, and to her, they're all the enemy. Dantalian leaned back on the bed, his bare chest exposed to the cool air as he stared up at the ceiling, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "We need her now more than ever," he muttered, more to himself than Lapis. Lapis sighed, her expression far from pleased. "Well, this is disappointing," she said with a hint of sarcasm. "Here I was, thinking the demon lord had finally developed an interest in a highborn sex slave." Dantalian blinked, utterly caught off guard by her remark. "Wait, what? Are you out of your mind?" His tone was incredulous. "What kind of person do you take me for?" With her usual blank expression, Lapis added, "It's a shame. If you'd had the appetite, she could have relieved some of your needs. Would have saved me the trouble, honestly." Dantalian's face fell in disbelief, and he shook his head. "Really? You're the one who made the first move, and now you're saying that?" Before he could argue further, a soft knock interrupted the conversation. "Enter," Dantalian called, his demeanor casual once more. The door creaked open, and several maids stepped in, carefully carrying trays of food. One of the maids, upon noticing the demon lord topless and Lapis only partially dressed, blushed furiously. "I'm so sorry, my lord. I didn't realize you were preoccupied," she stammered, bowing deeply. Dantalian waved her off nonchalantly. "I asked you to come in. No need for apologies." Just set the food down. The maids hurriedly obeyed, placing the dishes on the table. However, as one of them laid out the plates, her eyes darted between Dantalian and Lapis, and she clicked her tongue in annoyance. Dantalian's smile faded instantly. He heard it. That click. As the maids finished and turned to leave, Dantalian's voice sliced through the air. Hold on. The room froze. The maids stopped in their tracks, fear creeping into their faces. Who just clicked her tongue? Dantalian asked coldly, his voice low and menacing. No one spoke. Silence hung like a noose. The head maid, shaking, spoke first. I am not sure what you mean, my lord, she whispered. Dantalian threw off the sheets, getting out of bed. He slipped on his robe, his movements deliberate, slow. I'll ask again, he said, eyes narrowed. Who clicked her tongue? The maids trembled under his gaze. He walked up to one of them, his face dangerously close. It was you, wasn't it? The maid's knees buckled as she stammered, I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't mean. Dantalian cut her off with a cold smirk. You weren't clicking at me, though, were you? No, that was for Lapis, wasn't it? The maid's face went pale, her body shaking with fear. The other maids stood, rooted in place, their breath held. Dantalian's hand moved towards the knife on the table, his aura growing darker, more malevolent. No one disrespects my fiancé, he growled, his voice filled with bloodlust. You'll pay with your life for that. The maid burst into tears, dropping to her knees and pleading, Please, my lord. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Just as Dantalian raised the knife, Lapis's calm voice broke through the tension. Stop. Dantalian's eyes flicked toward her, irritated. Lapis was standing, her face unreadable, but clearly unimpressed with his outburst. The look in her eyes reminded him of the incident with Lapis's mother. The memory of how her favorability dropped after that episode still stung him. The maid, sobbing uncontrollably, turned to Lapis, begging for forgiveness. Please, Lady Lapis, save me. Dantalian bit his lip in frustration, lowering the knife reluctantly. Why are you making a scene out of this, Lapis? He thought to himself. I was just defending your honor. Still, he relented, dropping the knife on the table. Fine, he muttered. Your lucky Lapis asked me to stop. Don't make this mistake again. He waved them off, his anger barely contained. The maids scurried out of the room, bowing deeply and muttering apologies as they left. Once they were gone, Dantalian sighed, looking at Lapis. You know, I get worked up when it comes to you, he said, his tone softer now. But hey, at least I managed to keep my cool this time. Dantalian sat back on his bed, arms folded, frustration evident on his face. We need her now more than ever, he muttered, trying to focus on the situation at hand. But as he glanced at Lapis, her cold, blank stare met his gaze, and something shifted. Suddenly, a notification popped up in his mind. Her favorability had dropped by 7 points. His eyes widened. 7? His heart sank even further when he saw the final number, 11. Lapis didn't say a word. Instead, she turned on her heel and made her way toward the door. The trip to the slave market is arranged, she said, not even glancing back. Be ready after lunch. And just like that, she was gone, leaving Dantalian staring at the closed door. What just happened? Dantalian muttered to himself. He was baffled. I kept my cool this time, didn't I? What am I doing wrong? His mind raced, replaying every moment in his head. The scene shifted, and they now stood in open fields alongside one of the Barbary sisters, a witch renowned for her magical prowess. She glanced at Dantalian, her lips curling into a smile. Shall we begin, Demon Lord? Dantalian nodded, still lost in thought over Lapis's earlier departure. The witch raised her hand, blue sparks crackling from her fingertips. All right, then, she said as the air around them hummed with energy. A large blue magic circle appeared beneath their feet, glowing with power. Lapis, as cold and unfazed as ever, stood silently beside him. The witch noticed, then tilted her head slightly, her voice calm. Lapis, step aside. With a flick of her fingers, a powerful beam shot down from the sky, enveloping Dantalian in an intense light. Lapis stood back, her expression unchanging. This was just another day for her. But Dantalian? He had no idea what to expect. As the smoke cleared, Dantalian stepped out, his appearance completely transformed. He touched his head in disbelief. Oh, the horn's really gone, he said, grinning at his reflection. Nice work. The witch smiled. Glad you're satisfied, Demon Lord. Dantalian's mind, however, was already wandering. His smile grew wider as he thought of all the things he could do now that no one would recognize him as the Demon Lord. But before his thoughts could run wild, the witch's voice cut through. Remember, the magic will wear off when the clock strikes midnight, she warned. You'll revert to your true form after that. So whatever business you need to finish, make sure it's done before then. Dantalian laughed, his grin mischievous. So we're doing the Cinderella thing, huh? Don't worry, I'll have everything wrapped up before the stroke of midnight. You can bet on it. The witch nodded, satisfied. We'll be waiting for your signal. Turning to Lapis, Dantalian noticed her staring off into the distance, lost in her own thoughts. He stepped closer, still riding the high of his new look, and flashed her a playful grin. Hey, it's good to have a makeover once in a while, don't you think? Lapis turned her head slightly, offering no response. Dantalian wasn't deterred. Come on, what do you think? Have you fallen in love with me all over again? He asked, his tone playful. No answer. Not even a little, he added, winking. Still nothing. Dantalian shrugged. Guess I'll have to try harder next time, he muttered, though his grin never faltered. Well, at least I know I've got more charm than that slave market. You know, they'll never see me coming now that I'm hornless. He chuckled to himself. Horns really do change a guy's whole vibe, huh? Lapis gave him a sideways glance, and for a split second, Dantalian swore he saw the tiniest smirk tug at the corner of her mouth, but it vanished just as quickly as it appeared. Lapis turned back toward Dantalian, her voice icy as ever. I'll arrange for a guide before we head into town. In the meantime, you should go ahead and enter first. She paused for a moment, her gaze cutting through him. And remember, this matter stays confidential. No one is to find out that you're the Demon Lord. Dantalian blinked, slightly puzzled by her tone. He opened his mouth to reply, but then thought better of it. Yeah, I know, he muttered as he started walking toward the town. He shot a quick glance over his shoulder at Lapis. Things had been awkward between them ever since the incident with the maids, and it was starting to get under his skin. What am I doing wrong here? He wondered, shaking his head as he continued forward. As Dantalian made his way into the bustling streets of the town, he couldn't help but notice the slaves being whipped by their traders, their faces twisted in agony. Others were chained and displayed like merchandise, ready to be sold to the highest bidder. The sight was both unsettling and fascinating. Typical of Pavia, the city known for its slave markets, Lapis handed over a pouch of money to a goblin-like creature who had approached them. The creature bowed low, grinning mischievously. I'll guide you through Pavia. No need to worry about a thing. His tone was almost too eager, as though he had something up his sleeve. Turning to Dantalian with a cheeky grin, the goblin tilted his head. First time in Pavia? Looking for something specific, perhaps? Dantalian rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he strolled through the market, glancing at the rows of slaves on display. I haven't decided yet, he said nonchalantly. But inwardly, his mind was already working. Pavia might not be the finest city, but the slave variety here is impressive. Almost every breed is available for the right price. He knew that this city was one of the few places where rare merchandise could be found, the kind of goods you couldn't find elsewhere. After a few more moments of browsing, Dantalian approached the goblin again. I've heard a daughter of a fallen noble is up for auction. Any truth to that? The goblin's grin widened slyly. So the gentleman has heard correctly. He glanced around cautiously before leaning in. I'll let you in on a little secret. The auction is tomorrow. Rare merchandise like that always goes up for auction. Dantalian smirked, impressed. You seem to know your stuff. The goblin puffed out his chest, clearly pleased. Well, I'm honored, my lord, but I'm afraid you won't get your hands on her this time. He turned his head at the sound of voices nearby and nodded toward two men in the distance. Speak of the devil. Dantalian's eyes followed the goblin's gaze. Who are they? He asked. The man with the eye patch, the goblin began, is in charge of all of Pavia's slave traders. The one in the hat and mask? That's Count Roselle. Rumor has it he plans to buy the very girl you're asking about. Dantalian's smirk widened into something far more sinister. So, it's already decided then, he thought, feeling a dark satisfaction bloom inside him. Looks like the buyer's been chosen from the start, he mused aloud, his voice dripping with amusement. The goblin chuckled nervously, sensing the shift in the Demon Lord's mood. Dantalian's smile deepened as he continued. Tell me, like Count Roselle, I'd also like to be in the slave trader's good graces. Any suggestions? The goblin, his smile fading into a more serious look, shook his head. It's not possible, he said firmly. The merchants here are bound by deep trust. They won't just break that for anyone. Before he could finish, Dantalian raised his hand and called out to Lapis. Without hesitation, Lapis stepped forward, her cold demeanor unshaken, and handed the goblin an even heavier pouch filled with coins. The goblin's eyes widened as the weight of the pouch sank into his hand. His grin returned. Well, he said, his tone suddenly lighter, there is a dinner party for all the slave traders tonight. You might be able to have a chat with the merchants there. Dantalian's smirk grew darker, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Perfect, he muttered under his breath. Later, Dantalian made his way to the bar where the party was being held. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, though the underlying tension of shady deals and hidden agendas lingered in the air. It wasn't just a party, it was a den for gambling, where fortunes were won and lost. As soon as he entered, eyes turned toward him. The air grew thick with suspicion and curiosity, but Dantalian paid no attention. He strolled up to the bar and ordered a glass of wine, savoring the moment. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the gambling tables. "I lost again," someone yelled, catching Dantalian's attention. A flashback to earlier, Dantalian had asked the goblin for the name of the trader handling the main event. Giacomo, the goblin, had said with a grin, "He'll be in charge." Back in the present, Dantalian's gaze locked onto the scene at the table. The man who had shouted was clearly intoxicated, his movements sloppy, his voice loud. Giacomo, the very man Dantalian had been looking for. Dantalian took a sip of his wine, his wicked grin deepening as he thought to himself, got him. The night was still young, with plenty of time before midnight. Dantalian watched from the bar, observing as Giacomo slammed his cards on the table once more. "I lost again." "So close this time," he shouted, his frustration evident. One of the other merchants at the table leaned in, concern on his face. "You okay? You've been betting hard tonight, Giacomo." "I'm fine," Giacomo muttered, downing the last of his beer before slamming the mug onto the table. "Let's go again." Another round of cards began, with the tension at the table rising. The man in the purple suit played his hand confidently, then slammed his cards onto the table with a flourish. "I win," he announced, grinning as he raked in the pile of coins in front of him. "Looks like it's my lucky day." Giacomo's face fell, his hand going to his forehead as he groaned in disbelief. "Lost again? I can't believe it." One of the other merchants patted Giacomo on the back. "Don't worry too much. You'll recover it all tomorrow with that Farnese girl you've got." Another merchant chuckled, nodding in agreement. "That's true. With Count Roselle as the buyer, you're set to make a fortune." The man with the cigar leaned back, puffing smoke into the air. "He'll pay a hefty sum for her, no doubt. The Count's quite infamous for his indulgences, after all." He smirked wickedly, the group laughing darkly at the insinuation. Dantalian's eyes gleamed as he observed the exchange, the pieces of his plan slowly falling into place. "Oh, this is going to be fun." Giacomo's face twisted in frustration as the merchants around the table continued to talk about the slave girl and Count Roselle, the one set to buy her at tomorrow's auction. His teeth ground together, and suddenly he slammed his hand on the table. "Stop," he growled. "That girl, she's not like that." The man with yellow hair chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "Oh, don't tell me you've fallen in love with her now," he jeered, his voice dripping with mockery. Caught off guard, Giacomo stammered. "It's not like that." Desperate to change the subject, he added, "Shall we get back to the game?" The man in the purple, holding a card beneath the table, grinned wickedly. "What's the rush? We've got the whole night ahead of us," he said slyly. "You're getting worked up like an idiot." He reached for the deck dramatically. "Oh God, give me a good card. Please, give me a good card," he added sarcastically. Just then, Dantalian stepped in, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Looks like you're all having a great conversation." Without warning, Dantalian drove a knife straight into the merchant in purple's hand. The man screamed in pain as the other merchants looked on in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. With a calm smile on his face, Dantalian rested his hand on the merchant's shoulder. "It's disgusting," he said, his tone soft but filled with malice. The room was dead silent, the air thick with dread. The merchant in purple whimpered, his hand still impaled by the knife. "What were you doing?" he choked out. Dantalian tightened his grip on the merchant's shoulder, his smile never faltering. "You don't treat people like people, do you?" he said, his voice dropping dangerously low. "Cheating, aren't you?" Giacomo watched in disbelief as Dantalian raised the merchant hand, the knife still embedded in it, revealing a hidden card beneath his palm. Dantalian turned to Giacomo, his eyes gleaming. "You were being completely fooled by this guy." Giacomo blinked, unable to process what was happening. His fellow merchants, the ones he trusted, had been tricking him the entire time. Dantalian's gaze softened ever so slightly. "Tell me the truth, Giacomo," he said. "You're hesitating to sell Laura to Count Roselle, aren't you?" Giacomo's breath hitched. How does he know her name? It wasn't public knowledge. "Yes," Giacomo admitted quietly, his voice trembling. "I want to free her from slavery." Dantalian's smile disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. "There's no time for you to hesitate," he said firmly. "Is that really what you want to do?" The merchant in purple, still wincing in pain, sneered. Giacomo's lost it. "You can't just give her up now. You know what happens if you break the merchant's code, don't you?" Dantalian's eyes flickered with confidence as he looked back at Giacomo. "It's time to make a choice. Be brave. You can do it." Giacomo's heart pounded in his chest. "No one's ever believed in me before." The words hit him hard, and his resolve strengthened. His favorability towards Dantalian shot up as he stood tall, determination in his voice. "I'm the one who brought the girl here, so I decide what happens to her." The other merchants looked on stunned as Giacomo's voice rang out across the bar. Without another word, both Dantalian and Giacomo left the bar, the tension still hanging in the air like a storm waiting to break. As they walked through a narrow alley, Dantalian glanced at Giacomo. "You look like you could use a drink," he said with a knowing smile. Giacomo, still reeling from the intensity of the moment, let out a small chuckle. "Yeah, I think I could." His favorability towards Dantalian increased once more, gratitude clear in his eyes. Giacomo sipped his drink, his thoughts drifting. "At first, I thought Dantalian was terrifying," he mused, glancing at the demon lord beside him. "But he's actually kind." They continued walking through the alley, the conversation flowing. Dantalian, now with a softer tone, asked more about Laura. After a long exchange, Dantalian paused, his eyes glinting under the moonlight. "Do you free the slaves as you travel?" he asked, his voice carrying a subtle weight. Giacomo, surprised by the question, blinked, unsure how to respond. Dantalian continued without waiting for an answer. "I want this world to be free of slavery one day. But for that, I need people like you, people with a kind heart." Giacomo nearly dropped his drink. "You need me," he stammered. Dantalian smiled softly. "I wasn't looking for Laura, Giacomo," he said, his voice steady. "I was looking for you." The words hit Giacomo like a punch to the gut. "What?" He was speechless, and after a long pause, he finally admitted, in truth, "I never wanted to be a slave trader." His voice faltered. "My father's dead. There was nothing else I could do in this town." The weight of his words seemed to crush him, and he bowed deeply before Dantalian. "Please," he begged, "save that girl from this life." Dantalian looked at Giacomo, puzzled by the sincerity of his plea. Why is he going to such lengths for her? He wondered. Giacomo, with a serious look in his eyes, continued, "A girl like her doesn't belong in a place like this." His voice cracked slightly. Just as he was about to reveal her true name, his bottle slipped from his hand. "Looks like I've had too much to drink tonight," he muttered, his words slurring. The drug's kicking in," Dantalian thought, watching Giacomo's movements grow sluggish. Helping Giacomo sit, Dantalian patted him on the shoulder. "I understand how you feel," he said with a kind smile. "And I believe that you, Giacomo, are the one who can truly take care of Laura." Giacomo's eyes widened. "Me?" He thought, bewildered. "Do you really think so?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Of course," Dantalian replied, his tone soothing. "Now, where is she?" Giacomo, now struggling to stay awake, pointed weakly toward the end of the alley. "At the very end, in a cage," he mumbled, before everything started spinning. His vision blurred, and moments later, he collapsed onto the ground. Dantalian chuckled quietly, kneeling beside Giacomo. "And that's why people take advantage of you," he whispered softly. "But I respect your feelings, Giacomo." I promised to make her happy. With that, Dantalian left Giacomo slumped against the alley wall, his drink spilled beside him. Checking his watch, Dantalian smiled. Right on time. The clock struck midnight, and with it, his body shimmered and shifted back to his original form. Perfect timing. Now looking like his true self, the demon lord turned toward the direction Giacomo had pointed and made his way to the cage. Laura, seated inside, was reading something by the dim light of a lantern. Dantalian approached with a confident stride, his eyes glinting with amusement. Laura de Farnese, he said with a charming smile, I've come to take you away from this misery. Laura glanced up from her book, confusion clouding her features. Who is this man? She thought, her mind racing as she took in his appearance. And why does he know my name? Oh. Laura's eyes flicked up from the pages of her book, her voice as cold as the night air. Move aside. You're blocking the moonlight, and I can't read like this. Dantalian smirked, thinking, in Dungeon Attack, Laura was one of the pivotal figures, destined to reshape the world. But unlike the protagonist who offer hope, she was an unstoppable force of cruelty and destruction. Her hatred for humans ran so deep, it was practically her life's mission to obliterate them. Dantalian's memory replayed the wars that devastated entire kingdoms, not by the hands of demon lords, but by hers. He assessed her again, calculating his next move. All of that is still years away, he mused. 15, maybe 20 years from now, the world will fear her. But for now, she's a mere 16-year-old, a girl with untapped potential. That's why he needed her now, before she realized the monster she could become. He would harness that hatred, channel it into something even more lethal. Breaking his internal reverie, Dantalian stepped closer and said, I could easily buy you at tomorrow's auction. Or better yet, I could simply take you now. I've got witches stationed nearby. One word from me, and you'd be out of here in an instant. His tone dripped with casual indifference, as though stealing a person was just another Tuesday for him. But that's not my style. Laura tilted her head slightly, intrigued but cautious. So you want me as a retainer, not a slave? Why? Dantalian let out a dark chuckle. If I wanted a slave, you'd already be shackled. I have enough power and gold to take what I want. But that's not what I'm after. His eyes glinted mischievously. I want something much more valuable than chains. I want your loyalty. And I'll prove to you that I'm worthy of it. Her cold gaze didn't waver, but Dantalian could tell she was listening intently now. A demon lord, proving himself? That's not exactly typical. Her voice was steady, but he could sense the gears turning in her mind. He pressed on. It's strategy, not madness. You see, your fate has already been sealed, whether you like it or not. Tomorrow, Count Roselle of Brittany will place the highest bid on you. Her grip tightened slightly on the book she held. Dantalian didn't miss the small tell. Good, now to push the knife in a little deeper, he thought. Roselle, he continued nonchalantly, has a thing for noble women like you. His hobbies include, how should I put it, creative torture. He starts with candle burns, but that's just the warm-up. Eventually, he moves on to more extreme methods. Limbs are optional, of course. Laura didn't flinch. Losing my limbs would be inconvenient. I wouldn't be able to read anymore. That would be troublesome. Dantalian's grin widened. Got you. So, it's books you care about, then. You must be a genius. She raised an eyebrow. There's no need to flatter me. I've known I was a genius since I was 6. Dantalian chuckled darkly, matching her cold confidence. What a coincidence. I realized I was a genius at 6 too. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. You think humans are beneath you, don't you? Her eyes gleamed with a hint of disdain. Beneath me? That's an understatement. I don't understand how they even function with such limited intellect. If I were one of them, I'd have ended my life out of sheer embarrassment. Dantalian's laughter echoed through the quiet night. That's exactly why I need someone like you by my side. With your brilliance and my power, we'll reshape this world, and not a single human will stand in our way. Laura remained composed, but there was a flicker of something deeper, curiosity, maybe even ambition. She's hooked, Dantalian thought smugly. Dantalian, with a casual shrug, nodded. It can't be helped, really. Most people are like that, pathetic, small-minded. That's why it falls on those of us with real power to teach them a lesson they won't forget. He flashed Laura a wicked smile, one filled with dark amusement. Laura remained unmoved, her voice cold and indifferent. Demon Lord, don't you find all this rather tiresome? Dantalian chuckled, not just tiresome. It's a real headache sometimes. But, you see, we're still part of this miserable world, and if it means getting rid of the filth, sacrifices are necessary. His eyes gleamed with wicked intent, and Laura raised her head to meet his gaze. I suppose I understand, Laura replied, a faint, dangerous smile appearing on her lips. Good, Dantalian said with a dark chuckle. As I thought, you and I will get along very well. Laura stood up, her expression turning more menacing. Funny, I was thinking the same thing, she said, stepping closer to him. Suddenly, a notification flashed before Dantalian's eyes. Laura's likability toward you has increased by 30. With that, Dantalian reached for the chains that bound Laura, snapping them like they were nothing. So, tell me, how does it feel to finally be free, he asked, his voice dripping with smug satisfaction. Laura stretched, relishing her newfound freedom. It's pleasant, she said, a wicked grin spreading across her face. I think I could get used to it. Dantalian smirked, pulling out a glowing blue scroll. Consider this my first gift to you, he said. Blue energy sparked from the scroll, illuminating the sky above them. Laura looked up, confused by the sudden spectacle. Moments later, the witches Dantalian had stationed around the market appeared. At his nod, they began weaving an immense magic circle over the city, their hands flickering with power. Laura's eyes gleamed with delight as she watched the magical display unfold, anticipating the chaos that would follow. Thick, crackling energy surged through the circle, raining down on the city like a storm of pure destruction. Buildings crumbled beneath the force, and Dantalian, his eyes gleaming with malevolent satisfaction, gestured toward the unfolding carnage. Look closely, Laura. We're about to rid this city of its impurities. Another witch raised her hand, casting a spell that brainwashed the enslaved masses. Their eyes turned crimson with rage as they seized any weapon they could find and began slaughtering their masters. The chaos spread like wildfire, screams echoing through the streets. Elsewhere, Lapis had cornered Count Roselle, his face bloodied as he stumbled back in horror. You have no idea who I am, he screamed, terror etched into his features. You're making a mistake, a terrible one. If you kill me, you'll regret it. Lapis, her expression utterly cold, advanced with a knife in hand, her bloodlust palpable. The Count, reduced to begging for his life, groveled at her feet. Please, spare me. I'll give you anything you want. Without hesitation, Lapis silenced him for good, driving her blade into his chest. In another part of the city, Giacomo stirred awake, the sound of chaos pulling him from his daze. He stared in horror at the blazing city, his heart pounding in his chest. His thoughts raced back to Dantalian's words. I want to free everyone from slavery. Giacomo's mind whirled as he remembered Laura and how she might be caught up in this madness. The witches reveled in their control over the enslaved masses, guiding their rampage with nothing more than a flick of their fingers. The city was being torn apart, fire, blood, and terror engulfing every corner. And amidst it all, Dantalian stood, watching the scene unfold with a satisfied grin. Can you hear it, Laura? Dantalian asked, his voice calm amidst the chaos. The screams of those who tormented you? Isn't it sweet? Laura's eyes sparkled with a sinister light as she took in the devastation, her smile widening. She watched with the same satisfaction as a conductor directing a symphony. Dantalian nodded approvingly. This is just the beginning, Laura. Your real life starts now. Forget the past. You have me by your side, and the world will tremble before us. Oh. Laura stood mesmerized, watching as Dantalian reveled in the destruction surrounding him. The once proud city was now nothing more than a sea of flames, its burning structures casting flickering shadows on his figure as he danced among the chaos. She couldn't tear her eyes away, a strange admiration building within her. With her heart pounding in her chest, she called out with a firm voice, "Demon Lord Dantalian." Her words cut through the crackling of the fire, carrying her resolve. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees, bowing her head low in reverence. From this moment onward, I, Lord of Farnese, accept you as my lord. She paused, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes, the flames reflected in their depths. I pledge this new life you've given me entirely to you, my demon lord, for as long as I live. As Laura knelt in front of Dantalian, Giacomo stood to the side, his heart racing with confusion and disbelief. His mind swirled with unanswered questions. How had things come to this? He couldn't hold back any longer, his voice trembling as he shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" His eyes darted toward Laura as he demanded, "Why are you kneeling to him?" Dantalian's expression shifted from amused to irritated. His lips curled into a sneer as he turned to face Giacomo. "You should have stayed ignorant, Giacomo," Dantalian growled, his voice filled with contempt. "You could have lived peacefully, blissfully unaware of all this." But Giacomo was far from understanding. He could barely comprehend what was happening. His confusion only deepened as Dantalian addressed him by name. "Wait, how do you know my name?" Giacomo stammered, his mind racing. He squinted at Dantalian, trying to piece together where he had seen him before. And then it hit him. The merchant from earlier, it was him, but now with horns. "No, this can't be," he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. In a trembling voice, Giacomo pointed toward the demon lord. "You didn't have horns before. Are you really a demon lord?" Dantalian's cold, emotionless eyes locked onto Giacomo's. "Indeed," he replied, his voice as icy as ever. "I am a demon lord, the 71st ranked demon lord, Dantalian." The revelation left Giacomo speechless, his thoughts spiraling out of control. His voice faltered as he struggled to find words. "You're that Dantalian's?" His legs shook beneath him, and beads of sweat trickled down his face. "So, everything you said, it was all a lie? You deceived me from the start." Dantalian's smile widened, his demeanor unfazed. "Not at all, Giacomo. In fact, I'm grateful to you," he said with a mocking tone. "After all, it was you who told me where Laura was." He waved his hand dismissively. "I haven't deceived you. I merely fulfilled your wish. I freed Laura and the others from the hands of their captors, the ones who abused them, who treated them like animals." Giacomo's fear quickly turned into frustration. His fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "What are you going to do with Laura?" he demanded, his voice thick with anger. "Let her go." Dantalian's low chuckle reverberated through the air. "What do you mean? Let her go?" His gaze flickered to Laura. "Everything I've done has been in line with your wishes, Giacomo. And besides, Laura is coming with me of her own free will. I didn't force her. I didn't even cast a spell on her." Giacomo's face twisted in shock, struggling to process what he was hearing. "She's going with you willingly?" His voice dropped to a whisper, disbelief etched across his face. Before he could say another word, Dantalian's patience snapped. His eyes flared red, and the air around them grew heavy with an overwhelming, malevolent aura. "Listen carefully, Giacomo." Dantalian's voice dripped with venom. "I won't repeat myself. Leave now, before my patience runs out, and I end your life right here." The sheer force of Dantalian's aura sent shivers down Giacomo's spine. His body trembled violently as he collapsed to the ground, fear flooding his senses. Dantalian looked down at him with disdain. "Consider this a lesson, Giacomo. Don't trust so easily next time." Too petrified to respond, Giacomo remained frozen in place. Dantalian turned back to Laura, his tone softening as he spoke to her. "It's time to go, Laura," he said, motioning for her to follow him. Without hesitation, she nodded and walked at his side. For a brief moment, she turned back to look at Giacomo, lying helpless on the ground, his expression a mixture of despair and disbelief. She offered no words, only a brief glance before continuing to walk alongside the demon lord, leaving Giacomo behind in the burning ruins of the city. As they made their way through the charred streets, the sound of footsteps echoed through the smoke. Lapis emerged from the flames, her cold gaze locked on Dantalian and Laura as they waited for her. Unbothered by the chaos around her, she approached with her usual air of detachment. Dantalian greeted her with a smirk. "Is it done?" he asked. Lapis nodded, her voice devoid of emotion. "Yes, not a single person escaped. Not Roselle, not the slave traders, nor anyone associated with them. Everything went according to plan." Dantalian's smirk widened in approval. "Well done, Lapis," he praised her. But Lapis didn't seem pleased. Her gaze flickered toward Laura, her expression icy. "Your Highness," she began. "Who is this woman?" Dantalian chuckled, gesturing toward Laura. "This is Laura, the one I told you about," he explained, but Lapis cut him off, her eyes narrowing. "Who is that man behind you?" Dantalian's amusement faded as he turned around, irritation flaring as he saw Giacomo stumbling toward them, his desperation evident. "You've got to be kidding me," Dantalian muttered under his breath, his frustration mounting. "Even after everything, this fool is still coming after us." Lapis's cold stare never wavered as Giacomo stumbled toward them, desperation clinging to every shaky step he took. She drew her sword with a swift motion, her eyes narrowing in disdain. This man had no place here, not in front of her lord, not in front of Laura. With lethal precision, she lunged forward, her blade aimed directly at his heart. "Stop," he commanded, stepping between them. His hand was raised, his aura flaring just enough to give pause to even Lapis. She halted, surprise flickered in her eyes as she lowered the sword, but her displeasure was palpable. "Why do you interfere?" Lapis asked, her voice low and sharp, like the edge of her weapon. The frustration in her gaze was clear, but Dantalian ignored it, turning toward her with an unusual calmness. "Lapis," he began, his voice steady but commanding, "this man is different. He's one of the few souls in this world that is still pure. People like him, they are rare." His tone softened just slightly, but it held an authority that made even Lapis hesitate. "He must be kept alive." Lapis blinked, unable to believe what she was hearing. "Pure," she repeated, incredulity lacing her words. Before she could press him for a better explanation, Giacomo, driven by desperation, bolted forward. His hands trembled as he reached out and grabbed Laura's hand, his voice thick with emotion. "Laura, please," he begged, his grip tightening around her wrist. "Think about what you're doing. Are you really okay with this? He's a demon lord, Laura. You know what that means, don't you?" Laura's eyes, full of an unwavering resolve, met Giacomo's pleading gaze. "I know exactly what I'm doing," she replied, her voice steady, even calm. "And yes, I know who he is. I've made my decision." Giacomo's face twisted with disbelief, his mind racing to process her words. "But why?" he asked, his voice breaking as he tried to understand. "Why would you willingly follow a demon lord? Don't you understand the danger? Don't you care about what he might do to you?" Laura's expression softened, but only slightly. "My life wasn't exactly sunshine and roses to begin with, Giacomo," she said quietly, her words carrying a weight that shook him to his core. "I spent every day in a cage, enslaved, beaten, and tormented. Do you really think things could get any worse?" She paused, her eyes glinting with something unfamiliar, hope. "For the first time, I feel alive. For the first time, my heart is pounding, not in fear, but in anticipation." "He gave me that." Giacomo stood there, his heart sinking into his chest. His fingers slipped from her wrist, and he was left standing, speechless. He wanted to argue, to plead, but the truth in her words rendered him silent. The air between them thickened, a wall of understanding and separation rising between them. Lapis, watching from the side, could no longer hold her tongue. Turning to Dantalian, her frustration evident in every motion, she asked coldly, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Why are we wasting time?" Dantalian glanced at her, dismissing her irritation with a casual wave. "Let them be, Lapis. This is their farewell. It's the least they deserve." Lapis clenched her jaw, clearly displeased with the turn of events. "Farewell. This is a waste of time," she muttered under her breath. But Dantalian paid her no mind. Meanwhile, Giacomo, summoning every last bit of courage, turned back to Laura, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Laura, this is the first time I've ever seen you smile." He hesitated, his eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and regret. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused you." He wanted to say more, he needed to, but the words wouldn't come. He stood there, his fists clenched, fighting back the tears that threatened to fall. "I need to tell you something," he began, but before he could finish, an agonizing pain shot through his body. His breath caught in his throat, and his eyes went wide in shock. Giacomo looked down, his hands instinctively reaching for the blade now embedded in his stomach. Blood poured from the wound, staining his clothes as he struggled to breathe. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. With a trembling hand, turn his head to see Lapis standing over him, her sword dripping with his blood. Her expression was as cold and emotionless as ever. Dantalian's eyes blazed with fury. "Lapis," he roared, his voice filled with shock and anger. "What the hell are you doing?" Lapis turned her head slightly, her gaze meeting his. "What needed to be done," she replied flatly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "He was a witness, Your Highness. He knew too much." Dantalian stared at her in disbelief. "But you've never killed without reason before. Why now?" His voice wavered with confusion, unable to comprehend her sudden cruelty. Lapis's lips curled into a thin, cruel smile. "Reason," she scoffed, walking over to Giacomo, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. "The Demon Lord ordered the death of every slave trader and those associated with them, did he not? This man, he was involved." Giacomo's body trembled as Lapis crouched down next to him, her voice turning cold and sinister. The Demon Lord's orders were clear. No one walks away. She gripped the hilt of her sword, still embedded in Giacomo's body, and twisted it mercilessly. A guttural scream escaped his lips as blood spilled from the wound. Dantalian's voice cracked with desperation. "Lapis, stop. You've done enough." But Lapis's eyes gleamed with malice as she yanked the sword free from Giacomo's body, her gaze never leaving Dantalian's. "Enough? You think this is enough?" she hissed, her voice dripping with contempt. "He's seen too much. He knows too much. The Demon Lord I serve is merciless, ruthless, and thorough." Suddenly, a notification flashed in Dantalian's mind. Lapis's likability towards you has decreased by 5. His heart sank as he realized the distance growing between them. "Lapis, please stop." His voice was barely a whisper now, his anger giving way to frustration. But Lapis ignored him, raising her sword once more. She brought it down in a swift, final slash across Giacomo's chest, ending his life with one last, cold stroke. The blood splattered across the ground, and Dantalian's heart clenched as another notification appeared. "Lapis's likability towards you has dropped to 0. Breathing heavily, Lapis turned her blood-stained gaze toward Dantalian, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "The Demon Lord I swore allegiance to would never have let something like this slide." "Who are you, Dantalian?" Dantalian's expression twisted with frustration, the weight of her words hitting him harder than he expected. "Who do you think I am?" he shot back, his voice filled with bitterness. "You're nothing but a devilish woman, Lapis." Covered in blood, Lapis stood tall, her expression unreadable. "A devilish woman," she echoed, her voice filled with cold amusement. "And who did you think I was all this time?" Dantalian's eyes narrowed with bewilderment and a hint of rage as he faced Lapis. "Why, Lapis?" he demanded, his voice tinged with a frustration he rarely let show. "You stopped me from punishing that maid, and even intervened when I want to teach your mother a lesson. Yet now, you go to such extremes against Giacomo? Why the sudden change? Why protect only to destroy?" Lapis met his gaze, her eyes icy and unyielding. "Your Highness," she began, her tone a dagger laced with venom. "If you truly believe you know me, you're gravely mistaken." Reaching down, she lifted Giacomo's battered face to Dantalian's view, her grip as unrelenting as her words. "Look at him, Dantalian. Memorize this face, carve it into your memory. This," she continued, each word landing like a slap, "is the future you invite when you forget yourself." Dantalian's smirk faltered, his expression darkening as he took in her words. The subtle amusement in his gaze faded, replaced by a grim understanding. "What is this, Lapis? Why this sudden bitterness? You would have me believe I'm destined for this." He gestured to Giacomo, disbelief etched in his every movement. "Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you," she replied, her voice sharp as a blade. "Power may be a throne, but it's a precarious one. Forget that, and someday someone will remind you." Her tone was cold, unyielding. Each word hung in the air, leaving an icy silence in its wake. With a sigh, Dantalian put a hand to his forehead, letting out a mirthless laugh. "I didn't think such cruelty resided within you, Lapis. I believed I knew your nature." Lapis's gaze hardened, and she replied with chilling finality, "You know nothing of me, Your Highness. It would be wise not to make assumptions about the depths I'll go to." The story shifted forward to the present, where Dantalian and Barbados sat across from each other, shadows dancing in the dim light. Dantalian's brow furrowed in frustration as he spoke. "Tell me, Barbados, where did I misstep?" His tone was weary, as though the weight of Lapis's words still clung to him. Barbados rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Enough of the brooding, Dantalian. It's already night, and we've been talking in circles. The least you can do is fetch us a decent drink. She gave him a pointed look, her lips curling into a half-smile. Dantalian raised an eyebrow, as though suddenly remembering something. Oh, I nearly forgot. Rising from his seat, he strode to a hidden cabinet and with a sly grin, pulled out a bottle wrapped in enchanted chains. The faint aura surrounding it shimmered in the dim light. Barbados's eyes lit up with unabashed greed, her voice trembling as she asked, could it really be a Balalunium from 1101? Dantalian's smirk deepened, catching her reaction with satisfaction. Indeed. According to Ivar, this comes straight from the fiery pits, crafted by Count Magma himself. They say it's a drink for legends. Barbados's typical stoic demeanor faltered, her restraint hanging by a thread. You have any idea what you're holding? That bottle alone is worth kingdoms. Dantalian chuckled, savoring her reaction. How about this, Barbados? If you sit quietly and listen, I'll grant you the first taste. He poured her a glass, watching her tough exterior melt into pure, unfiltered greed. Fine, she muttered, barely containing her excitement. But get on with it. Dantalian let out a laugh, the sound echoing through the chamber. Who would have thought the great Barbados could be so easily tamed by a drink? Her glare could have frozen fire. Enough games, Dantalian. Just hand over the glass, or I'll show you exactly why I'm feared. As she took her first sip, Dantalian leaned back, letting his smirk fade. This is where the story shifts from missteps to turning points, he said, his tone darkening. The letter I received was more than a mere warning. It was a declaration of war. The scene transitioned to days prior, where witches circled Dantalian's castle like black crows, casting eerie shadows under the crimson moon. Inside, Dantalian sat upon his throne, an ominous smile playing on his lips. He turned to Laura, who now stood with a poise and elegance that only a life in royalty could bestow. Her transformation was undeniable. She exuded a quiet, potent strength that drew the eye like a rare gem. Well, Laura, Dantalian began, his voice dripping with amusement. How are you finding life here? Adjusting well, I trust. Laura's gaze was steady, unfazed by her newfound surroundings. It's all the same to me, she replied coolly. The books are what matter. Dantalian looked at Laura, observing her transformation as she grew accustomed to her new life. So, getting used to castle life, he asked with a sly smile. Laura gave a slight nod, her tone nonchalant. At least now. I have meals that don't taste like ash and a place to rest my head. Dantalian chuckled, pleased. Good. That's what I want to hear. A sharp knock echoed through the castle, cutting through their exchange. Dantalian walked to the window, opening it to find one of his witches, her face tense with urgency. An army, my lord. 30 kilometers north, 2,000 soldiers strong. They're marching towards us as we speak. A dark glimmer sparked in Dantalian's eyes as he took in the information, his voice cold and brimming with anticipation. So they finally arrived. Let them come. Meanwhile, in the distance, the northern guardian Margrave of Rosenberg, General George von Rosenberg, surveyed his troops. Soldiers lined up as horns blared, their tension mirroring the weight of the mission. One adjutant approached the general, whispering, Your Highness, is it true? Is there really an endless supply of black herbs inside Dantalian's castle? Rosenberg's eyes darkened as he corrected the adjutant sternly. Address me as general here. This is no court. The adjutant's face blanched, immediately realizing his mistake. Apologies, general. With grim determination, Rosenberg's voice hardened. These rumors of black herbs in Dantalian's castle may be mere whispers, but my people's fears are very real. I can't let their trust in me wane. If I stand idle, what's left of their loyalty will crumble to dust. His expression, though calm, held the weight of his responsibility. The adjutant gave a respectful nod, sensing the gravity of the mission. So, it's not just a battle, it's a statement to your people. Rosenberg's gaze shifted to the distant silhouette of the castle. Dantalian's title as the 71st ranked demon lord is just that, a title. This minor demon is nothing compared to what we've faced before. He turned to the army, his voice a rallying cry. We fight not just for land, but for peace, and peace we shall bring. All forces advance. Back in the castle, Dantalian sat with calculated composure, looking at Laura as she approached him. her steps resolute yet hesitant. "Laura," he began, his tone dark yet encouraging. "Today marks the day of your first real battle. Are you prepared to lead?" Laura hesitated, her gaze wavering. "Master, I've studied strategies, but I've never faced actual combat. I don't want to risk our mercenaries unnecessarily." "Are you sure about this?" Despite her words, a spark of resolve shone in her eyes, tempered by the weight of responsibility. Dantalian's chuckle was sinister, dismissing her concern with a wave. "Laura, the lives of mercenaries are of little consequence. If they fall, I'll hire more. Wealth is abundant. Loyalty, however, is scarce." He placed a hand on her shoulder, leaning close as he added, "And you, Laura, are irreplaceable." Her uncertainty softened as Dantalian's unwavering confidence seeped into her. "Don't think of this as war. Think of it as your personal arena, a stage set for you alone." Laura's gaze hardened as she shifted her attention to the war table, her fingers grazing the chess pieces scattered across the map. With a steady hand, she picked up a soldier figure, studying it as a glint of ruthless determination flickered in her eyes. "A playground, you say?" She sat down at the table, assessing the layout. "Understood. Then I'll carry out your will, my lord. Consider this game of war mine to win." With a dark smile, Dantalian watched as she set her pieces across the board, her moves deliberate and tactical. His own grin widened. "Now then, let's begin the real game." Meanwhile, across the desolate battlefield, Rosenberg's army continued its relentless march. As the soldiers neared the castle, they could feel the oppressive weight of Dantalian's dark aura emanating from the stone walls. The general's adjutant, sensing the men's growing tension, leaned toward Rosenberg. "General, this is it. Should we proceed as planned?" Rosenberg smirked, his eyes cold as he held his weapon aloft. "Yes, Dantalian's castle awaits. Today, we show our people what we're truly made of." As his soldiers took position, he clenched his weapon tightly, ready to deliver judgment on the supposed plague within the castle. The scene shifted back to Dantalian and Laura. With her hands hovering over the map, Laura positioned her soldiers like pawns in a grand scheme. Let's see if Rosenberg's politics can withstand true strategy. Her eyes glinted with the thrill of battle, her posture exuding newfound confidence. Dantalian's voice broke the silence, carrying an undertone of satisfaction. "Remember, Laura, these aren't mere soldiers, they're pieces in a game of power. You control their fate." Dantalian smirked as he leaned back in his chair, his gaze focused on the map. "Well then, let's play." On the chaotic battlefield, a panicked soldier called out, "General, the scouts have returned with urgent news." Without hesitation, General Rosenberg approached, his gaze cutting through the dust-filled air like a blade. "Report, soldier," he commanded, each word weighted with authority. The scout, visibly shaken, bowed low and delivered his message. 3 kilometers ahead, sir. Enemy troops have blocked the road, heavily armed and ready for battle." Rosenberg's expression hardened. "Block the road, you say?" I was under the impression Dantalian lacked any formal military presence. His eyes narrowed, assessing the situation as a dangerous puzzle falling into place. "Continue, soldier." The scout hesitated, then pushed forward. "Based on their banners, they appear to be a group of hired mercenaries, General. We estimate their numbers to be around 200 strong." Rosenberg's face twisted in displeasure. "Estimated, you say?" His tone grew sharp, slicing through the soldier's hesitation. On the battlefield, guesswork can be as deadly as the enemy itself. "Precision, soldier. Remember that." The scout stammered an apology. "Yes, sir." "I apologize." Turning to his adjutant, Rosenberg's mind raced. "There's something amiss here. I'll verify the situation myself." He motioned for the adjutant to follow, striding with purpose toward the front, his gaze steely and unyielding. Upon reaching the vantage point, Rosenberg lifted his binoculars, carefully surveying the mercenary force assembled before him. They were indeed fewer than his own army, a mere 200 scattered bodies, standing firm under tattered banners. Why would Dantalian deploy such a modest force here? Could he have somehow foreseen our advance? A troubling thought lingered. Is there a traitor among us? But now was not the time for paranoia. Regaining focus, he steadied himself. I must deal with the immediate threat. Leave no loose ends. Turning sharply to his adjutant, Rosenberg issued his command with unwavering confidence. Mobilize the cavalry. Hit them from both flanks. These mercenaries won't delay our march to Dantalian's stronghold. With a sharp salute, the adjutant relayed the orders. Across the line, the blare of trumpets shattered the tense silence, rallying soldiers as they prepared to charge. Cavalrymen readied themselves, eyes steel with purpose, their figures casting dark shadows across the blood-stained earth. Without missing a beat, they charged forward, hoofs pounding as they stormed toward the mercenary blockade, driven by the promise of swift victory. Back at Dantalian's castle, the demon lord stood in the grand hall, calmly observing the unfolding chaos below. His gaze lingered on Laura, who intently studied the map spread before them. Each figure, each movement on the board was calculated, a testament to the strategy woven into every inch of Dantalian's plan. This wasn't just warfare. It was a masterstroke of psychological warfare, each piece maneuvered with intent. With an amused glint in his eye, Dantalian finally broke the silence. "So it begins," he murmured, the corner of his mouth curling into a predatory smile. Laura, focused and ready, examined the map where ivory-colored pieces marked the advancing enemy troops, inching closer toward their trap. As the realization of her pivotal role dawned on her, calm resolve settled over her features. On the front lines, the general's cavalry thundered closer to the mercenary line. The archers held their bows taut, every muscle straining as they aimed skyward. At the signal, a volley of arrows shot through the sky, their dark silhouettes filling the air with a haunting promise of devastation. Below, mercenaries raised their shields, bracing themselves as the rain of death descended upon them, yet their stance remained defiant. Moments later, the adjutant approached Rosenberg, an anxious look shadowing his features. "General, the enemy, they're not retaliating." Not a single arrow fired in response. Rosenberg's eyes narrowed, suspicion boiling over. Not retaliating. What's their game here? He scanned the battlefield, his mind racing. Are they stalling us, perhaps waiting for reinforcements? But there was no cover for miles, only endless open plains. Dantalian was clever, perhaps too clever, but this silence was unnerving. Back at the castle, Dantalian observed with satisfaction, savoring the tension that rippled through his opponent's ranks like a taut string on the verge of snapping. His gaze flickered to Laura, and his voice took on a mentor's edge. "Remember, Laura," he spoke with a glint of intrigue, "the true artistry of warfare is in restraint. The thrill of the kill lies not just in the strike, but in making them wonder when it will come." Each word laced with dark wisdom. He watched as Rosenberg's forces marched ever deeper into his web, each step a testament to Dantalian's mastery of manipulation. The general's brow began to glisten with sweat as he felt the mounting tension and confusion swirl within him. Were they playing at? He thought, his jaw clenched tightly. Nothing about the mercenaries' tactics made sense. There they were, standing motionless in the line of fire, showing no hint of a counterattack, no attempt to alter their formation. It seemed a death wish, a mere march into oblivion. He muttered to himself, what in the world is their commander planning? Suddenly, a soldier sprinted up to the general, breathless but steadfast. "General!" The enemy's formation. It's starting to fall apart. The general narrowed his eyes, suspicion brewing even as he nodded to maintain control. "If that's the case, we hold the advantage. There's no reason to charge in recklessly." He gestured to his adjutant, his tone unwavering. "Tell them to keep firing. No need for haste." A trumpet blared once again, echoing across the battlefield as the relentless rain of arrows continued. Though the mercenary shields weakened and their lines buckled under the onslaught, they stood without retaliation, enduring each blow with unwavering silence. Soon, their defense crumbled altogether, and one by one, the mercenaries fell, their bodies strewn across the ground like fallen pawns. After the onslaught had quieted, the general strode forward, surveying the eerie scene of lifeless mercenaries spread out before him. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword as he took it all in. "Demon Lord Dantalian, just what game are you playing at?" Back at Dantalian's castle, frustration was etched across the demon lord's face as he watched the battle unfold. His gaze shifted to Laura, who sat contemplatively, one hand to her chin. "Ah, so the infantrymen are no match for the cavalry after all," she murmured, as though merely observing a lesson. Hearing this, Dantalian's patience snapped. His eyes flashed red with irritation as he barked. "Learn a lot? Just what do you mean by that?" His voice echoed through the hall, sending a shiver down Laura's spine. In a quick, frustrated motion, he flicked her on the forehead, eliciting a startled yelp from her. "Oh, stop, my lord. You're messing up my hair. It hurts." Laura protested, her hands instinctively reaching to protect her head. Dantalian sighed, the edge of his frustration evident. That was supposed to be a strategy? What in all the realms was that display? I've never seen such an embarrassing fight in my life. Laura, still nursing her head, glared up at him. Well, I did warn you, my lord. You're the one who insisted I take charge, she huffed defensively. Raising an eyebrow, Dantalian's expression softened into a bemused smirk. Oh, do tell, he said, his tone deceptively gentle. I promise I won't get mad. Just let me in on what you were trying to accomplish. Thinking he was serious, Laura hesitated before admitting, well, I wanted to see if they'd follow orders properly under pressure. Dantalian's feigned patience wore thin as he flicked her forehead once more, earning a louder, You tricked me, my lord. Stop it, you're messing with my hair again. With a sigh, Dantalian finally relented, his tone shifting to a more instructive one. Listen, Laura. Victory doesn't come from hesitation or tests. The goddess of victory only smiles on those who are bold enough to seize her favor, he said, his voice taking on an almost fatherly tone. Laura looked up, her eyes widening. Boldness, to the point of recklessness. Dantalian nodded. Exactly. Go beyond what feels safe. If you're not making yourself doubt your every move, you're holding back. A newfound clarity dawned in Laura's eyes. She straightened, her gaze focused, fierce. I understand now, my lord. I was too passive, too cautious. But no more. With a determined resolve, she declared, I may be gifted in theory, but out here, I'm still learning the true art of warfare. A sinister smile tugged at the corner of Dantalian's mouth, his red eyes gleaming with approval. Good. Go forth, Laura. Seize the battlefield with everything you have, and return only with victory. Laura's eyes lit up with renewed confidence. Yes, my lord. I will bring us glory, this I promise. In that moment, Dantalian could see a spark in Laura's gaze, the fire of a leader in the making. Perfect, he thought. Now the real battle begins. The scene cuts back to the battlefield, where the tension hangs as thick as the dust kicked up by marching soldiers. In the distance, banners flutter above rows of troops, and at the forefront strides Rosenberg, his face half-shadowed in grim thought. Behind him, his army advances toward Dantalian's fortress, each step resonating with purpose. Yet, despite his usual battlefield composure, Rosenberg feels a peculiar weight in his chest, a feeling he's never had, even after countless battles. This victory over Dantalian's mercenaries hadn't settled right with him. Something was off, something more insidious than he'd ever encountered. As Rosenberg's gaze hardens, his mind circles back to the strange events earlier. What on earth was Dantalian thinking? The thought barely finishes when his adjutant, already at his side, echoes the sentiment. General, what was that all about? His voice is barely above a whisper, as if afraid to speak the question out loud. Rosenberg remains silent, still piecing together the fragments of that bizarre skirmish. For once, he has no answer. Dantalian's tactics weren't just puzzling, they were downright unsettling. The adjutant, eyes wide with disbelief, presses on, his voice growing with frustrated horror. It was like he was using humans as shields. Those soldiers, they died for nothing, didn't they? His face contorts in frustration, struggling to understand how such a merciless strategy could even make sense. But Rosenberg cuts him off, his tone steady yet sharp. Focus on our own fight, adjutant. You've always had a bad habit of thinking too much about the enemy's feelings instead of your own survival. The adjutant's face flushes, and he quickly lowers his head, his voice breaking with embarrassment. My apologies, General. Oh, I'll remember that. He feels the weight of his mistake and takes it to heart, silently vowing to be more disciplined in the future. Rosenberg's gaze remains fixed forward as he takes a deep breath, letting the air steady his resolve. I respect that you care, he says finally, his voice barely above a growl. But remember, adjutant, this is war. Out here, those kind of thoughts will lead you straight to a quick death. A warrior's duty is to fight, not falter. The adjutant feels the words sink in, and with newfound determination, he clenches his fist. Understood, General. I'll follow your lead. Rosenberg offers a slight nod before his mind slips back into cold focus. Dantalian, he thinks, his eyes narrowing. You're going down quietly, and I'll make sure of it. His resolve hardens into something fierce, a personal promise etched into his mind. Just then, a soldier appears, breathing heavily as he delivers a message from the scouts up front. Rosenberg turns, all business. "What's the report?" he asks, his voice sharp. "Sir, there's a new mercenary force up ahead," the scout stammers, still catching his breath. Rosenberg's eyes widen in genuine shock. Another line of defense? His mind races. "What you playing at, Dantalian? What's your real game here?" The mystery only deepens, and Rosenberg realizes that this battle may be far from over, each new twist revealing just how far Dantalian is willing to go to keep his true intentions hidden. Back in the dimly lit castle, Dantalian leaned over a large map with a gleam of pride in his eyes, his smirk widening as he observed Laura. She was poised and intense, arranging the second line of defense on the map with a confidence that hinted at a grand scheme. Her eyes sparkled with a kind of quiet ferocity, as if she had every detail meticulously planned to bring utter devastation to their foes. Laura seemed certain, almost arrogantly so, that this next maneuver would be Rosenberg's downfall. The scene shifts abruptly back to the battlefield, where Rosenberg, holding his binoculars, examines the line of mercenaries stationed up ahead. This time, the sight is unusual. Every one of them is an archer, forming a straight line and preparing for battle. Rosenberg frowns, counting roughly 150 archers, and tries to make sense of Dantalian's decision. Why only archers? He wonders, perplexed. The last wave had been pure infantry, and now they were seeing a completely ranged unit, something he hadn't encountered in a while. Shaking his head, Rosenberg mutters, "A whole formation with nothing for close combat. Are they even trying to strategize, or is this some amateur hour trick?" He almost laughs at the thought, but quickly dismisses it. No, he thinks Dantalian may be ruthless, but he's no fool. Perhaps these archers were supposed to join forces with the infantry unit earlier, but something went wrong. They were clearly out of sync, each group fending for itself. With a grim certainty, Rosenberg concludes, these mercenaries are just a ragtag band Dantalian scrounged up at the last minute, untrained and uncoordinated. Stealing his mind, he barks a command, his voice cutting through the chilly battlefield air. "Cavalry, advance. Charge and scatter them. Show them what happens when you stand in our path." The cavalry cries out in unison, their battle cries echoing across the field as they lower their spears and gallop forward in an unstoppable wave. The mercenary archers, scrambling to notch arrows, release a barrage, but the cavalry moves like thunder, swift and merciless. Arrows scatter harmlessly against the armored riders, and within moments, the archers are overrun, no match for the relentless close-range onslaught. As the dust settles, Rosenberg watches the skirmish conclude in mere minutes, the mercenaries falling almost too easily. His adjutant, triumphant, approaches him with a grin. "General, it looks like the goddess of victory is smiling upon you today," he says with a grin. Rosenberg turns to his men, a spark in his eyes. "We're not finished yet," he roars. "Hold your ground. Save the celebrating for when we return home, and let's make it grand." He raises his sword high, his voice a rallying cry. "Listen up, everyone. Victory is within reach, and soon we will tear down Dantalian's castle." His words are met with a wild cheer, the soldiers' spirits lifted as they shout their support, each voice mingling into a roar of determination. Back in the castle, however, the mood is far less cheerful. Dantalian watches the unfolding disaster on his map, his face reddening with fury. Seething, he clenches his fist and gives Laura's head a frustrated thump. "What kind of genius plan was that, Laura?" he growls. "Oh, my lord, please. It hurts," she cries, rubbing her head, her confidence now shaken. Dantalian huffs, his anger simmering. His eyes, still fiery, turn back to the battlefield, vowing that next time, Rosenberg wouldn't have the chance to gloat. Still simmering with frustration, Dantalian fixed a steely gaze on Laura. "I told you to be bold, Laura, to the point of recklessness. But there's a chasm between recklessness and sheer stupidity." He gave her a hard look, still irked by the debacle on the battlefield. Laura, clutching her sore head from his earlier thump, scowled and shot back, "My lord, would you at least listen to me before judging?" Her retort caught him off guard, and he raised an eyebrow. Laura straightened, her tone firm as she explained, "It's not like I was just repeating the same old tactics. I estimated that my plan could knock out about a third of Rosenberg's forces." She sighed in frustration, but it didn't work as expected. Her words left Dantalian utterly perplexed, her logic seeming like a tangle of half-baked strategies. "And what exactly is that supposed to mean?" he asked, his tone skeptical. With an unsettling gleam in her eye, Laura turned to him and asked, "How are you feeling right now, my lord?" Before he could respond, she smirked, continuing in a chillingly playful tone, "Because for me, it feels like a game. Like I'm playing soldiers. And I'm actually having fun." Dantalian's annoyance dissolved as he absorbed her words, his interest piqued by the eerie pleasure on her face. "Is that so?" he murmured, studying her intently. Laura glanced at her own hands as if they were foreign to her, her eyes reflecting a dark curiosity. "Honestly, I'm surprised too. When you advised me to treat soldiers' lives like toys, I didn't know if I could. I mean, I have a moral compass, or at least I thought I did. I always believed true enjoyment had to come from the mind, from a place of rationality." Her hands trembled, and she paused, visibly caught between some internal struggle. "I wasn't sure if my body would respond to acts my rational mind rejected as enjoyable." A twisted smile spread across her face, her eyes gleaming with a newfound sense of power. "But in the end, I found it more thrilling than I ever imagined." Dantalian chuckled at her confession, a knowing grin stretching across his face. "In that case, Laura, you and I, well, we're the same." With an air of theatrical grandeur, he spread his arms wide, drawing her in. "Laura, do you know what that feeling, that particular joy, is called?" She leaned in, her eyes widening, eager to hear his words. Dantalian's eyes glowed a deep, ominous red, his aura radiating authority. "Some people call it a possessive instinct. Others call it the will to control. There are countless ways to describe it, but I can express it far more simply." Laura's breath hitched, the intensity of his words sending a thrill down her spine. "It's called authority." Dantalian's voice filled the room, thick with a chilling conviction. "Yes, authority, the driving force behind endless bloodshed, the very fuel of existence in this world. It's what keeps me here, striving, living." Laura's heart pounded at his revelation, her excitement barely contained. "So, my lord, is that it? You're living to enjoy this authority to its fullest?" Dantalian's smirk deepened, his gaze unwavering. He knew then that he had found in Laura not only a devoted follower, but a kindred spirit, one who could share in the dark thrill of power that defined his very existence. With a calm yet commanding tone, Dantalian leaned in and said, "Think about it, Laura. Why do you believe war will never vanish from this world?" The answer is quite simple. The allure of authority, of absolute power, is far more irresistible than something as fragile as human life. Laura's eyes widened at his words, and a cryptic smile crept across her face, dark and gleeful. Noticing the spark of ambition igniting within her, Dantalian's voice softened but grew even more intense. "You want more of it, don't you? Don't you crave that control, the power to send people into battle, to drive them to their deaths, to feel like an all-knowing, all-powerful being?" Unable to contain herself, Laura slammed her hand down on the table, her voice quivering with excitement. "My lord, I've never felt this way before. Not once in my entire life. My heart is racing, and I feel alive." Watching her transformation, Dantalian's face lit up with a wicked smile. "And do you feel it now, Laura? Do you truly feel alive?" Laura's expression was one of pure satisfaction, her eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "Yes, my lord. In this very moment, I feel more alive than ever." Dantalian's smile turned even more menacing. "Yes, this feeling, this is how people like us come alive. And now you can join me, Laura. Stand beside me, and together we'll witness the world from the best view." But as he spoke, his expression faltered. A flash of memory tore through his mind, and he was abruptly pulled back to a distant moment with someone else, Lapis. He remembered the day she had knelt before him, her life entrusted to his hands. Back then, he promised her the very same thing, offering her a view from the top if she followed him. And she had accepted. Dantalian snapped back to the present, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he realized something unsettling. Without another word, he turned on his heel and bolted from the room, muttering, "I have something urgent to attend to." Laura watched him go with a smirk, waving him off. "Don't worry, my lord. I'll handle things here. My experiments are done, and now I'll take full control." As he rushed through the winding halls of the castle, thoughts of Lapis swirled in his mind, haunting and intense. Memories flooded his vision. Lapis, when he had nearly executed her mother in her presence, the cold fury in her eyes when she had murdered Giacomo, declaring, "The demon Lord Dantalian doesn't know a thing about me." He finally understood the anger, the cold disappointment she had directed at him all this time. How could I have missed it? Everything was connected. Reaching the door to her quarters, Dantalian pushed it open, breathless, his heart pounding. There, standing before him, was Lapis, quietly working as usual. Hearing him enter, she turned her cold gaze on him, expression unreadable. Dantalian, still catching his breath, looked at her, his face drenched in sweat yet softened by a smile. "Lapis," he said, his voice unsteady but sincere, "I have something I need to say." Her icy eyes remained steady, but she said nothing, waiting. Finally, with a nervous smile, Dantalian managed to say the words he had never spoken before, words that felt strange but right. "Lapis, I love you." As Dantalian confessed his feelings to Lapis, her frosty demeanor remained unshaken. She turned to him, her ice blue eyes narrowing slightly as she asked in a voice devoid of warmth, "Your Highness, what has possessed you to say such things all of a sudden?" Dantalian offered no verbal reply, merely holding her gaze with a faint smile that lingered like a secret he refused to share. Meanwhile, in a distant chamber, Barbados sat sprawled with a wine glass in hand, her face twitching with barely suppressed irritation as Dantalian recounted his tale. She swirled her drink, muttering curses under her breath, until she could endure no more. Slamming her glass down, she yelled, "What am I even listening to here? Is this some kind of elaborate joke?" Dantalian chuckled at her outburst, thoroughly amused. "Oh, Barbados," he said, leaning forward with a smirk. "It's love. Plain and simple." He repeated himself, this time with more emphasis and an almost mischievous glint in his eyes. "It's all about love." Barbados rolled her eyes so hard they threatened to stay up there. "Enough. Spare me the poetry and just get on with the story." Dantalian raised an eyebrow, then gestured theatrically, as if performing on a grand stage. "You're probably wondering why I attempted to kill Lapis's mother. After all, I had nothing tangible to gain from it." He spread his arms wide, his tone laced with a mix of drama and mock sincerity. "And yet, I did it anyway." Barbados leaned forward, her patience visibly thinning. "And why is that, oh great demon lord?" With a flourish, Dantalian plucked a rose from a nearby vase, bringing it to his nose for an exaggerated sniff. "Because I love her," he said, grinning as he winked at her, the picture of smug satisfaction. Barbados burst out laughing, the sound sharp and incredulous. Wait, let me get this straight," she said, clutching her wine glass like it was the only thing keeping her sane. "You tried to kill her mother because you love her? What kind of twisted romantic logic is that?" Ignoring her disbelief, Dantalian continued his theatrical reminiscing. He sniffed the rose again, eyes half-lidded in contemplation. "First, I tried to kill her mother. Then I almost executed my own maid for mocking Lapis. If I had gone through with it, my reputation would have been shredded into ribbons." He paused, the faintest hint of regret flickering in his voice. "And yet, I kept Giacomo alive to witness it all, knowing full well that doing so made me look weak." Barbados blinked, her skepticism momentarily replaced by curiosity. "And why's that?" she asked, though the sarcasm was still thick in her tone. Dantalian plucked a petal from the rose, letting it drift to the floor. "Because," he began, his voice taking on a darker edge, "it was all an elaborate act, a charade to make Lapis see me in a different light. I used Giacomo's sincerity as a convenient excuse, played the hypocrite, and pretended to be noble." Another petal fell, and his expression grew heavier with each word. "The first time was a whim. The second, a coincidence. The third, inevitable." His tone dropped to a near whisper as he continued plucking petals. "But I'm not a fool. I should have seen it coming, this inevitability. And yet, why didn't I?" As if answering his own question, Dantalian's gaze turned sharp, his lips curling into a bitter smile. "Because of her. Lapis." He let out a low laugh, but it was devoid of mirth. "She's the one who's driven me to this madness." He leaned back, eyes staring into a void of his own making. "Normally, crushing someone beneath me is my greatest pleasure. It was exhilarating with Ivar. It felt right. But with Lapis's mother, and even with that wretched maid, I felt nothing. No satisfaction. No joy. Because one was an act of power, and the other," he let out a humorless chuckle, "was an act of love." Barbados tilted her head, her amusement dimmed by the weight of his words. "You're saying love made you weak?" she asked, half joking, but with a trace of genuine interest. Dantalian ignored her question. His voice grew colder, steadier, as if he'd reached a conclusion that had eluded him until now. "I never thought I'd fall for someone," he admitted, his expression hardening with resolve. "But now that I have, I know what I must do." Barbados straightened, sensing the shift in his demeanor. For once, she wasn't mocking. "Oh, and what's that?" she asked, her voice quieter than before. Dantalian's lips curled into a wicked smile. "What must be done?" His answer was simple, yet it carried a weight that left the room shrouded in unease. Dantalian's crimson eyes glowed with malice, his aura darkening like a storm brewing in the depths of his soul. "The solution is simple," he declared, his voice smooth but chilling. "I need to break up with Lapis." Barbados nearly choked on her drink. Leaning forward, she demanded, "What the hell are you talking about? Break up? After all this nonsense?" Dantalian's lips curled into a devilish grin. "Exactly. Just think about it. How disappointed must Lapis be in me? She never asked for my love. And, well, we did share some intimate moments." His smirk deepened as he trailed off. Barbados groaned, rolling her eyes so hard it was a wonder they didn't stick. "Spare me the details and get to the point, Dantalian." Fixing his piercing gaze on her, he replied with a sinister calm, "The body and the heart are separate. Physical connection means little without something deeper. Something binding. Lapis and I, we're connected by something more powerful." Barbados raised an eyebrow, her skepticism palpable. "Deeper, huh? Sounds like a load of self-important drivel." Ignoring her jab, Dantalian continued, his tone taking on an almost reverent quality as he thought of Lapis. "She's a woman driven by the thirst for authority, a hunger as relentless as my own. But my love, it caged her. My affection suppressed her ambition, whether it was with her mother, the maid, or even Giacomo. Without realizing it, I was crushing her desire for power." He glanced at the rose in his hand, twirling it between his fingers. Viewed from another angle, my love was nothing but a chain. His expression hardened as he clenched his fist, crushing the rose in his grasp. Crimson petals scattered to the floor like drops of blood. "The truth is, I love authority more than I love Lapis. She comes second to power." Barbados, who had endured this monologue for far too long, finally snapped. "That's not love. That's narcissism dressed up in fancy words. And frankly, I don't care if you two break up. But if you're telling me you'd pick power over her, that's not just ridiculous, it's downright pathetic." Dantalian let the crushed petals fall to the ground, brushing his hands as if he'd disposed of something trivial. "For ordinary people, maybe. But that's a misunderstanding of what love truly is." Barbados leaned back in her chair, her irritation reaching its peak. "Talking to you is like arguing with a wall. A really arrogant wall. You're ruining the taste of perfectly good booze with this nonsense." She drained her glass in frustration. "Enough of this garbage already. Weren't you telling me what happened during the war? Stick to that." Dantalian laughed, clearly entertained by her irritation. "Very well, Barbados. Let's get back to where we left off." The scene shifted to the Rosenberg army, their forces marching through a dense forest near Dantalian's castle. The sound of boots crunching against the earth filled the air, tension palpable among the ranks. The scouts sprinted toward the general, his urgency evident. The adjutant stepped forward and relayed the message. "General, the scouts have found a cave. It appears to be an entrance to the castle." The general mulled over the report before nodding decisively. "Good. Begin the invasion as planned." The adjutant saluted. "Yes, General." After a pause, he hesitated and asked, "General, do you still wonder if the black herb truly exists?" The general turned to his adjutant, his expression calm yet unyielding. "As I've said before, its existence is irrelevant. This is about showing the people our sincerity." But as the general stared into the horizon, his thoughts turned darker. Still, if the plague is spreading, it would be a godsend if the herb does exist. Moments later, a soldier rushed forward with an urgent report. "General, the unit that entered first has found the black herbs. 6 wagon loads of them." Gasps rippled through the ranks. The adjutant's face lit up with excitement. "General, we found it. The black herb exists." The general looked skyward, a glimmer of hope softening his hardened demeanor. Clenching his fist, he silently thanked the heavens. "With this, we can save the people from the plague." Without missing a beat, he issued his orders. Listen up. Stay vigilant until the very end. Let's finish this operation swiftly and safely." The soldiers erupted into cheers, their spirits bolstered by the unexpected victory. Yet the general's sharp gaze lingered on the forest ahead, knowing that triumph often carried a price yet to be revealed. The scene transitions to Dantalian, striding purposefully through the dimly lit corridors after his tense conversation with Lapis. As he entered the chamber, he turned to Laura, his voice sharp with curiosity. "What's the current situation?" Laura remained silent for a moment, her expression unreadable. The silence stretched, thickening the tension in the room like a coiled spring. Dantalian's gaze narrowed, his patience waning, as he waited for her response. Meanwhile, back at the forest, the general's army completed their mission. A soldier hurriedly approached the general, saluting before reporting, "Sir, all the black herbs have been successfully retrieved from the cave." The general nodded, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "Good. Relay my orders. Proceed with the operation immediately." The adjutant snapped to attention, shouting, "Operational units, execute the plan now. All other units, fall back." The soldiers moved with precision, retreating as the operational units set the trap. Moments later, a faint light emanated from the cave's entrance, followed by a deafening explosion that shattered the stillness of the forest. The ground trembled violently as debris and dust erupted from the cave, cloaking the area in a dense cloud. The force of the blast obliterated the cave's entrance, sealing it completely. The general stood firm, watching as the dust began to settle. Satisfied, he raised his hand and issued a final command. "The mission is complete. Troops, we're heading home." The adjutant hesitated, turning to his commander with visible confusion. "General, what do you mean by returning? Are we not going to claim the demon lord Dantalian's head?" The general glanced at the wagons laden with the black herbs, his tone measured. "With the herbs in our possession, there's no need to waste time pursuing an insignificant being. Dantalian's forces clearly lack the strength to defend themselves. If they had any power left, they wouldn't have surrendered these herbs so easily." His gaze lingered on the collapsed cave. "There's no one left to stop us. Our people are suffering, and time is of the essence. We must return and deliver this cure before it's too late." The adjutant, brimming with admiration, exclaimed, "General, your wisdom knows no bounds. Truly, you're an exemplary leader." The general's chest swelled with pride. Turning to his troops, he declared, "Our mission has dealt a crushing blow to the demon lord. Now let us return to our families and save our people." The soldiers erupted in cheers, their voices echoing through the forest. They raised their fists in triumph, celebrating not only their victory over Dantalian, but the hope they were bringing to their loved ones. Back in Dantalian's chamber, the mood was far less jubilant. His jaw dropped as Laura revealed what she had done. "You gave the Rosenberg army the black herbs?" "Willingly." Laura's expression remained composed, her lips curling into a wicked smile. In her hand, she toyed with a chess piece, rolling it between her fingers like a predator savoring its next move. "Indeed, my lord," she said, her voice smooth and unbothered. Dantalian's eyes flared with a mix of shock and disbelief, but Laura continued, undeterred. "Look forward to it," she purred, her tone dripping with confidence. "From here on, I'll show you a series of events far more intriguing than you can imagine. Trust me, my lord. Have faith in my strategy." The glint in her eyes matched the calculated edge in her voice. Dantalian's shock began to simmer into intrigue, though the corner of his mouth twitched as he tried to suppress his irritation. In this deadly game of power, Laura's chessboard seemed larger and far more treacherous than he'd anticipated. The scene transitions to the general and the Rosenberg army, moving steadily out of the dense forest with wagons of black herbs in tow. The atmosphere buzzed with a subdued excitement, a sense of mission accomplished. Riding alongside the general, the adjutant turned to him, his voice tinged with admiration. "With this, Rosenberg will finally know peace. The people will surely see you as a saint, General." The general chuckled softly, his expression lightening. "Yes, at long last, we'll be able to save our people from the grip of this plague." However, the adjutant's brow furrowed as a thought crossed his mind. "But, General," he began hesitantly, "shouldn't the black herb be sold at a proper price? Even making it available in the market would be considered a great service." His voice betrayed his concern, as if weighing the practicality of their mission's success. The general's demeanor shifted. His voice took on a stern edge. "No," he said decisively. Every single herb will be provided to the sick, free of charge. The adjutant's eyes widened in disbelief. General, are you truly serious about this? The general continued forward, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Twice now, fortune has smiled upon me. First, our proximity to Dantalian's castle gave us a rare advantage. Second, we managed to crush the enemy's forces before they could regroup. Now, it is my responsibility to pass that fortune on to those who have none. Turning his sharp gaze to the adjutant, he asked, "Tell me, am I wrong in this?" The adjutant lowered his head, a newfound respect lighting up his face. "My apologies, General. I clearly overstepped. Your words have shown me my error." Raising his head again, his expression was resolute. "General, I pledge my undying loyalty to you, now and forever." The general smiled warmly at his subordinate's sincerity. "By the way," he asked, his tone softening, "how old are your children this year?" The adjutant's face lit up at the mention of his family. "My daughter is turning 6, General. And my son, he turns 2 tomorrow." The general's expression brightened further. "Then we must make haste. Your family is waiting for you, and you must be there to celebrate." The adjutant bowed slightly in gratitude. "Thank you, General." Truly. But their moment of contentment was shattered as a scout came charging through the ranks, his face pale and his voice urgent. "General! General!" The general raised a hand to calm him. "Breathe. Compose yourself and tell me what's happening." The scout bent low, his chest heaving. "Reports from the front. Enemy soldiers have been sighted ahead, on the hill just beyond the forest." The adjutant's jaw dropped. "What are you saying?" he asked, disbelief and dread etched on his face. The general remained composed, his commanding presence steadying the troops around him. "Calm yourselves," he ordered. "The war isn't over until we set foot back on Rosenberg soil." Now he addressed the scout firmly. "Give me specifics. Where are they positioned? And how large is their force?" The scout struggled to catch his breath but managed to respond. "Yes, General. They're stationed in the hilly area we passed earlier, and their numbers are vast. It's a substantial army waiting for us." The weight of the revelation hung heavy in the air. Soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, the earlier joy and victory now eclipsed by the looming threat. The general's expression darkened, his mind already calculating their next move as the forest seemed to close in, heavy with foreboding. The scene transitions to Laura, sitting alone at a grand chessboard illuminated by flickering candlelight. A wicked smile curled her lips as she picked up a black chess piece, its glossy surface catching the dim light. Placing it beside another piece with deliberate precision, she whispered, almost to herself, 3,000 soldiers, waiting for them. Her voice carried a chilling confidence, and her sinister grin widened as if savoring the chaos to come. The scene cuts abruptly to the general, his jaw tightening as the scout's report echoed in his ears. "What did you just say?" he demanded, his voice sharp. 3,000 enemy troops. In the hilly area, the word seemed too surreal to accept. Grabbing his binoculars, he climbed to a vantage point. As he scanned the distant hills, his hands trembled slightly at the sight of the massive army waiting for them. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his usually composed demeanor beginning to falter. Beside him, the adjutant's panic spilled over. "General, what do we do?" he asked, his voice high-pitched with fear. The general exhaled deeply, forcing himself to focus. "There's no need to panic," he said firmly, masking his own unease. "We'll move quickly and stay ahead of them. Everyone must prepare for the possibility of combat." Turning to his officers, he barked, "Make sure every soldier understands that. Is that clear?" The adjutant nodded, his movements jerky with tension. "Yes, General." He turned to the soldiers behind them and shouted, "All forces, advance at maximum speed." The soldiers obeyed, but unease rippled through their ranks, their morale visibly shaken. As the army began moving, the general's mind raced. 2,000 against 3,000. The odds are grim, he thought, glancing over his shoulder. What he saw made his heart sink. His soldiers' faces were pale, their eyes filled with dread. Their trembling hands gripped their weapons tightly, as though clinging to hope itself. The general clenched his fists. "I am their leader. I cannot let despair take root here. Not now, not ever." His gaze fell on the wagons laden with black herbs. "We've accomplished our mission. We have the herbs. But why would the enemy only show themselves now? If they had 3,000 soldiers all along, why didn't they strike earlier?" They had countless chances to annihilate us outright. He bit down on his frustration, thinking through the puzzle. They waited until their base was destroyed. This isn't just about overwhelming numbers. There's a reason behind their timing. His mind clicked into place. This could be a bluff. They're desperate. Rising in his saddle, he turned to face his army. His voice boomed with authority, cutting through the fearful murmurs. All forces, listen to me. He paused, gauging their attention. I have to reignite their fighting spirit. This is our only shot. These enemy troops, he began, his voice steady and deliberate, have only just arrived. They planned to intercept us, but they underestimated us. He pointed dramatically at the hills. As proof, we succeeded in taking their base. We accomplished our mission. And now they've failed to stop us. He raised his hand high in a bold gesture, his eyes blazing with resolve. Instead of fearing them, we should mock them. They've come too late to stop our victory. Stand tall, soldiers, for we have outsmarted them every step of the way. The adjutant and soldiers stared at the general, their eyes widening as his words began to sink in. A murmur of approval rippled through the ranks, faint but growing. The general held his ground, determined to fan the embers of their morale into a blazing fire. The general's voice thundered through the ranks, his rallying cry igniting the embers of courage within his soldiers. And think about this, he shouted, pointing dramatically towards the distant enemy. We have rested, our bodies are strong, but those fools, they've only just arrived. They're exhausted and unprepared. If we strike now, victory is within our grasp. His voice softened slightly, taking on a heartfelt tone. Above all, we are so close to home. Your families, your children, your loved ones are waiting for you. We will not fail them. We cannot fail them. The soldiers roared in unison, their fear now replaced with determination. Their cheers grew louder as the general, his face resolute, raised his sword. Let us fight. Let us win. And I swear, no one dies today. Not one of you. As the echoes of their war cries filled the forest, the general's expression turned fierce. Show them the indomitable spirit of Rosenberg warriors, he commanded. The soldiers, now emboldened, readied their weapons, their morale restored by his unyielding resolve. The horns of the Rosenberg army blared across the battlefield, signaling their charge. The general, raising his hand high, gave the decisive order. Cavalry, forward. Break their ranks. The mounted soldiers surged ahead, their hooves pounding the earth like thunder. The infantry followed, weapons gleaming as they prepared for the brutal clash. The two forces collided with a deafening crash, the once serene hills transforming into a chaotic melee of blood, steel, and shouts of determination. Soldiers from both sides fought with ferocity, each swing of a blade driven by survival, honor, or a desperate cause. The battlefield became a grim tapestry of carnage, where victory seemed to hang in precarious balance. The scene shifted back to Dantalian's castle. Before him was a grand map, its surface adorned with black and white chess pieces symbolizing the warring armies. The pieces stood side by side, marking the fierce battle underway. Dantalian, observing the placement with calculating eyes, stroked his chin. Laura, he asked, his tone curious yet calm, is everything proceeding as planned? Laura stood nearby, her fingers resting on a black chess piece. Her lips curled into a wicked grin, though beads of sweat glistened on her brow. Everything is perfect, my lord, she replied, her voice laced with a sinister confidence. No problems at all. She chuckled darkly, her expression both thrilled and unhinged. The enemy cavalry's morale is incredible. Dantalian's own smirk deepened. Foolish, he mused, leaning back in his chair. They should have fled the moment they discovered our troops. Even in retreat, they'd have salvaged 30% of their forces. But no, they choose to stay and fight. His gaze lingered on the board, a predator savoring the inevitable downfall of his prey. Laura, her eyes sparkling with malice, couldn't contain her excitement. Exactly, my lord. They didn't flee because they've chained themselves to the hope of that precious black herb. They're so consumed by the delusion of saving their territory that they cannot bring themselves to abandon the wagons. Their desperation is their downfall. Dantalian chuckled softly, impressed. A flawless tactic, he thought, watching Laura with admiration. She didn't just predict their movements, she shaped them. She turned their hope into a leash, binding them to the battlefield. Turning back to Laura, he asked, but their morale remains formidable, driven by their belief. What's your next move? His voice was calm but carried the weight of expectation. Laura's grin widened, her eyes glinting like polished steel. Simple, my lord. Their confidence stems from being on the offensive. But, she added, standing from her chair, I'm not a generous person. I can't let them keep feasting on this bait forever. Her voice dripped with malicious delight as she gestured to the battlefield map. It's time to reel them in. Dantalian's smile mirrored her cunning, understanding her intent immediately. The final blow, he murmured, savoring the thought. Laura turned to him, her expression alive with thrilling anticipation. Let's make it personal, my lord. It's time we stepped onto the stage ourselves. Let us head to the battlefield and finish what we've started. The scene shifts to the heart of the battlefield, where chaos reigns supreme. Swords clashed, war cries pierced the air, and the stench of blood mixed with the smoke of destruction. Amidst the pandemonium, the general stood at a vantage point with a handful of his soldiers, a grim sentinel guarding the wagons laden with the precious black herbs. His cold, calculating gaze scanned the battlefield as the tides of war ebbed and flowed. Despite the intensity of the conflict, it was becoming increasingly evident which side had the upper hand. The general, with deliberate precision, dismounted his steed, his boots crunching against the blood-soaked earth. He wanted to feel the pulse of the battle firsthand, to immerse himself in its brutal reality. General, the adjutant called out, his voice strained as he peered through his binoculars. The enemy cavalry is attempting a flank maneuver. It seems like yet another reckless tactic from their side. The general's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing into slits. His instincts screamed otherwise. The enemy was no fool, and their seemingly erratic movements hinted at a deeper strategy. The weight of realization settled on him like an iron shroud, and he barked out an order. Adjutant, redirect our military strength to fortify the right wing immediately. The adjutant hesitated, his voice betraying unease. But, General, shifting our forces to the right will weaken the defenses on the left. If they break through. The general's gaze bore into the adjutant's soul, cutting off his protest. Listen carefully, he said, his tone sharp and commanding. He turned and gestured toward the wagons behind him, his voice dropping to a foreboding murmur. The enemy isn't after victory on the field. Their true target is the black herbs. They'll stop at nothing to seize them. Meanwhile, on the far side of the battlefield, Dantalian and Laura observed the carnage with detached amusement. A witch stood beside Dantalian, shielding him with a black parasol as the bloodshed unfolded. Laura's eyes sparkled with sadistic delight as she turned to him. My lord, she purred, her voice laced with cruel excitement. War truly is exhilarating. Who would have thought that bending people to my will could bring me such pleasure? Dantalian chuckled, a sinister grin playing on his lips. Indeed, my dear. Victory would be ours in an instant if we struck their left flank now. Laura's smile twisted into something devilish, her tone dripping with malice. But where's the fun in that, she replied, raising her hand in a theatrical gesture. Her voice rang out like a cruel symphony across the battlefield. Now then, proud warriors of Rosenberg, struggle harder. Show me your desperation. Her laughter crescendoed, mockery dripping from every syllable. Attack with everything you have. Ferocity unmatched, chaos unchained. Her laughter turned more deranged as she clutched her face, reveling in the sheer madness of it all. Go wild, she whispered to no one in particular, her voice trembling with exhilaration. Lose yourselves. Become a mess for me. Back on the battlefield, the Rosenberg forces were faltering, their resolve beginning to crack under the relentless assault. The general stood amidst the chaos, his brow furrowed in deep thought. His inner turmoil mirrored the battlefield's storm as he observed his soldiers fighting valiantly against overwhelming odds. This isn't good, he mused grimly. Our forces are being pushed back, and I lack the means to turn the tide. He watched as his soldiers fought with every ounce of strength they had, their determination blazing despite the enemy's advantage. Hope, he thought bitterly, is all that drives them forward now. They believe that if they just push a little harder, they can protect the black herbs, protect their families. But he clenched his jaw, his thoughts turning darker. That little bit more is an illusion. The gap never closes. The enemy's strength only grows. The weight of doubt pressed heavily on him. Are we nearing our limit? The adjutant, sensing the general's growing despair, broke the silence. General, could it be that the first units they sent were a diversion to lower our guard? The general snapped out of his reverie, shaking his head. No, he replied firmly. That doesn't make sense. The 2 units we dealt with earlier numbered around 300. Adding them to the forces we're facing now, they could have overwhelmed us easily. This isn't a simple ploy. His thoughts drifted to the explosion that had sealed off the Demon Lord's castle entrance. Besides, he added, if this were truly a trap, they wouldn't have sacrificed their own castle. Destroying its entrance benefits them in no way. But unease clawed at him, relentless and unyielding. Their castle lies in ruins. The Black Herbs are out of their grasp. Even if we were to fall here, they can't claim true victory. And yet, why does this unease refuse to leave me? What am I missing? The adjutant's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. We must act now, General. If we're to turn the tide, we need a decisive move. The general straightened, his resolve hardening. Mobilize the aerial mage force, he commanded, his voice firm. The adjutant blinked, taken aback. But, sir, we only have 4 left. They're meant to be a last resort. They're enough, the general interrupted. His tone carried the weight of a man with no choice left. For maybe few, but even a handful can rain terror from the skies. Let them see what true fear feels like. The adjutant swiftly relayed the command, his voice tense as he coordinated with the aerial mage unit. Moments later, he returned to the general, his words clipped with urgency. General, the aerial mages have been mobilized. Overhead, 4 mages soared into the chaos, their forms silhouetted against the blood-red sky as they glided toward the battlefield. Each mage carried the weight of the general's desperate hope. Watching them vanish into the fray, the general clenched his fists around his staff, his knuckles pale from the pressure. His voice cracked with emotion as he murmured, for mages, only 4. Yet the lives of 1,500 soldiers, and even the lives of our people, rest on their shoulders. His face, already ghostly pale, darkened with a grim determination. His lips trembled as he whispered, at the very least, create chaos. Distract them, buy us time. This is our final hope. But hope is a fragile thing. As the mages neared the heart of the battle, a shadow darker than night emerged before them, a witch, her eyes glowing with malevolent delight. The first mage froze, paralyzed by the impossible sight. Before he could react, the witch surged toward him, her movements fluid as death itself. Her laughter rang out, sharp and cruel, as she struck him down in a single, merciless blow. The general's heart sank as he witnessed the impossible unfold. One by one, his mages fell, their lives snuffed out like candles in a storm. The witches circled overhead on their brooms, their mocking laughter echoing across the battlefield. The adjutant's jaw dropped in horror, and he yelled, "Witches! How is this even possible?" His voice cracked as panic set in. The witches reveled in their dominance, flying in deliberate, taunting circles above the remnants of the Rosenberg forces. Their cruel laughter was like nails on a coffin, driving despair into the hearts of the soldiers below. The adjutant turned to the general, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Why are there witches here? If they had deployed them earlier, they could have annihilated us without resistance. The general's face betrayed his inner terror, beads of sweat tracing lines down his weathered features. His lips quivered as he whispered, Why now? If their goal is to annihilate us, they could have done so from the start. Why wait? And then it struck him. The puzzle pieces fell into place, forming a grim realization. His teeth clenched as he muttered, I see now the source of this unshakable unease. I was mistaken. He lowered his head, his voice barely audible. But since when? No, I was wrong from the very beginning. Defeat hung heavy on his shoulders as he called for his adjutant. His voice trembled, carrying the weight of his shattered pride. Raise the white flag, he said hoarsely. We are surrendering. The adjutant's eyes widened in disbelief. General, what are you saying? We can still... Enough, the general's voice thundered, cutting through the adjutant's protests. The enemy never intended to fight us seriously. This entire battle was a game to them. They wanted to break us slowly, piece by piece. He looked up at the open sky, where the witches still mocked them from above. His voice softened, tinged with bitter resignation. If we continue to fight, we'll be wiped out. If we surrender now, perhaps, just perhaps, they might show us some mercy. His fists tightened as he forced the words out. It's infuriating, but we have no other choice. The adjutant's voice grew firmer, desperation lacing his words. "General, please reconsider." "We can still—" "I will not hear your objections," the general interrupted, his voice cold and final. "Send a messenger. Deliver our surrender." The battlefield fell silent, save for the cries of the dying. Corpses littered the ground, a grim testament to the carnage that had unfolded. Hours later, the adjutant approached the general, his face grim. "General, a message from the enemy. They demand we leave behind all the black herbs, disarm ourselves, discard our banners, and present ourselves before their commander. Only then will they spare our lives." The adjutant's fists trembled with rage as he spat. "These terms are far too severe. They're stripping us of everything. Our spoils, our arms, our honor. General, let's fight to the very end instead." The general cast a weary glance at his adjutant. His voice was low, almost defeated. "And if we're annihilated, what remains then? If Rosenberg loses its army, it will plunge into chaos. For the families we've left behind, we must endure." Sweat dripped from the adjutant's brow as he lowered his gaze. The general's voice hardened as he added, "But mark my words, we will not forget this day. This humiliation will be avenged." Later, the Rosenberg army reached the appointed location. Rows of enemy soldiers lined the path, their faces expressionless as they awaited the defeated force. From the distance, a figure approached, catching the general's eye. He squinted, his heart pounding as he wondered who it could be. As the figure drew closer, the answer became clear. Laura stepped through the ranks, her presence radiating authority and cruelty. Clad in an ornate royal uniform, she exuded an aura of wicked power. Her smile was as sharp as a blade, cutting through the tension like a predator savoring its victory. The adjutant and the soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, muttering among themselves. "Who is she?" one asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "What is a girl like that doing here?" But the general said nothing. His gaze remained locked on Laura, dread settling in his gut like a lead weight. Some of the soldiers couldn't help but be taken aback by Laura's ethereal beauty. Murmurs spread among them as they stared in awe. "She's stunning," one whispered, his voice trembling. Another muttered, "What's someone like her doing here?" Laura, hearing the faint praises of the enemy soldiers, maintained her calm, regal demeanor. A charming smile curved her lips, captivating her onlookers even further. Then, with practiced ease, she performed a gesture, a graceful motion known only to those of royal lineage. Gasps rippled through the ranks of the Rosenberg army. Even the general's jaw dropped in disbelief. His thoughts raced. That elegance, that grace, she moves like a noble. No, almost like an angel descended from heaven. But reality struck him with chilling clarity. The unease that had clung to him throughout the battle now surged to the forefront of his mind. His body began to tremble as his eyes locked onto Laura. "This is not possible," he muttered, his voice hoarse. His mind reeled as he pieced it together. Staring hard at Laura, her wicked smile and knowing gaze sent a shiver down his spine. "That's it," he whispered. "That's the unease, the shadow that's loomed over us this entire time." The realization hit him like a thunderclap. He gathered his courage and turned sharply to his soldiers, waving his hand frantically. "Retreat," he roared. "This is a trap. Run, get out of here now." The soldiers froze, their eyes wide with shock. Even the adjutant looked stunned. "General, what are you?" "Don't waste time," the general bellowed, his voice filled with desperation. "Do whatever you can to escape. Flee now." Before the soldiers could react, the air was filled with the whistle of arrows. The general turned, his heart sinking as he saw wave after wave of arrows raining down upon his men. Laura remained standing in her place, her devilish smile as serene as ever, though she looked entirely innocent. Meanwhile, Dantalian sat leisurely on a chair in the distance, his posture relaxed as if this were merely a game. A witch held an umbrella over him to shield him from the sun. Watching the carnage unfold, Dantalian smirked, his amusement evident. The general's breaths came in short gasps as he watched his soldiers fall under the relentless hail of arrows. His face was pale, his expression one of sheer horror. Suddenly, an arrow hurtled toward him, but before it could strike, the adjutant leapt in front of him. The arrow pierced the adjutant's shoulder, and he staggered but remained standing. "General, are you hurt?" the adjutant asked, his voice strained but resolute. The general's jaw dropped at the adjutant's bravery, but before he could respond, The adjutant yelled to the remaining soldiers, "Protect the general. Retreat at once." The general's heart wrenched at the sight of his loyal men sacrificing themselves. He shouted, his voice breaking, "What are you doing? I can't leave you all here to die." Arrows continued to rain down, felling more soldiers by the second. The adjutant, his wound bleeding profusely, gritted his teeth and shouted back, "General, you must escape. Think of Rosenberg. What will become of it if you fall?" The general froze, the weight of those words crashing over him. Before he could fully process them, the soldier brought a horse to him, urging him to flee. "Hurry, General. You must get away." Torn between duty and survival, the general hesitated. The adjutant, his face pale but determined, gave him a confident smile. "General," he said softly, "remember, we are warriors of Rosenberg. Think of the people, the families we've left behind. Isn't that what you've always told us?" The general closed his eyes, gritting his teeth as his inner conflict raged. Finally, with a heavy heart, he mounted the horse. "Forgive me," he whispered to his men. "It seems my judgment was flawed." As he rode away, his heart shattered at the sight behind him. His soldiers fell one by one under the unrelenting storm of arrows. Laura stood amidst the carnage, her grin as sharp as a blade, her earlier gesture now revealed for what it truly was, a signal to commence the slaughter. The adjutant, already wounded, shielded the general's escape, intercepting arrow after arrow. Rage boiled within the general as he clenched his fists. "I swear," he growled through gritted teeth, "on the honor of Rosenberg and the rest of my life, I will kill Dantalian and his vile commander." Back on the battlefield, Laura's smile faltered slightly as she watched the general ride off. "My lord," she said, turning to Dantalian, "is it truly wise to let him escape? Should we not pursue?" Dantalian chuckled, his demeanor as nonchalant as ever. "Let him go," he said, crossing one leg over the other. "That man is the Margrave of Rosenberg, one of the most powerful nobles in the northern region of the Habsburg Empire." He leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant. "If we capture him now, it will only bring trouble. The time isn't right yet. There's no need to distinguish ourselves further." His expression darkened slightly as he added in thought, "The 71st ranked weakest demon lord suddenly capturing the highest ranking Margrave of the Empire. It would attract too much attention. The entire continent would turn its gaze toward us, and some may become wary. That's the last thing I want right now." Dantalian exhaled softly and shifted his focus back to Laura. "Although we've won, it was far from an impressive victory," he said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "This was merely 3,000 soldiers suppressing 2,000. The castle was destroyed as well. The other demon lords will probably ridicule me for it." Laura, ever perceptive, replied with a sly smile, "Master, you're probably the only demon lord who would be pleased with his castle's destruction. Won't this tarnish your reputation even further?" Dantalian chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his tone. "I would be grateful if they were to underestimate me further," he said. "Think about it, Laura. Margrave Rosenberg could have easily mustered a force of 10,000 soldiers. And yet, how many did he bring in reality?" He gestured toward her with a sly smile. "His miscalculation is why you and I stand here alive." Laura nodded, her expression contemplative. It's strange that someone of his caliber would underestimate his opponent to such an extent. Dantalian's smile turned menacing, his crimson eyes gleaming. Even a lion puts its full strength into hunting a rabbit. He failed to grasp this simple truth. Laura blinked, her brow furrowing slightly in thought. "I'll remember that," she said, though her tone betrayed mild confusion. "Well said," Dantalian replied, his grin widening. "Come closer, Laura. You deserve a reward for your commendable performance." Confused, Laura hesitated. "A reward?" she asked, her puzzled expression softening her usual composed demeanor. But as she approached, Dantalian reached out and began kneading her shoulders with surprising vigor. "And my lord," Laura cried out, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Why are you doing this? We won the battle." Dantalian chuckled again, entirely unbothered by her protests. After a moment, Laura managed to free herself, pressing her hands to her temples as she tried to regain her composure. "Anyway, my lord," she said, her voice steadying, "many of the enemy soldiers have been captured. Do we even have the facilities to hold them?" Dantalian sighed, his gaze drifting over the prisoners. "You're asking a demon lord who just had his castle destroyed if he can house prisoners? Of course not, he said with mock exasperation. His expression shifted as a sly smile curled his lips. But we can't just let them go, either. A devilish aura radiated from him as his eyes burned a fiery red. Kill them all, he said coldly, his voice dripping with malice. Two of Dantalian's soldiers dragged a prisoner forward, forcing him to kneel before their lord. One raised his sword, ready to carry out the execution. But just as the blade was about to fall, a hoarse voice called out, "Wait." Laura turned toward the interruption with a blank, almost disappointed look. It was the adjutant, bloodied and battered but still standing. "I am the adjutant of this force," he said, his voice trembling. "Take my head if you must. If doing so guarantees your victory, then so be it. But please, I beg you, spare the lives of my men." Dantalian threw his head back, laughing devilishly. "How noble of you," he said, his mind already turning. An idea clicked, and he glanced at Laura with a playful smirk. "Laura, you've yet to kill someone with your own two hands, haven't you?" Laura hesitated for a moment before replying. "Now that you mention it, my lord, you're correct." "I haven't." "Perfect," Dantalian said, crossing his arms. "Then why not take this opportunity to try it out? Imagining it and actually doing it are two entirely different things. This experience will serve you well." Laura listened intently to his words, her expression thoughtful. A smile slowly spread across her face. "You're right," she said with a slight nod. "That does make sense." With that, she began walking toward the adjutant, unsheathing her sword as she approached. But partway there she paused. A small chuckle escaped her lips as she raised her hand, signaling her soldiers. The adjutant turned, his eyes widening in horror as Dantalian soldiers attacked the captured Rosenberg troops. Screams and the clash of steel filled the air as his men were cut down before his eyes. His body trembled with pain and fear, but still he turned back to Laura, tears streaming down his face. "Please, spare them," he murmured. "Show mercy. You're capable of that, aren't you?" The adjutant fell to his knees as Laura reached him, her sword raised high. Before he could plead further, she swung her blade. Blood spattered everywhere, staining her face. Laura tilted her head slightly, examining the result. "It seems it's not possible to sever someone's head cleanly with one blow," she remarked casually. She turned toward Dantalian, wiping the blood from her face. "My lord, I didn't feel anything in particular." Dantalian laughed, his voice echoing darkly. "It seems you have a stronger heart than I expected." Laura leaned down, grabbing the adjutant's severed head by the hair. "Oh," she said, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. "This head? I want to keep it. It's my first time killing someone, after all. I should treasure it." The scene shifts to the present. Barbados sat across from Dantalian, swirling wine in her glass. "So, in the end, you won the war," she said, taking a sip. Dantalian spread his arms wide, a pleased smile on his face. "Indeed. I owe much to the one who sent me that letter." Barbados scoffed. "And yet, that Farnese girl seems like quite the enigma, interesting even." "Much like you." She leaned forward, pointing at Dantalian with a sly grin. "But tell me this, how did you know about her capabilities?" "She was only recently revealed to the public." Or rather, her eyes narrowed, her smile turning menacing. "Would it be more accurate to say you already knew about her?" Dantalian's smile didn't falter. Narrowing his eyes, he leaned back in his chair. "Whatever could you mean?" he said, his voice smooth as silk. Barbados stared at him for a long moment, trying to decipher his cryptic expression. Then suddenly, she burst into laughter. Her laughter grew louder and louder until she finally pointed at him. "I knew it. You're so very interesting." Regaining her composure, she took another sip of wine. Fine. Continue." Dantalian's smirk returned. "The details will come in due time. But for now," he rubbed his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "What you're truly curious about is me and Lapis, isn't it?" Barbados's gaze sharpened, her smile turning predatory. "Go on," she said. The story shifted back to the past, revealing the moment Dantalian confessed his feelings to Lapis. She placed a piece of paper on the desk, her expression unreadable. "I'm disappointed," she said, her voice cold. Then she turned to face him fully, her eyes piercing. "No, to be precise, I was disappointed." The room was silent as Dantalian and Lapis stared at one another. The heavy stillness lingered until Lapis broke it, her voice cool and measured. "Your Highness, you treated me like an ordinary lover," she said, her eyes narrowing. "But what I wanted was to be treated as an equal, your partner in authority." Her expression turned serious as she continued, "I did not desire a lover's relationship, chained by emotions. So why did you try to take my prey?" Dantalian's expression darkened. "I'm sorry," he said in a low, grim voice. Lapis, her demeanor icy, tilted her head slightly. "Didn't your Highness once declare that you loved me?" With a calm yet confident tone, Dantalian replied, "Indeed, that seems to be the case." Lapis's cold gaze pierced him. "Then let us establish some rules," she said, her statement surprising him. She continued, her voice steady and firm. "Do not ask for my affection, and I will not ask for yours. What matters most to us both is seizing power in the demon world. To achieve that, we must maintain a cold-blooded attitude, one capable of enduring blood and tears." Dantalian smiled faintly, impressed by her clarity. "I completely agree." Lapis closed her eyes, resting her hand on her temple. "Things have become a mess," she murmured. "Love is nothing but a weakness, a useless emotion. And for your Highness to regard me as a woman, that is quite surprising." Her gaze hardened as she spoke firmly. "Before I am a woman, I am a mongrel, a lowly being striving for success above all else." Dantalian, understanding the weight of her words, chuckled softly. "I too have something to say," he began. Spreading his hands, his demeanor calm, he continued, "You are not the only one bound by these emotions, Lapis. Regrettably, you are in no position to reproach me." Lapis narrowed her eyes, confusion flickering across her face. "I'm sorry, your Highness, but I do not understand what you are trying to say." Dantalian smiled, his crimson eyes gleaming. "You're in love with me as well, aren't you?" Her sharp gaze turned frosty. "Your Highness, have you lost your mind?" she said coldly. "Please stop being so self-absorbed." Dantalian's smirk deepened. "Think about it, Lapis," he said smoothly. "Would it not have been beneficial for you if I became a slave to love? If I, obsessed with you, eventually gained power, you would become the true authority. And yet, you did not manipulate me so. You never even considered it." He paused, his gaze locking with hers. "In fact, instead of being glad, you were unhappy to see me distracted by you rather than focusing on power. Now, why do you think that is?" Lapis's expression faltered as shock registered on her face. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Regaining her composure, she said quietly, "You're right. There was no logical reason for me to refuse your advances. So why did I?" Dantalian's smile widened. "Because you love me," he said confidently. For the first time, a faint blush colored Lapis's cheeks, a rare departure from her composed demeanor. But Dantalian continued, "Our love is different. We love power above all else. And because of that, we are drawn to someone who shares the same unyielding hunger for it." He gestured toward her with a raised hand. "Lapis, I love you because you love authority. You are my weakness, and I am yours." Closing the distance between them, Dantalian's voice softened, though it carried a mesmerizing undertone. "However, if we remember what kind of beings we are at our core, we can build a relationship that complements our strengths rather than exposing our vulnerabilities." Standing before her now, his gaze intense yet warm, he repeated, "Lapis, I love you." Lapis's blush deepened as she hesitated. Finally, in a quiet but sincere voice, she said, I love you too, your Highness." Seizing the moment, Dantalian leaned in and kissed her. For a brief moment, the two stood there, bound by something stronger than words. A notification flashed in the system. Lapis's favorability towards Dantalian has increased by 50. The scene shifts back to the present. Barbados sat across from Dantalian, swirling the wine in her glass. "So," she said with a sly smile, "you and Lapis are making each other stronger, huh?" Dantalian chuckled. "Yes," he said, his tone light. "Our love lacks warmth and softness, yet it propels us forward. We annihilate the enemies before us, never faltering. That is simply our way." Barbados narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp. "Just what you getting at?" Dantalian's expression remained calm as he crossed his legs. "Now that I think of it," he said, "wasn't your magic supposed to help me find whoever wrote that letter?" Barbados stiffened, her irritation evident. "What are you implying?" Dantalian chuckled, his tone teasing. I said it's all right. The letter's author won't remain hidden for long. Her irritation boiled over. Are you kidding me right now? I told you, my magic is absolute. Dantalian's gaze turned sharp, his eyes glowing faintly. It's just that the person who wrote the letter was you, wasn't it? Barbados's face twisted into a scowl. What? Are you accusing me? She snapped. Have you gone mad? Dantalian laughed softly. Shall we verify? He said. His voice grew serious as he continued. Whoever sent me that letter held goodwill toward me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have warned me of Margrave Rosenberg's plans. The culprit must have an extensive information network and hold significant power. And yet, he gestured slightly, his tone turning reflective. How many powerful individuals in this world would genuinely favor someone like me? I'm ranked 71st, the absolute bottom of the demon lords. His expression hardened as he leaned forward, his eyes gleaming red. So tell me, Barbados, why do you favor me? Is it because I made your enemy crumble in front of everyone? Dantalian smoothed his expression, narrowing his eyes as he said, Indeed, that does sound like you, Barbados. Barbados threw her head back and laughed, her voice dripping with mockery. I was curious about where you were going with this, she said, her tone casual. But let me make one thing clear. I'm not the kind of person who hides behind letters. If I had something to say, I'd do it face to face. She leaned forward slightly, her devilish smile sharp as a blade. And if I had written that letter, I wouldn't deny it. After all, it would mean I saved you, wouldn't it? For a moment, their gazes locked, the tension in the air palpable. Barbados broke the silence with a smirk. Without that letter, you'd be dead by now. Whoever sent it is your savior. And why would I throw away a golden opportunity to put you in my debt? Simple, it wasn't me. Dantalian crossed his arms, his lips curling into a sour expression. That's because you didn't send the letter to save me. You wanted to test me. Am I wrong, Barbados? Barbados rolled her eyes, her irritation creeping into her voice. I was hoping you'd turn out to be a somewhat useful rookie. But as it stands, you're just a complete psycho. Inwardly, Dantalian began piecing things together. Why did Barbados see me as useful? He thought. Was it because of the fortune I made from the black herbs? But no, she didn't know the details of how I became wealthy. Maybe she's wondering how I managed to gather the herbs before the plague broke out. She must have wanted to see if it was luck or skill. A sly smile spread across his face as his crimson eyes gleamed. You thought using Margrave Rosenberg would be a clever way to test my strength, he said smoothly. You wanted to see if I would prove myself useful or not. Gesturing lazily with his hand, he added, Well then, Barbados, what are the results? Barbados stared at him, her piercing gaze betraying no emotion. When she didn't answer, Dantalian chuckled softly. I'll take that as a pass, he said confidently. You were probably planning to recruit me into your faction once I proved myself. But before that, there's a rather large problem standing in your way. Lapis, isn't that right? Barbados's expression shifted, her annoyance resurfacing. What nonsense are you talking about now? She snapped. Dantalian pointed a finger at her, his smirk growing. If someone who associates with mongrels were to join your faction, it would tarnish your faction's reputation, wouldn't it? You fear that aligning with me, while I'm entangled with Lapis, would ruin your carefully crafted image. Inwardly, Dantalian mused to himself. From Barbados's perspective, there was a need to separate me from Lapis. Here in Nibelheim, my passionate love for her is well known. So Barbados made her moves in advance. She got involved. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he continued aloud. You orchestrated the situation. You involved Lapis's so-called mother, didn't you? Even if she truly was her biological parent, the timing and confidence she had were far too suspicious. Lying in front of a demon lord would mean instant death, yet she was oddly self-assured. Why? His smirk turned wicked. Because it wasn't just her mother. You sent her to me. And to keep an eye on me, you even planted your subordinates within my ranks, like that one maid. Dantalian began clapping slowly, his expression one of mocking admiration. To think you managed to strain the relationship between Lapis and me so quickly in such a short period. If I hadn't realized it midway, everything would have gone exactly as you planned. Barbados's eyes flared with irritation, her voice rising. So now you're accusing me of trying to break the two of you up. Don't flatter yourself. If I wanted to deal with useless trash, I wouldn't bother with schemes. I'd simply kill them outright. Dantalian chuckled, rubbing his chin as if savoring her reaction. Oh, but that's the thing, isn't it? If Lapis were just some insignificant mongrel, you might have done so. Barbados slammed her fist against the armrest of her chair, her voice sharp. What are you implying now? Dantalian leaned forward slightly, his tone calm yet cutting. I'm praising you, Barbados. You're a proper politician after all. Killing either me or Lapis outright would have been far too crude. Such a move would have ruined your reputation. He straightened, his voice firm. I suppose you never imagined people like us with such twisted forms of love even existed. But when you heard rumors of us fighting, of Lapis slapping me in public and breaking up with me, you thought you saw an opportunity. Of course, you rushed to intervene. Barbados' irritation turned into a sneer, her voice dripping with disdain. So now you think you know everything. That I was plotting to destroy your so-called relationship. Dantalian's smirk widened, his gaze sharp as he delivered the final blow. Of course, there's no glass weaker than someone fresh out of an argument with their lover. You thought that by playing your cards right, you could shatter what little remained of our bond. But unfortunately for you, he leaned back with a confident smile. You underestimated us. Dantalian let out a hearty laugh, his voice echoing through the room. However, he said, a sly grin spreading across his face, it was all just an act. His mind wandered to the moment before their stage breakup. He vividly recalled Lapis's calm yet sharp words. Your Highness, if you're going to spread rumors, you'll need to do so more clearly and dramatically. Snapping back to the present, Dantalian chuckled, his amusement obvious. And as a result, you showed up here, Barbados, less than 2 hours after Lapis slapped me. Quite the swift reaction, wouldn't you say? His voice lowered, brimming with confidence. With your arrival, all the mysteries fit together perfectly. Barbados' eyes darkened, her irritation boiling to the surface. I simply came here because I was thinking about you, she snapped, her voice sharp. But before she could finish, Dantalian clicked his fingers. The door behind them swung open. Barbados' annoyed expression twisted into one of utter exasperation as she saw Lapis walk into the room. The stoic woman carried a trailer behind her, her cold, unflinching demeanor only adding to the tension. Excuse me, Lapis said politely, her voice as icy as ever. Lapis, Dantalian addressed her smoothly. What about that? Lapis, without missing a beat, replied, We have received word from the witches. The bat that flew out of the room around noon disappeared approximately 3 kilometers from here. Dantalian turned back to Barbados, his smile unwavering as he pointed a finger at her. You said the bat would fly straight to the culprit. What a terrible lie. You panicked because the letter left far too many breadcrumbs to follow, so you turned it into a bat as a flashy distraction. His voice grew sharper. You started chasing a culprit that never even existed. Without me, I would have fallen for it entirely. Barbados scowled, but Dantalian ignored her, turning instead to Lapis. Lapis, he said, his tone commanding, show it to us. Lapis gave a slight nod. She knelt down, opened the cabinet door of the trailer, and pulled it open with an unceremonious click. The moment the contents were revealed, Barbados' expression shifted from annoyance to shock. Inside the cabinet were 2 severed heads, those of Lapis's mother and the maid who had been planted by Barbados. Dantalian laughed, the sound dark and triumphant. How is it? Splendid, isn't it? This was all Lapis's doing. She wasn't angry because I tried to kill her mother. No, she was furious because someone dared to rob her of the joy of exacting her revenge. And the same goes for the maid who insulted her. Barbados' hands clenched into fists, her voice rising as she shouted. So, what are you trying to say, Dantalian? His smile didn't falter as he stood from his chair, placing a hand over his chest. You were wrong from the very beginning. Lapis is not a woman you can measure with ordinary means. She's utterly fascinating, a woman who meticulously executed an equation of vengeance that would make any demon lord proud. His voice grew softer, but no less intense. That's why I fell in love with her. And no one, not even the gods, can tear us apart. Lapis blinked, momentarily taken aback by the conviction in his words. A faint blush crept onto her usually impassive face. She sighed, regaining her composure. Your Highness, your rambling is endless. I'll take my leave now. As she turned to leave the room, Dantalian waved her off with a warm smile. That's enough for today. Rest well, Lapis. I'll be late tonight. The door closed behind her, and Dantalian turned his attention back to Barbados. His voice hardened, the playful tone gone. Now then, Barbados. The hope you had for Lapis and me to break up has crumbled into dust. How does it feel? Barbados stared at him, her fury fading into something else entirely. A slow, amused smile spread across her lips, and then she began to laugh, softly at first, but louder and louder until it filled the room. She leaned back into the sofa, throwing her head back as her laughter reached its peak. Well done, Dantalian, she said at last, her tone filled with admiration. You've amused me more than I expected. Her expression softened, and for a moment, her eyes gleamed with an almost playful curiosity. Inwardly, Dantalian thought to himself, is this her true nature? It's like she's a completely different person now. Barbados blushed slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Performance, you say? Don't make me laugh. Are you telling me you spent half a day orchestrating this just to make me laugh? Dantalian returned her smile with one of his own. Why not put it another way, he said smoothly. It only took a single night to win over the one ranked 8th. A dark purple aura began to radiate from Barbados, her expression twisting into something sinister. Her voice, low and venomous, broke the silence. Indeed, it is as you say. Now that there is someone who knows the real me, I have no choice but to get rid of them. After all, the thought of anyone uncovering my true nature disturbs me. The malevolence in her aura grew heavier, pressing down on the room like a storm about to break. Her tone shifted, laced with a cruel mockery. But she added, I am a generous demon lord. Barbados rose from the sofa, the shadows around her swirling like a cloak. Join my faction, she said, her voice echoing unnaturally, and I'll spare you. Of course, there's one condition. Her crimson eyes narrowed, a devilish smirk tugging at her lips. You'll have to sever all ties with that mongrel you call Lapis. Without warning, Barbados bit her finger, drawing blood, her scarlet eyes glowing even brighter. A torrent of purple energy erupted around her, coiling like serpents. Before Dantalian could react, the energy coalesced into chains that wrapped around his wrists. The heavy, glowing shackles tightened, pinning Dantalian to his chair. His face tensed, his confident smirk replaced by an expression of worry as he struggled against his bindings. Barbados stepped forward, her every movement exuding menace. She smashed the table in her path with a careless sweep of her hand, the wood splintering like dry leaves. Staring down at Dantalian with a sinister grin, she said, if you refuse, I'll take your head while you're still alive. And I'll make sure you spend eternity unable to die, trapped to the severed head, an eternal witness to your own suffering. Dantalian's narrowed eyes met hers, his voice steady but sharp. Why would a demon lord like you go to such lengths to recruit me? What's your true goal? Is it to wipe out humanity? Barbados tilted her head, her lips brushing into a wicked smile. She rubbed his chin with an unsettling intimacy. And what if it is, she said, her laughter cold and cruel. With a flick of her wrist, a sword materialized in her hand, its jagged blade glinting with an ominous purple light. She pressed the tip against Dantalian's throat, just enough to draw a thin line of blood. Her eyes bore into his as she hissed, Now, Dantalian, break up with that mongrel and swear your loyalty to me. Or else. Dantalian's breath hitched as the cold steel bit into his skin, a trickle of blood tracing his neck. Finally, his voice broke the tension. Wait, he said grimly, his tone deliberately subdued. I'll do it. Barbados' expression softened into one of triumph as she withdrew the blade, dismissing it with a flick of her wrist. So, she said with a laugh, you've finally come around. Good boy. I'll find a nice collar for my cute new slave. Something that will fit your neck perfectly. But Dantalian's eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint. His voice, now calm but with an edge of malice, cut through the air. This isn't about me. What you truly desire, your sole ambition to wipe out humanity, I can give you something greater than a pawn. I'll give you a great war. Barbados froze, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. A great war, she repeated, her voice laced with doubt. A war involving all the demon lords and every human nation? That's not something a small loach like you could possibly offer. But Dantalian only smiled as his own sinister aura began to seep into the room. His eyes glowed crimson, matching her intensity. Simple, he said, his voice resonating with an eerie calm. Spread a rumor. Tell the humans that it was the demon lords who unleashed the plague. The human world is already on the brink of collapse. Dissatisfaction with their rulers is at an all-time high. If we plant this seed, their fragile trust will shatter completely. Barbados' eyes widened, her mind racing as the weight of his words sank in. You're saying they'll blame us entirely? Exactly, Dantalian said with a devilish smirk. The humans will shift the blame, not onto their nations, lords, or royal families, but onto the demon lords. They'll paint us as the root of all evil, the source of their suffering. And once that narrative takes hold, the rulers of their world will take advantage of it. They'll unite their people under the banner of hatred, turning the masses into an army driven by fear and vengeance. Barbados stared at him, confusion gradually giving way to something else, admiration. Slowly, she dismissed the lingering aura around her and stepped back. Her crimson eyes softened, almost shimmering with awe. What's this? She murmured. You're suggesting we weaponize their rage, turning it into the spark for an all-out war? Dantalian leaned back in his chair, his sinister grin widening. Precisely. And once the humans charge at us with their self-righteous fury, we'll be waiting. We'll show them true hell, the kind only demons can deliver. His eyes gleamed red, his aura now blazing brighter and fiercer than before. His voice thundered through the room, filled with a fiery conviction. The foolish humans only need justification. Let them come. Let them march straight into their doom. This is the beginning of the Great War. Barbados, unable to suppress the chill running down her spine, gazed at him like a predator admiring a worthy rival. Her sinister grin returned, but this time it was tinged with genuine excitement. Dantalian, she said softly, her voice almost trembling with anticipation, you might just be mad enough to pull this off. And with that, the room fell into a tense silence, the only sound the crackling of their combined auras as the seeds of chaos were sown. Thank you for watching. We've just covered the latest chapter of the series, and there's more to come. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more awesome recaps. If you enjoy the content, feel free to click the thanks button to show your support. We'll be back soon with more thrilling episodes. Till then, cheers.